time will tell. So today,
what's up, chat? We're live.
Of course, got me, your favorite boy, Zeke. But you've now got two completely awesome casters that we've not seen work together before. We've got Trex and Steph Weezy. Boys, how we feeling?
I'm excited. You know, we're closing in on to the end of season right now. We got today and then one more day of regular season before the playoffs. And things have never really been hotter in NACT.
That's right. Things are getting hotter than ever. Like you said, everybody's out there hunting for eggs, and we're over here hunting for answers. Yeah, it's also the first time me and Trex on the same desk together.
Pastor Zeke
on the desk with you as well, Zeke. This is history in the making on this amazing Easter Sunday.
Well,
we're live. Sorry, I was I had to go get players on cams and everything.
In North America, competing head-to-head in a single round robin best-of-3 series with a point system that prior to this tournament was never utilized before. Trex?
Yeah, it's definitely a great point system.
Right. And I at least got 2 and 2 from each team right now for cams.
Have gotten more sweeps than other teams. They're ahead in the standings right now. We're seeing why every single match matters right now.
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah, a lot of matches.
I've been on cam a lot.
We're gonna have to see where they kind of go. Another thing to kind of look forward to is the playoffs bracket and the entire format as well.
Been all the way to Russia.
Best of 3, round 2, semifinals, best of 3 as well, all the way to the grand finals, which is going to be an offline event in a best of 7 and a losers round 4 for that best of 3.
For all you newcomers, this tournament does boast a staggering grand prize of $10,000 with a prize pool valued at over $25,000, and prize pools do scale thereafter.
Yeah.
With that being said, that's a whole lot of money left for the in-game skins, or maybe you want to get a new suit like your boy Big Zeke.
I cast at the grand finals alongside Trex.
I mean, the suit
it was lit.
The suit looks good. Is this your first suit?
Yeah, no. No.
Yeah, you're looking sharper than ever, Zeke. That's an amazing.
It was an
prize
epic
pool.
time.
I
think one of my best casting I think I've ever done.
The cool thing about the prize pool, though, is something that's not on there is every single series won by a team gets an additional $100 to add.
I couldn't imagine.
Something we haven't had before.
You said Crossfire?
That's. We also have a finals.
Didn't that just come out?
For some additional money as
or was that? What was that game that just came out?
Prize first, these teams have to get past each other. Trex?
I mean, the standings are black and white right now. A little bit of gray there, but Gaimin Gladiators holding the front. But Fiends, the team nobody expected, tied with BTK right now. I mean,
I know Crossfire,
later, which is definitely insanity. We got Night Horde, DA, Area 77 falling up after that, and LEGACi and BloodHounds holding down the bottom side of the standings strongly. And we also get to see those two teams go against each other today. So somebody has to rise from the number 8
I was about to say, if you did PUBG, I was like, you need to get. I've been one to actually play some PUBG mobile.
Steph, can you take us through today's schedule?
That's right. As Trex was just talking about the standings, now we're going to be seeing the teams who will
Easy
be facing
peasy.
off today.
Yeah, Easy Peasy's not on.
Series.
And then Nash is subbed out, and he was the one with the cam.
Claim that 7th spot in the ladder for the top 8 teams. Next will be Area 77 up.
I think, Ken.
Will be the BloodThirstyKings up against Fiends, and then the close out the day with the final series, Gaimin Gladiators.
That boy Oliver. Always dropping the money when he comes in.
Versus LEGACi
Much love with the 1099 dono.
Big eventful game for both of these teams. Both of them have been coming up off of some hiccups, but are looking to make a turnaround. Trex?
Oof.
I mean, both teams are definitely looking to make a turnaround all over the place.
I think you might need to go to like an urgent care.
BloodHounds. And it's a tough game, man.
Yeah.
It's a tough
Me and Dave
call.
can take care of it.
Both teams have not had the greatest start overall. Both teams have not had the greatest season, but somebody's got to get a win.
Yeah,
today.
I mean,
I think a lot of the casters are split. I think a lot of the fans are split. And it's kind of all over the place.
Hold on, no, the other way.
Yeah, it's definitely all over the place. I mean, like you said, history in the making.
Yeah, no, on the roster swaps is correct.
Victory in the entire NACT Spring season.
Yeah. I get confused with their Kuyas.
Hopefully it's us. Hopefully, you know, after some of these
guesses
come out and we start finding out who voted for what, and then you guys find out that maybe
so Nash is in on the camera.
Another one on the notch. You know, another notch under the belt. It'll be me. Unless it's not me, then I'm going to bed sad.
Yeah. And then we got Riles. PDR doesn't have the ability to be on camera.
No, but I think
I'm not quite sure about Jolie.
Like what's that odds here for these two teams?
Whoopi, I think, has a computer, but this is like the most we've actually had to sub them in.
We have Riles up against Boca Roscoe now.
So it might be worth like looking into, seeing. I mean, we're already so far into it. I mean, if you want during playoffs.
We go back to AE, you know, Assassin Riles Jungle, you know.
What up, chat? What up, chat? Sorry here. Dude, my gray hair is showing so bad today.
He hasn't been doing that well.
I look like that guy up on Fantastic Four.
And they were a team a lot of us expected to be top 4 this season. A team that last season, you know, just made it shy of playoffs. You know, made it shy.
Need some help with highlights.
And it had very high hopes. And these are two teams that have kind of not been able to exceed expectations. Have been barely able to make it to our expectations. So we're coming into playoffs. There's still opportunity for them, but we have to see something from them before we get there.
That's right. I mean, it's a battle over
day 5.
Right now. All teams will make it into the playoffs, but it's just going to determine their seeding in that actual playoffs for the elimination phase of the NACT Spring season. I love how you kind of mentioned Riles. Everybody's been kind of a fan of him. One of those familiar names in the MLBB NA scene. Barely made it into top 8. They slid by over there with the luck of the draw, honestly, with how things kind of played out to be able to get in here. And now having a little bit of a harder time. I'm hoping for them they'll be able to find their proper footing as we jump into the second half of the NACT Spring season. For BloodHounds, it's not looking like the same as last year. Like you kind of mentioned, they made it into that 5th spot, almost getting into the offline grand finals, just slightly shy. But this time around, I mean, we're seeing some hotter teams out, some newer faces, and they've been able to elevate the competition. And that's what I'm all about, right? Seeing North American grind it out and fight their hearts out. I mean, like you said, everybody today's out for a hunt for them Easter eggs, but these teams need to be out for a hunt for a victory.
And out for the hunt for the Easter eggs.
I love Easter. You know, I love Easter finds. I'm the guy for it. You know, I got my pastel blue on. You guys already know. I'm coming in hot, trying to be as hot as some of these.
There's the match. This is the way that I'm doing the match. Is that okay, or do you want me to do the same way Sherry's doing?
I want to see. Do we have a roster for one of these teams that we can go through? Trex?
Looks like before we have a roster, we have a roster swap here. LEGACi bringing in Whoopi on the roam position now. I think we've seen Whoopi play before, but still LEGACi hasn't gotten a win yet, so it's hard to say whether it's going to be the big game changer or whether it's a big loss here. And it's just kind of hard to call overall. This is a team that we really haven't gotten to see full potential from, or at least hopefully not their full potential from. Taking a look at the roster.
They won't know what those are.
For today, it's going to be Jolie, PDR7, Koya Nash, Riles, and Whoopi. Now, like I said, and I can't stress enough, this is a time that Riles needs to kind of make a statement. Is he going to end the season at the very bottom of the standings card and be forced to go up against the number 1 team, or can he at least go up against the number 2 team and maybe be slotted at number 7?
Tough matchup for both of these teams, not because, you know, their competitors are super scary, but really because of the stress that's coming along with it. Both of these teams know that they have to make this happen.
GG.
Do we also have a roster ready for the BloodHounds?
That's right. Looking into the BloodHounds.
It was crazy yesterday.
Team in North America, like I said,
GG. You left us too early. We got beat last night at the late.
But speaking about rosters, there are some slight adjustments similar to LEGACi. Easy peasy.
Got beat last night at like 5 in the morning. Oh my god, dude, the sweats came out.
This is going to be an interesting
someone with Popo and Kupo and Matilda.
That jungler in position,
I was like,
definitely going to change the kind of synergy of the team.
Did I sleep well?
Can they find the first victory today?
It was kind of hot.
LEGACi, though, both of these teams
I wanted to sleep more.
Had a little bit of a hard time getting online so far.
I slept all right.
The roster ahead of us, you have Sleeps, Booga Booga, Boca Roscoe, Templess, and Ramses leading the way for our first series of the day.
You played one more, you couldn't end in a loss?
Both
Damn.
of these teams are looking
I thought the same way, but I was like, fuck it. Did you sleep good?
Honestly, I feel
Where is Liz?
I feel like I really want to see
They swap in and out. They swap in and out.
I feel like they've been so strong in the past. I really want to see these guys showing up and showing out.
I mean, we definitely got to see one of them show up and show out here. With 2 roster changes, I would say that if we just had to debate off roster changes, which one's going to affect the most,
Ooga Booga is going to stalk you?
Be the hardest to cope
there's
with.
like a fucking heart in the way.
Templess at least has been part of BloodHounds for a long
You played 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Played with Boke. He's played with the team for a long time, so this isn't like a huge synergy miss.
Didn't wake up till 2 p.m. I think that was exactly me.
It might not have a huge effect.
I don't think I woke up till like 2:30. I woke up at 1, then I was like, nah.
A pretty new blood team. It's already kind of a team that is.
And then I gotta wake up super early tomorrow.
They haven't been together.
And then I gotta go
for the
car
longest
shopping.
time.
I think like Tuesday.
So I think that could be
Or
kind
car
of disheartening to
looking.
some of my LEGACi fans out there. This
3 a.m. in India.
Yeah, I mean, roster changes can be either good or bad. I mean, normally in the NAC, though, when we see them, at least from the last season, 9 times out of 10, it just didn't really work in their favor.
That boy Nick said he woke up feeling a mosh at jungle. What the fuck?
Gladiators, they don't really switch
That's
too
crazy.
often through the entire season. As often as we see.
I was so tired last night. I was in my bed and I was like passing out.
That affects the synergy. Does it rise it or does it?
Here in Italy, you finished the stream at 5 a.m. Sheesh, and you woke up at 1 p.m. Well, you sound like me. Shoot.
I feel like the both teams have been lacking. I feel like both of these teams are super capable teams, and you know, again,
who's got a dog barking?
We've seen them do exactly that. We've seen them be strong, high synergy teams, and that's why I feel like so many people have been looking at, you know, especially the BloodHounds.
It's a car for me and my mom. My mom's car got destroyed by hail damage. So I have my Camaro, but it's like a V8 naturally aspirated, so
some important things to note about is
it uses a lot of gasoline, and I can't make it in snow or off road. So
approaches to gameplay, and just different approaches overall to the game than some of the
so the next car is technically it's going to be in my name, but
one of the reasons why I kind of
but it's for the family.
Could end up being the
for me and the Madre.
We see yesterday, we see BloodHounds really just
show my Camaro.
Basics, and even though they lost, they were able to take some of the games the long haul against GG. They didn't just get stomped out in under 10 minutes easily. We saw some possibilities from them. So I mean, we know that they
the hail was super bad.
I think it comes down to who
I could probably show you the hail damage on the vehicle too.
Think either team is that ahead of the other one in terms of skill in the Land of Dawn, and I think where both of these teams consistently choke is the draft. So I think that's gonna be very important when these two teams go up against each other. Who gets some of the better picks? Who gets the more stable composition overall?
Well, I think that's enough small talk. I gotta get straight into it. Who do you guys actually think is gonna win? Let's hear the predictions.
Well, it looks like me and Private are the
that's my
only
Camaro.
LEGACi voters here, and I have to say, like, don't nod like that, Zeke. This is a fair vote. They're both. It could go either way.
Yo, brother from another mother with a Viper.
The advantage in terms of just synergy and skill, but before
I kind of want black rims, but I haven't got around to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to boil down the draft, and then also the second half of that, the execution, and that's kind of why I voted for the BloodHounds, just because they have a little bit more time on the scene in terms of NACT. So I'm expecting them to hopefully just rise to the occasion, just because there's a little bit more synergy.
Plastic dip it? I don't do anything plastic.
Just like Trek stated, this is one of those closer games. I mean, neither
give me a
side
Mustang.
has a single victory so far, so it's definitely going to be a great one to watch.
So I feel like for me,
let me see if I can get the picture of the hail damage for you guys.
Like they've got the experience. I feel like, you know, they've got that NACT experience, and with that being said, I'm really hoping that they're going to be able to work their way through the draft and find themselves playing the way that we want them to. But without further ado, let's get straight into the draft.
Oh shit, we're already getting into the draft.
Number 1, and we gave you guys our predictions. Make sure you guys put your predictions in the chat on YouTube. It is going to be lively directed feeded into us, and we will be showing the fan predictions soon. I think into the game a little bit. Haven't seen the card just yet, but still, make sure you guys do that. Now it is BloodHounds up against LEGACi Wheezy, and we're jumping right in. And there's that typical high-low span that we even saw, I think, we saw BTK or we saw GG do it against
BTK
or
GG.
A lot of teams have still respected.
Giveaway will be at the end of the stream.
I feel like we've seen Ooga Booga pull out the high-lows as well. It was
at
an interesting one. He actually
stream.
performed pretty well on it, but then toward the mid to late game, that's where the high-lows kind of fell off. Just not able to provide the CC the team would need. So it is an interesting ban, especially for the side of LEGACi. But I guess I have seen BloodHounds run this in the past in local tournaments across North America. So maybe it's just a little bit of research on the team. But that's going to open up opportunity on the draft for some of these meta pickups to be slotted in. I mean, we've still seen the Vexon on the board. You know who else is up there? The Mathilda.
Yeah, the Mathilda. I mean, there's a lot of possibilities. There goes the Mathilda on the ban list. But I'm wondering, if with the Hylos being banned, we have some more things open, like you said. Nolan's still open.
The dealer trip trying to get you the 2024.
Roger's still open. You never know. I mean,
yeah, they tried to get me to trade in my Camaro for a Corvette.
In the drafts all over the place. Ruby's still open. Both teams definitely taking their time here, not jumping right into this. And with so many teams banning this Hylos against BloodHounds, it always makes things interesting. And there's the Grok ban. So BloodHounds,
damn, they banned the Hylos.
They're like, no, we're not going to ban out the Nolan. We're not going to ban out.
Let me see if I can find the hail damage here.
Open. We're willing to kind of go for trades here. Vexana's still open. So we have a pretty just overall open draft right now. BloodHounds on the front. Do they pick up the Vex here? Do they pick up the Nolan here? A lot of possibilities for them. Barats.
Yeah, all viable options, but they're going to go in for an additional pickup, which is going to be that R-Lot, providing them some damage, but he's going to need some CC to kind of make the most out of his utility, especially with that Demon Gaze to be able to dash in for those kills. Now, with that R-Lot being picked up, you mentioned some things like the Barats being an option. It could do a Barats and an Angela right here, or a Raphael. I think that'd be a very strong pickup, something a little bit more staple that we've been seeing overseas and also on the NA level. Profit. I mean, we have seen a lot of Akai's picked up yesterday, 2 times from BTK, and a couple of other teams did pick that up as well. You could run for that option. I mean, yeah, you don't have the Mathilda, but you can still run something that has sustainability on the board. But you have to be careful because there's still a pick available, which is a Valentina, which can. This is
the hail damage.
On the table.
I mean, the R-Lot's been good. I think it's Barats, and then maybe just pick up the Vex for value here.
You can see all the hail on the ground, but it blew out the back window, and like literally all of the cars like was dented. It hailed for like 15 minutes or something like that. It was bad. Front windshield was broken. But you can see all the hail on the ground. Look how big that hail was.
But if he has the R-Lot in his chamber, it could be a good time to maybe, you know, switch something up at the end.
Yeah, it was crazy.
They lost a little bit of counterplay.
They totaled the insurance company totaled the car.
Yeah, if they want to go for something like they pick up the carry.
Yeah, that was the storm, Nick.
They have some damage, they have some CC, and they still have flexibility with the R-Lot.
That was the storm that destroyed the car.
Say that right there, picking up the carry.
So the insurance company totaled it out.
Composition that the Barats provides.
Imagine the homeless man.
Now,
oh God.
He's good. He's great frontline.
I live in Missouri.
One of his weaknesses is crowd control, and you're already seeing 2 heroes for the side of LEGACi.
Yeah, it was really bad.
Frontlining a lot of that damage, which
no one got hurt though. So
he does have R-Lot to back him up. I always like to say Fredrin's like a hero with a walking petrify.
You were at a receiver.
Stun for some CC, and then
I can only imagine the shit you go through, Nick.
Dash in and get some additional hits, especially on these early neutral engagements. Now, for the side of LEGACi, do they go in for the support? Do they pick up? No, they're going to go in for the marksman instead. And marksman that we don't really typically see that often so far in the NACT Spring season, the Irithel.
Ooh, I mean, we got an Irithel. We haven't seen it
very often. We've seen it here and there. It's done okay some games. It hasn't done okay some other games.
But it's all right. Kind of I've been wanting to
it does
Missouri.
Have the kiting ability. It does have some
Missouri.
I think the Claude could have been a decent pickup here.
My like
against this. You have some kiting ability.
I live in Columbia, Missouri, but where that was at, we were at St. Louis, Missouri.
Earlier you mentioned something like the something supporty like a RAF or something like that. If they decide to go that route into the roam position, that's where this pick could really shine.
You know, I'm surprised.
We need the Esme pin.
Nolan too. You kind of mentioned.
I'm telling you. I got the Veil pin.
Angela does get banned out, but this is banned out.
Ritz is the Esme and I'm the Veil.
You know, I mean, I guess they're kind of
Los Angeles is not a state.
Behind them and
that's a city.
Lean on the CC provided over there by Tempest on the R-Lot. Ruby is
there's like little plastics peeling off that protects them.
It's not able to sustain itself as often or as much in the early phase, but it's still a valuable pickup.
I need some more.
Not only profit the R-Lot,
some more
but
pins.
Also profit Ramses, but that'll limit their magic capability that they kind of have on their side since they have 3 physical damage.
I do have the permission to restream MPLs. I just I'm not able to wake. Like I have to work in the morning. And
I'm wondering if BloodHounds is waiting to see what they pick up to see if the Valentina can actually profit, because if not, they may
it's
go
just
for something like,
it's plastics coming off. It's got like a little plastic like
Novaria's also
film on it
for the side of BloodHounds. There goes the Nana band though, so that just kind of leaves. I mean, the Novaria is still solid here. I think they could definitely go.
Yours probably has it on there too.
LEGACi still needs an EXP though, so if the Novaria is picked up, then they maybe go for
something. See like the little plastic.
I'm wondering, does Do they just
it's just a plastic protector.
Ban out the Tigreal.
It's on his face.
LEGACi from getting it. Just go full support. But like you said,
my cat, it's on my like mic.
We're in a place right now where both of these teams
I have it on my mic, and my cat like using it as like a head scratcher.
LEGACi needs a
Veil's a head scratcher for my cat.
I think the support could definitely be possible here.
I already have permission to restream it. I signed up for it. I just don't. I don't think I have enough time.
Yeah, I think the Wrath is probably one of the best options for the side of LEGACi. For the side of BloodHounds, I mean, we're still looking at what roam they'll pick up. Do they go for
yours has been everywhere?
Support themselves. I mean, it looks
like
that's what
everywhere.
the process was for LEGACi when they banned out the Angela. So maybe they're expecting that, but they're gonna go ahead and slot up their XP lane. Pick
the
up
back,
that,
the backside has a plastic film on it as well.
Matchup, right? You see the Yuzong, he has a lot of mobility, he has a Black Dragon. I like to say he's a jack of all trades in the XP lane, just because he can survive, he can get to the back line.
I gotta get this keyboard out the way and get my keyboard that actually has numbers.
The Arlot, on the other hand, he's more of that set up the opportunity, right? That initiator, get that crowd control, but then has to lean on his team to kind of deal the additional damage to provide more CC.
The whole body's plastic.
And also,
I gotta get some water for this.
BoCa from maybe picking up the Novaria here. It all like you pre-pick that Yuzong, and it makes it like, maybe I don't want to pick a hero that's gonna be in the very back line all by themselves. Uga gonna pick up the Franco though. So some hard CC, kind of a high risk, high reward on the Franco. And then they go for the Gourd. They go for the Gourd. So it's I mean, you look at BloodHounds and it's very kind of solid. You don't have a very backlane mage. You don't, I mean, even the Gourd, even though it is kind of stable and just attacks from a range, it's not super long range. It's not a Novaria. You look at BloodHounds and they are going to be pretty grouped up most of the time, I feel like. You also have Carry, who's a pretty close range marksman. Where it's very, you know, Snowball-esque, Ube-esque on the side of BloodHounds right now.
Yeah, I mean, the Gourd is interesting though, because this is the first time that we've seen BloodHounds run it in the NACT Spring season, regular season. Now, it has been ran though, and it has been successful, just not in their hands. I mean, I even said when they were running the Vexana, I was like, man, Vexana has one of the highest win rates, and they had it, and they weren't able to pull
leaked episodes of an upcoming anime, huh?
Over there from Boca Roscoe, but Gourd is just one of those mages that you can get over to and drop down with the Black Dragon. But hey, flexing PR, he's gonna pick up that Akai. Has the heavy spin. We talked about this earlier.
Oh shit! I need to make a poll.
Seen all day yesterday, just having a.
What do you guys think's gonna win?
NACT Spring season.
Yeah, so it's gonna be what Barats, or no, is it Akai Rome?
Yeah, it has to be Rome.
Akai Rome, huh? Which, I mean, here's the thing. It does have some viability there, right? If you don't. So
I've read all of Solo Leveling.
You definitely don't want to hook an Akai, right? Also, you still get the bonus of that heavy.
Damn, we want to sleep early.
In these turtle fights against the Fredrin.
The cat, look at the cat.
Gourd is gonna have a really rough time here. You got to worry about a Yuzong. You got to worry about a. Now you have to also worry about an Akai. So LEGACi kind of feels like they have a lot of answers. Same thing with Tempest on this Arlot. If he tries to come in, he has a lot of stuff to deal with. He has to dance around this Akai. He has to dance around the possible Petrify. He has to dance around a Daytona's Welcome. It is a hard wall, so I feel like as long as the mid
kept like pushing the button to refresh my stream.
Well and not get picked off early. They have some good
Riles.
Let's jump into the land of Dawn.
Will Riles ever go assassin? That's the real question.
Got to win today, Wheezy.
That's right. BloodHounds up against LEGACi. Both of these teams unable to find a victory this entire regular season, but today is the day that one of these teams will go to bed with a smile on their face. We are looking at LEGACi. Riles running on this Barats in the jungle, going up against Ramses with the Fredrin.
And there's our audience predictions. BloodHounds at a solid 77% right now. They are the favorite through the fans' eyes. Can they hold up to it? And look at PDR already being aggressive, already kind of keeping tabs on Ramses and BoCa.
Yeah, already putting some heavy focus, trying to stop him from rotating around that jungle. We said the Fredrin is one of those heroes that has a little bit of a harder time rotating around, but speaking of rotating.
Ooh, Ooga Booga. First blood going over to the side of LEGACi. He tried to get a nice position up top there. Ends up getting found out.
That was crazy.
A little bit of trouble. Ramses gonna come in with the appraised.
Good team fight.
Whoopi.
Riles
on the run. Riles here to help out. Ramses gonna get Daytona's Welcome done.
Hit him on the left side.
Stop
okay.
Down. Looking for another kill.
Dude, what is BloodHounds came in to...
That's a kill for Whoopi and Riles.
That was a good team fight. 120.
That's right. 2 kills on the board for LEGACi so far. Off to a good start.
120 to about 145.
Especially running this Franco, right? He needs to get these hooks. He needs to open up these plays for the side of BloodHounds, but he can't get picked off like this early. This allows LEGACi to get the slight advantage to work in their favor for the early phases. You are going to see the turtle
what would we
spawn
call that, chat?
already being pulled over there from Riles. LEGACi already has the kill advantage. If they can get this first objective, it's going to boost their presence for XP.
Yeah, but I think it's going to be tough in these early turtle fights, in these Lord fights overall. I feel like LEGACi just has a they get a nice kill off the map on Koya Nash. Turtle, though, getting low. Ramses forced away. No heavy spin, but still
is that like a solo kill up in the top?
Giving him a slight gold lead. But the battle still continues. Ramses in a little bit of trouble. Toto's welcomed once again in the same
They're just fighting it up.
Nice final slash to try to keep them away from Ramses. Ramses chased down, taken out. The hook does land onto Riles, though. Riles in a little bit of trouble. Template's able to pick up the kill. Bocarasco actually securing it. PDR finds Ooga Booga. It's back and forth.
Oh, they're just battling it out.
No, make it 1 for 3 LEGACi with 1,000
1 for 3.
Lead.
Yeah, 1 for 3 trade right there, and a turtle in LEGACi's hands as well. So definitely would say they won that trade overall, which is going to boost them majorly compared to BloodHounds in the first 3 minutes. Already up by 1,000 gold. I mean, you're having Riles, you're having PDR, both running that concussive blast, being a very strong presence when it comes to the frontline composition, and it's working in their favor, keeping BloodHounds
Rich, did you book the hotel yet?
Stopping them from getting these turtles and not even finding an opening to contest.
To Vegas we go, baby.
Though, right now with this turtle and the additional kill lead.
Whoopee, whoopee, whoopee.
So much pressure onto Whoopee there.
3v1.
3 men to take him down. And I mean, BloodHounds, even though they fall behind a little bit, they're still making plays on the map, which is very good for them at this point. Ooga Booga keeps getting caught up on this top side. Zone welcome locks down Eternal Guardian to zone away Templess. Ooga Booga in a little bit of trouble. I think he knows he's not going to be able to get away from this. Riles picking up another kill.
Yeah, we'll pick up another kill.
Oh, not yet,
now 63, still a 3.
I don't know if I want to go for the sweet or should I just fucking go cheap.
Not only PDR, but also Riles.
I feel like I'm just going to go back to the hotel room.
Their team,
probably
with
drunk.
Riles having this additional kills, especially over against Ramses, who's taken 2 deaths.
Who knows?
He is leading the way in the jungle.
Maybe only after the NACT is done.
Out-rotating, and I think this is just credit over there to the rotation from the side of LEGACi so far.
I mean, LEGACi definitely, they have the advantage here. Bocarasco
always go cheap.
Trouble. PDR comes in, but now he's getting taunted up. The oppressor Wrath, a nice flicker to the side. Will he be able to get away from this? Ooga Booga on his trail, but no, goes down right before the turtle spawns up. Will this be the advantage that BloodHounds needs?
Yeah,
or I can just take the chance of a random roommate.
LEGACi, it's 4 to 6. They're only down 2 kills.
What'd Spirit say?
Taking down PDR may create the opportunity for BloodHounds to try and take this turtle play, but on the bot side.
Ritz, my closet's available.
Jolie can flicker back.
God.
Comes in and Ooga Booga finds the kill. BloodHounds are doing where they're lacking in getting some of the objectives. They are doing a great job of focusing on the top lanes. They got to pick up top in EXP, then focus all of their resources down to the
Spirit was that random roommate, but then he bought his own room.
Whoopee able to zone in on Templess. Templess dashes through with the Vengeance. Ramses under tower with PDR. PDR taking way too many tower shots, but Tona's welcome locks on. Queen Ash can try to help out, bring down the bash. Riles hooked in onto the tower. It's a jungler for a jungler.
Hey, Ooga Booga, big play right there to pull him into that turret last second.
That was like 5.
Now, I love what you kind of said, right? BloodHounds, even though they're not taking these turtles, they're able to find a trade by rotating around to the turrets, keeping LEGACi on their toes. The bot turret does fall, which means BloodHounds has the map advantage against them, even without that turtle, without 2 turtles, actually. And this is something similar than what we've seen yesterday. A lot of teams were taking a majority of the turtles, but it seemed like the teams that took the turrets instead for the trade-off just benefited a little bit better.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit more of a valuable trade there, especially they got a gold laner for it too.
If I get the $1,000 suite,
big damage dealer.
Hey, my closet's open too.
Be the one that really matters, and though LEGACi have gotten some of these kills.
How does the giveaway work?
Sleeps has gone deathless.
I don't know.
And
we'll see how I want to do it.
Is a dangerous carry.
We'll see how I want to do it. I can either take all the names or I can just let it automatically pull a name from the group. We'll be doing 4 giveaways for 1,000 diamonds each to total 4,000 diamonds. And then we'll probably be randomly pulling 15 names for the 15. Not even the couch.
Wait a second.
I mean, there is a bed.
The magic gush Whoopee goes down. They're going to move on to another tower here. And LEGACi hanging out up in the top side looking for Ramses here. Appraisal's Ram's Wrath smashes down onto Nash, but Rams is still goes
both
down.
these teams are going at
LG
it.
need to look for something on the map, though. Kills are nice, but you're now possibly going to lose a tier 2 on the top side. Templess in a little bit of trouble. PDR trying to force him away. Jolie pops the heavy crossbow, getting some free shots on Templess. Final slash comes in. Templess with the
Dez not on?
goes down, but LEGACi only
he didn't hit me up. I've been too busy to hit up other people. So
LEGACi finds the mid though, so trying to make up for something here.
Yeah, I mean, with that mid turret falling, that's a big step over there for LEGACi. That'll allow them to invade even more on the side of BloodHounds map and get them a lot more
worthy matchup.
You're already seeing them.
No one, whoever wins this actually gets a win.
And able to claim the next one as well.
Ramses tried there, man. He dashed in at the last moment. Heavy spin from PDR. He was trying to be sneaky. Even using.
I don't understand why 2 beds are cheaper than 1. It's a lot easier to clean.
On to Nash able to flicker away, and now Ooga Booga in danger.
Oh, the clap
Whoopi
back
there as well with the team. Riles trying to make the engaged. Final slash locks on to 2, and the Vengeance takes out Whoopi. Templess able to pick up the kill.
39.
The bouncy ball comes out, and LEGACi back up, holding 1,000 gold lead. But BloodHounds still showing they're ready to fight.
53.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade, but looks like they're going in for more as they want this tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
Jesus, it's still going.
The Magic Gush Sleeps able to grab the kill and the tower. BloodHounds.
They're still going.
It's back to a stalemate in gold.
808.
Yeah, stalemate indeed. I mean, it's only 240, 340 deficit, which is not much. You're
Maybe the Tower King is fine.
To be able to sustain herself in this battle, picked up by the carry, does have the Thunderbelt to make her a little bit more survivable.
I'll get the Tower King.
And that's what we kind of said with the marksman's being a little bit more squishier. You're going to see things like the carry be slotted
what do you,
have a little bit more
what
of a,
you do is get 1 with a king and 1 and 2 queens in the other.
On, or at least
what does that mean?
On is Ooga Booga with this Franco. He had a couple of good hooks, but he's just been falling a little too often inside of LEGACi's favor, right? Half of the kills were him falling in these engagements. Just a little bit
time wrong there?
In his tracks when he uses the Bloody Hunt.
Yeah, but BloodHounds being methodical, man. They take another tower down here. They're moving as a unit, and LEGACi getting not for it. Now, you mentioned Ooga Booga. I think it's a good point. I think he needs to, capitalize on that flicker a bit. But speaking of Ooga Booga, he's going to get heavy spin back to the base. Bring him back with you. He's able to flicker through. Final
if I go the sweets route, I'll be in the new building, which would be a really far walk to the pro players.
Down on 2 members. Riles in trouble. Chopped off. Taken
out. Who is gonna win?
Falling behind BloodHounds with a 600 gold lead. Well, this is happening though. Jolie does find a.
Are you getting like a ton of ads?
Let's find a little bit of material. Now the Lord in play. BloodHounds will be able to take this objective.
Oh, it's balanced. Hold on.
We are jumping into the mid game, close to that 10-minute mark. Ramses with the retribution will claim that.
It changed it yesterday because of when my stream crashed.
Some of these tier 2
I changed it. I changed it
on the map. You're gonna see that Hunter Strike picked up from Templess, provide him a little bit more of that pin and also some mobility. He is running that Brave Smite alongside Sleeps. Both of them will be able to sustain themselves a lot more when they're using their skills, especially in these 5v5 engagements. Now, BloodHounds, they're very surgical so far. They've been able to turn this around. They've been able to kind of rotate and claim the turrets that they lost in the early phase.
I made them into every 30 minutes, so.
Big hook on Whoopi.
The blind hook, man. Ooga Booga's been on point with these hooks. Lethal with it.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely lethal. As you are going to see them invade into the jungle now. This is what happens when you take that turret.
It just keeps going. Ooga Booga, though.
Oh, what a winner trench.
Buying any bit of time he can, but still goes down for Whoopi with the Black Dragon, able to zone away. LEGACi find 1.
Oh my goodness. I love what Ooga Booga's doing, but he just has to look for his teammates. Nobody was in position to really profit on that setup, and it ended in him being the one that fell, and this is what we kind of say with him on this Franco. I mean, 5 deaths so far in the last 10 minutes. He kind of needs to just relax a little bit, get a little closer to his backlines so that they can, make the most out of those great hooks that he's having. It's not that he's not connecting, he just doesn't have the proper setup with his team in range.
He's shooting first and he's thinking later right now. He's trigger happy right now. He sees the opportunity, goes for it, an opportunity down to the boss side. Sleeps takes a lot of damage. Magic Gush to help clear the waves. LEGACi, a little bit of damage. PDR in the backside with a heavy spin. Now caught in between, but Jolie helped follow up. Rams is going to get pushed back by that heavy spin, but the final slash locks onto PDR. PDR goes down. Jolie goes down. Whoopi taken out.
Yo,
a lot of danger to the side of LEGACi, and Riles is going to be
BloodHounds going wild.
He's not able to escape this one. It's a 4-man wipe out for LEGACi. Kuya Nash all on his lonesome. BloodHounds going to move on to the tower now.
Yeah, the tower's definitely...
They've got a cannon and a minion on their side. Nash against the world of Magic Glitch, and they're going to lock onto the base. This could be game 1, but the cannon is slightly surviving, and there it goes. BloodHounds able to take a first in a best of 3.
Hey,
you had the tower last time, Spirit?
Dogging them. BloodHounds able to hunt down the LEGACi on this Easter Sunday for their first victory in this series. This is a best of 3 though, so this is in for the long haul.
It's
we
crazy.
Still got to see game 2 and how it plays out. But BloodHounds finding their first victory this entire NACT
first floor
spring season.
I slept pretty good. I sleep pretty good anywhere. So
overall for KDA for the team, over 150,000 damage as well. And then you see
the tower looked way better though.
Overall, BloodHounds
it looked fancier.
A little bit better the later the game goes, and up by over 2 with their team rating. I gotta say, it was definitely an interesting match. I wouldn't say it was one-sided. I think it was a little bit back and forth for both sides, but when it came to the late game, that's where BloodHounds kind of came alive and shut down LEGACi.
I mean, BloodHounds just had a plan coming into that game, it felt like. And whether
the tower
LEGACi,
is definitely nice.
LEGACi had a plan. Their plan was kind of look for kills early game, try to snowball at that. But BloodHounds,
Ritz, we can go half and half on a tower room.
They never let the gold lead get ahead of them too far. They continued to focus on off lanes. They continued to take towers.
They got 2 queens.
They got the objectives that they wanted every time they set their eyes on it.
I have a lot of friends coming to Vegas this time. I'm making one of them become my cameraman.
It was interesting because PDR, when they were pushing into that inhibitor on the bot side, when BloodHounds was trying to close it out, PDR ran all the way around and tried to hit that heavy spin to push them all into that inhibitor. I don't really think that was the right move, though. He didn't get to get it off as fast as he wanted to.
I think I have like 2 or 3 of my friends coming to this NACT.
It was just a little bit of a miscalculated play, which worked inside of BloodHound's favors. You are
seeing Boca's the other white guy with me.
Sandbag, Mr. Riles himself, and then on the opposing
BTK
side,
Ooga Booga.
the BTK
Yo, the Ooga Booga had a BTK logo.
Holding that title.
I like it. The BTK logo on Ooga Booga. Maybe some foreshadowing, you know. Taking a look at damage dealt, though. Boca Roscoe, he was the rich guy, and also just the untold hero here, doing 37,000 damage, more damage than Sleeps. But the game did end a little early. I'm sure Sleeps would have been able to really take off if that kept continuing there, Weezy.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Once it gets to that 16
what's the cost of
a little bit more sustainable this time with the carry, though.
I don't know. What is it? What would you do? Like Friday and Saturday? You do 2 days?
Maybe a golden staff, but he went in for that endless battle on that Thunder Belt right off the rip, just trying to sustain himself. I mean, he knew that Whoopi could get to him, especially with that Black Dragon. So he wanted to be a little bit more
pushing my button. Sorry.
And it worked in their favor. I mean, he didn't fall too much, and Boca Roscoe, that gourd pickup, this is the first time we've seen him use it. And hey,
Saturday and Monday. Oh,
I mean, there was a couple picks, even in the Franco too. They profited off that, even though Ooga Booga kept like dying.
Well, that's
here
like
and
a quarter.
It was disrupting what LEGACi was trying to bring. You mentioned earlier we saw PDR go for that workaround, hit the heavy spin, which it could have probably worked. And there was a few times this happened. Tempest did so good with those final slashes.
We can talk.
You would see the heavy spin come out. Tempest would final slash him
just
a little bit
popping
out of his trajectory, and it would give the rest of the team a little bit of space.
Trek's looking like he's about to fucking sell you a car.
There's a few moments where he would hit that final slash onto
Wheezy looks like he's about to take you to prom.
Just kind of mess up everything that LEGACi was trying to do in those team fights, and that's where like we see it all the time from that Arla. It's one of the things that makes it so good is it just completely disrupts the team. It splits them up, it throws them off course, and it was kind of the answer to a lot of those team fights there for BloodHounds.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the new roster additions.
Trex has like the one collar popped out.
I would say I definitely agree with you. I think it was great on the neutral objective.
And then like the other ones like pushed down.
He placed out. I just feel like he should have played it
the car salesman and the prom man Wheezy.
For when they pushed into the base.
He's trying to win custody of the kids. He's already won custody of the kids.
I've seen him make that entire game.
Bro, Facebook's auto captions are so good.
History in the making.
Yeah, I don't.
Is that the momentum boost they need? Do they get the 2-0 sweep?
I fucking love it.
Hey, what I'm hoping for, I'd love to see it. I want to go to a game 3.
Trex has like his beard.
Possible to go to game 3, I think.
I don't know. That boy's just
needs to, I think at this point,
he's got some natural genes.
Understand what BloodHounds is trying to bring. Yes, go for
Woke up to the after party.
But you gotta, I think BloodHounds like found the cracks in the armor. It's like, yeah, you guys can go for turtles, but right now your gold laner's suffering, your EXP laner's suffering. We're able to catch them off. So
do you think maybe I should just kind of look for like one or two of the best?
Yeah, I mean, it throws off a lot of teams when they put so much focus on these turtles and they lose.
We're just trying to create shorts, right? Like little shorts.
How to rotate around as a team when you just don't have that much real estate on your side. They start throwing off their synergy, wondering, should we put the marksman over here? Should we keep the XP lane over here? And that's where
I've been using them.
Their synergy kind of just prevailed, right? They were just surgical as they're able to take these turrets and losing these turtles. And I mean, we kind of put a little bit of spotlight on it when we were casting that game. I mean, we both kind of agreed that the turrets, most of the time, kind of works out more in your favor instead of trying to go in for those turtles, which is really important for the XP laners to kind of sustain themselves in the gold lane.
Just pick what we want.
Going for those turrets instead. I mean, we even seen a second where LEGACi and
Gee, how do I get my arms like yours? You just got to work out a little bit, man. I don't even work out as much as I used to.
When it comes to BloodHounds,
I just don't have no time.
In the early phase to LEGACi, but then they were able to pick it up around that 10-minute mark, and then I think LEGACi just didn't know how to respond back. I will say for BloodHounds, maybe if they play a little bit more aggressive in the beginning, try going for those. I think they should still go for the turrets over the turtles, especially if they're going to allow them to.
I already forgot.
They just have to kind of maintain a lead with this map advantage. For the side of LEGACi, though,
it was BloodHounds, right?
Have a plan. You're getting
BloodHounds,
which are great, but you need to be able to.
BloodHounds said they would do something for me in the second match.
You're just getting undervalued for these trade-offs.
Let's see if they hold up to it. Let me see if they hold up to it,
chat. If they're gonna go for the early game, like all in LEGACi, like they did, they definitely have to commit a bit more. I think they did kind of have the advantage in some of those early game team fights. And they just need to, again, like the point of the game is towers, right? The point of the game is getting to the enemy crystal. And they might get a turtle. There was a few times they would get something, you know, they would get a kill. They might come up. They need
that boy said, check your finger, you might be married.
To monetary value, right? Like if you're going to get 2 kills, you should be able to take a tower.
Apparently you got to drink a lot and smack your mic.
You should be able to get 2 towers out of that, or, you know, get an enemy buff plus a tower. Always try to capitalize on these team fights and make something matter, but we are going to be jumping into the second draft of this game. This time LEGACi on the blue side, Wheezy.
That's right. LEGACi will be on the blue side. We'll have first pick when it comes to the draft. You are going to see the Joy taken out for the side of BloodHounds. The Hylos, again, a little bit of a common strategy for the side of LEGACi, taking this away from the BloodHounds alongside the Barats. Now, if you take a look, blast from the past from the first draft for game number 1, we got to see some of the more prominent marksmen come out. The carry did show up. It was against an Irith, though. They didn't go for that typical counter, which I would have thought would have been something like a Harith.
Yo, chat, let's see if they do it. I think I got the updated one. Do they go?
Staple picks, at least for this NACT Spring season. So, as we are jumping later into the series, I really wonder how this is going to play out. The Mathilda, still on the board. It was banned out last time. Could be a viable option. The Barats, this time, has been taken off for the side of LEGACi. Maybe they think that was.
Let's see if they do it for me, chat.
Them, not being able to close out that
when
game.
did Facebook streaming become so dead? It was the moment like Facebook allowed like people to steal other people's videos and shit, man.
Templars used to be on his team.
Facebook used to be so good. Unless you're like Stone Mountain, bro, you're not doing anything.
Family feud here as well.
Said, bro, what is Samazard?
Bokarosco broke off and made BloodHounds with Templars and some of those guys. So you know, I think there's some more depth to this game than just, you know, 2 bottom seed teams trying to get a win here.
Oh yeah, happy Easter, everybody!
Now on first pick, the Arlot's gone.
I forgot it's Easter.
Gone this time. Definitely a lot of change up. But Matilda is open for LEGACi, and if there's one thing to talk about Matilda, almost every time we've seen it kind of filter through, it has done amazing things in NACT so far.
Yeah, the Matilda is definitely a strong pickup. I mean, it worked out really well for BTK up against Gaimin Gladiators. Honestly, I feel like it was one of the main reasons why they were able to beat them. Just because Matilda can keep the team alive.
Yeah, Facebook used to get a lot of viewers, but not anymore.
Your opposing side laners, it can be aggressive. It can also disengage. It's like a jack of all trades.
All right, chat.
It's a full package.
Let's see if BloodHounds does it for you, boy.
Final Horde answer to be able to respond back to it. But speaking of answers for the side of
you
BloodHounds,
forget it's Easter because people are working. Yeah.
2 heroes that have been more meta this season, but both of them together. I mean,
Easter's not even like a recognized work holiday for me.
Good CC from Templess, which this can be flexible.
I think it just happened on the weekend.
Or not the jungle. It can be the XP. It can be the roam. Still got to see.
I think I might throw a Celsius in this bitch.
It might be the gold. You know, who knows? We saw that from the occasional Ruby gold. We've been seeing that here and there. But no, I think the Ruby and the Nolan, definitely a decent combo, especially if the Ruby's going to decide to go roam. You have just enough time to kind of hold someone still that the Nolan can execute the kill. And if Nolan doesn't get enough damage on the first hit, Ruby can also hold them in again to make sure
BloodHounds might do something crazy here.
A little more of a steady pace from BloodHounds here with, you know, if
we'll find out.
The roamer in the jungle kind of working together.
They told me. They said they were doing it for me.
Fast pace so far. Harith is going to get locked in. There's that counter you were talking about. The Harith to help poke and deal with the carry in the lane phase.
I mean, it's been proven to work, right? Can BloodHounds pull this off, though? It is going to be
the love, Dave. The love.
Side. Now, we still need to see a jungler, or not a jungler, a mage picked up from the side of BloodHounds. Bocarasco, does he pick up something like the Horde again? Does he kind of change it up? I mean, he's one of those mage players who we've seen kind of have a lot of a hero pool, right? I mean, he could pick up something like the Navaria,
what is my cat
which is still
doing?
on the table if he does want to slot that in. You are looking at LEGACi, though. They still need some options for themselves. They need a jungler. I feel like they can go in for something like a Fredrin. They can pick up the Akai.
I want the Hanabi, chat.
I feel like just a Mathilda.
We need to see Hanabi.
We have a Vexana who's more of that back line and that
a grandma. I don't know.
Be up front, get the initiating sets for the team, because right now they don't really have too much set potential outside of the Vexana.
Yeah, so BloodHounds, I think they kind of ban into jungle here, right? Kind of make it anything that's going to give Nolan a tough time. Maybe they just banned out the Martis.
Yo, didn't the casters all vote for LG?
Take out some of those bulky picks, but there's still plenty of options for LEGACi. If they want to go for the Basha, if they want to go for the Akai, if they want to, like, if they, which I feel like at this point,
Hanabi, man, dude, I should have played Hanabi last night, Ritz.
Unless Riles wants to just take it there and let's do
I just need to chalk it up and just play fucking unorthodox
towards the back right here. He could be a final pick. The only problem is when you're on blue side, BloodHounds will have one final option to kind of slot something against you, you know.
You know, it'd be funny if they had like a really crazy Fanny player. Man, I would definitely slot that Fanny up against LEGACi right now, because
you bastards.
So Mathilda's not really gonna stop a Fanny from going in and getting to the back line, especially in the early phase. But I don't see them doing it.
I did play Veil and got my ass beat.
But they have the Nolan. So as we are looking at the draft so far,
I got absolutely destroyed by a Franco.
Really work well on the side of BloodHounds, but that'll give them a lot of kind of magic too. So
is that what they're saying about this?
They need, I would say, probably the best option here, or the Fredrin, to be able to have that great frontline composition to even out what they have so far. But I think it's a great draft from both sides. The Harith, a good counter for the carry. The Ruby, great CC. I feel like it works pretty much anywhere, especially when you have a Mathilda trying to rotate around and get people out.
They didn't do it, chat. They didn't do it. They didn't do it.
And the Nolan for the early game aggression. This is going to be a close one. I feel like last game it wasn't one-sided. I feel like both sides had the opportunities they were looking for, but neither side had a one-sided story.
You know what could work?
They said they would go Zos for me.
Which it's a counter to the Nolan. We saw it a lot in M series here and there. The Phoveus pick. I know we don't see it very often, but it could really hurt BloodHounds here. Like if LEGACi decided to pick that up, they have an EXP slot open. You could also, you know, I think EXP, it could be a great answer. I don't know if it's going to pop into their minds. It's also, if you're not comfortable on it, it can get punished very bad. But if you're comfortable on it, it could destroy.
Yeah, they didn't go Zos
right now with the Nolan, the Harith, the Ruby.
I've already seen the draft already, chat.
If they get a Phoveus and then they get an Akai in the jungle on top of that, that'd be like the ultimate combination for the side of LEGACi, especially because there's already so much dash for BloodHounds without even needing the Akai to be able to rush in with a heavy spin. So if they can pull this off, I mean, there's still 2 more bans on the table, so maybe BloodHounds is going to kind of figure this out.
Wait, Phoveus kills us.
I was hoping they were gonna do it, bro.
I enjoy that. We don't get to see too many Phoveus games. We've seen him here and there in the regular season.
That's all right.
This would be a very optimal draft for him. If they don't go in for the Phoveus, I mean, maybe we see something that's been a little bit more dominant. Maybe we see one side pick up
BloodHounds said they would go Zos for me.
These are some of those heroes that we've seen kind of dominate inside of the XP lane. The CC has been taken off the table. You know who else isn't here? Was made an appearance yesterday. The Benedetta. We've seen Milo get the backdoor play. I'm still a fan of the Benedetta, but if I wouldn't say BloodHounds gets the Benedetta because the
draft got frozen, chat.
More in favor for Phobia's pickup from the side of LEGACi. But hey, we have to see which way it goes. I'm definitely agreeing with you right there. If they pick up something like to lean into the dash composition that BloodHounds has, it can definitely hurt them when it comes to the in-game engagements for the neutral objectives. But do they do it? A lot of players, you know, when it comes to comfortability, can they pull it off? And LEGACi, one of the newer teams on the scene, we still have to kind of see where they kind of fit. They need to find a victory, though. I mean, they need to get a win. If they can get a win against any team, this would be their chance.
Draft, it's going to be a surprise. It looks like we had a slight issue. The draft did get, I was looking, I was like, it's been 47 seconds for a while on that draft. So let's see what it finally was. We're not going to get to see those bans, but we will get to see the pick as we jump into game number 2, match point.
Yeah, I know. I muted for a reason.
Can LEGACi turn this around? It looks like they picked up the friend.
They asked me for some secret stuff I couldn't give you guys.
A little bit of damage there. All
right, chat, we got to find the best plays here, chat. The best plays.
Bokarosco bringing in the Fermis.
I mean, it works. I mean, we said the Makito, we said the Fredrin, but I definitely think the
I got my booty panked on Redland last night too.
But as we are now jumping into land of Dawn,
who's ready for BTK's match? Everybody.
If they win this one, they claim their
API's frozen. API's frozen too.
Yet to find a single win. Currently, right now, sitting in that 8th position. If they don't find a win,
oh no, I think it picked back up.
I mean, this is their game.
On the delay, it's frozen.
They have the legendary Matilda on their roster right now.
Yeah.
They got a fast-moving Makito that can capitalize with that movement, that can make good rotations. It does look like BloodHounds slot templates on the Ruby.
It's skipping.
So gonna be in
it's skipping every 2 seconds, I think.
I think BloodHounds will really start to... They'll be able to get some... Ooh, a little bit of damage. Ramses under the tower. Gonna get punished for that one, though. Take a tower shot. Kuya Nash able to get away. Sleeps, and Jolie going head-to-head on the top side. Jolie actually
I'm watching it right now, and it's still frozen. So
I mean, you've seen
that's the only reason I threw it out there. I see it on the live broadcast that it's not.
There doesn't have level 4 yet, though, so no big play. And Ooga Booga now waiting for PDR in the bush. Doing a lot of damage on a PDR. PDR gonna have to get away from here.
Yeah, both
the API is not frozen on my live side of things, chat.
Last game
this is very weird.
Turtles, but BloodHounds was able to claim a lot of the
there it is.
To keep them in the game. Do we see BloodHounds having a little bit more pressure on these neutral objectives? It looks like it will be, as you are seeing them kind of gain control and rotating a little bit smoother around the map compared to LEGACi.
Bokarosco just loves hanging out in these off lanes, man.
Show us the live stream.
He does move a lot.
I can't show you the live.
Down in the mid side. He's okay if one of his teammates picks up that mid lane, like what we just saw.
If I show you the live, then
so he's good. He didn't have to.
Then we just then it'd be cheating.
And now they're looking
because there's no delay. Cover up the map.
Gonna hold the front side. Ryle's able to get the taunt onto Ramses. Knocked up by the Eternal Guardian. A lot of damage on the side of BloodHounds.
Massive invade.
The Netherrealm able to come out just in the nick of time, but Whoopi on the chase, looking for a target. Ooga Booga taking a lot of damage as well. Goes down. First blood to Koya Nash. BloodHounds now disperse out of the jungle, and BloodHounds take the brunt of that. Jolie in trouble, though. Sleeps picks up the kill.
Yeah, just some early aggression, but both sides were going to kill their first kills of the game. You are going to see Koya Nash get the kill for the side of LEGACi, but the invasion on the orange buff.
Ooh, a lot of damage onto Riles there. I mean, Rams is there. Rams is going to take it. Praise Wrath goes down. Rams is able to just get away with a singular
I want to try to find some of the tide-turning moments right now.
LG, the invades. Whoopi now there as well. Ooga Booga looking for the invade, able to get the knock-up. Template goes down. Ooga Booga taking a lot of damage. Whoopi looking for the final punch, the knockout punch, and knocks him out. Taking the kill, 2 for 0. LEGACi on top.
And this is kind of looking similar to Ooga Booga when he was playing the Franco. It's just dying a little
3
too often, especially this early. 4 minutes in, already having 2 deaths. 2 out of the 3 kills for LEGACi was with him falling. You know what's interesting? He picked up the arcane.
Jesus.
But speaking of damage, Ramses very low, able to get that purple buff last second.
It's the Matilda, bro. Matilda is so broken.
Oh, man, a lot of damage on a Boca there. A lot of CC and just a lot of denial for LEGACi. It makes it very hard for BloodHounds to try to
like and subscribe
in this fight.
Welcome to the Flex channel.
Booga, but, you know,
I'm actually like super pooped.
like
I'm hoping this picks me up.
From a range. If LEGACi's already on top of you, it's kind of hard to keep up with them.
Yeah, definitely hard to keep up. You know, we're kind of talking about the arcane boots on Ooga Booga. He's trying to deal some early magic pin with this Kufra. It's going to be very aggressive.
You know, Ooga Booga's uses Kufra on EXP.
The team alive, so he can play a little bit more of the aggressive.
Yeah. He uses Kufra like everywhere. It's crazy.
Down by 2 kills so far. Gold plating still on the turrets.
That's wild.
Which team can kind of take the map objectives, right? Which one can kind of gain control of
take
the
a note
turrets,
on that.
Now, aggro being pulled by Riles and the Turtle Pit Boca Roscoe.
I can maybe try to pick up some of the good Kufra plays.
A lot of damage on the Whoopi there. Rams is able to get the kill. PDR with the circling eagle. Able to guide out now. Once
Insider, we trust
in these fights. I think BloodHounds will have a much better advantage.
Ooga Booga does a lot. He's an unorthodox motherfucker.
Able to get the kill. Ooga Booga also taking his damage. The Netherrealm able to keep him alive. Now
let's keep an eye out for Ooga Boogas. We're gonna get some Ooga Boogas here.
Goes down. Templess.
Oh my god.
PDR gonna be next. Sleep under the tower with the Zaman's force. That's 2 down for the side of LEGACi. Should be an easy turtle for the side of BloodHounds. BloodHounds also forcing into this mid tower. Speedy Light Wheel comes out from Jolie. Whoopi holding down the front side, but too much damage. Whoopi pulled back in. Whoa. Another one for Ooga Booga. BloodHounds now leading. I mean, literally in a matter of 30 seconds, taking almost a 3,000 gold lead.
Jesus.
Is his name Whoopi or is it Whoopin? Because that's what he's getting right now.
Is his name Whoopi or Whoopin?
Able to claim the mid turret, able to get the turtle, and able to take the tier 1 turret on the top side at 3-for-none trade in their favor. Some major objectives to take control of this early game.
And BloodHounds, once everyone is able to be involved in these fights, BloodHounds do so well. A little bit of damage though on a PDR there. Zaman's force drops again. Here comes Boca and Ramses.
Whoopi the Whoopin.
For the kill. Jolie
womp,
gonna be the next to fall. Riles trying to defend, just maybe wants to try to save the tower here. But BloodHounds already got what they came
Oogie
for.
Boogie, get
Got
him!
what they came for and some more. BloodHounds running this full dive composition and making it work really well, pressuring LEGACi in the early phase with this aggression that they're not able to find an answer for. I mean, you have the Ruby, that have Ooga Booga on the Kufra. He can go in, get that Tyrant's Revenge. You have Templess who can get the dive to I'm Offended. You've seen them dive into the tier 2 turret of the mid lane.
Area 77 is going to be all on camera, though.
3 kills and close that down. And now, looking for more.
So just FYI.
Jolie sees it coming, able to back up.
Yeah. The whole team.
Finds the kill. Whoopi now trying to come in, moving on to Ooga Booga. Ooga Booga goes down, but that is a fair trade in my book. BloodHounds.
I work alongside Assassin Dave.
Able to find the opportunity for another setup. I mean, that's a good trade, right? You lose your roamer for a gold lane. I mean, I would take that any day. BloodHounds.
I haven't seen it yet, so I'll try to grab it.
So far, and looking for a little bit more. Whoopi on the top side.
Ooh, that damage from Rams. This is getting out of control. You add that up with Sleeps as well, who's 1-0-4 right now, has been fed plenty. Harris eating good right now, and it's very reminiscent of the last game to where Jolie had a bad game, Sleeps had a great game, and BloodHounds have a nice lead.
Yes.
A very good lead. Jolie, though, he needs to kind of find a way to get online. I mean, he's 0-3-1. He's running this carry. We know carry's one of those marksmen that takes a little bit of time to rev up, needs those core items. But once he gets them, that'll be the deciding factor to shut down the BloodHounds. But with this early advantage, they're looking to try and close this out early. I mean, the last game
I'm waiting for my time.
Seconds. And that was without BloodHounds having a major advantage like they have so far. Can they maintain
this? Right here, 801.
Full invasion over there.
801.
Everyone on Templess. If they don't get this kill, they're losing so much for Templess. Able to dash through. Looking for the outplay. Under the tower. PDR on the chase. Whoopi there as well. I'm offended. Templess still not going down. This man's immortal right now, and they don't take him. A wild goose chase for Easter. Find your eggs, because this one's not cracking.
What the hell, bro?
Alive.
If anybody doesn't believe the Easter Bunny is real, hey, there he is right there. It's Templess. Able to escape with a hot pursuit from LEGACi right there. Just showcases the survivability of the
I got that clip.
PDR now taking some damage. I mean, PDR can't even get the big engages right now.
I got it. I got timestamp.
It's getting way too out of control.
Yeah, massive gold lead right now. 6,000.
What a Ruby player.
BloodHounds up by 4 turrets,
4 goons on a 1 HP Ruby.
And it looks like they're going to go in, try and claim some of these tier 2s. LEGACi stacked up on the bot side, but PDR.
Oh, PDR goes down. Ooga Booga picks up the kill. Who said this Ruby had a nerf? It looks good to me right now. Tempest making it work. BloodHounds coming in. 8,000 gold lead. Lord marching down the top side. Wheezy.
Yeah, marching down the top side. Bocarasco taking a little bit of hits from Whoopi, though. Forced back into the base. Stripped down to their inhibitors for the side of LEGACi. BloodHounds knocking at the door, trying to find a way in, and they have the lead to be able to do it. I mean, they're up by 9,000 gold with a Lord on the top side.
Yeah, LEGACi, if they play this wrong in any moment, they could go down here. Tempest looking for the offended, decides not to connect on
Eagle.
Nice circling Eagle.
Good team fight, 946.
Out. Everyone back to full health bars, though. BloodHounds still unable to take an inhibitor just yet. Ramses on the bot side up against Whoopi.
Alright, maybe not a good fight.
Still unable to find a tower. BloodHounds might just back off here.
Yeah, I mean, some good defense over there from LEGACi, able to hold off not only a Lord, but the full team of BloodHounds on that top side, showing a little bit of promising defense.
Tempest has definitely been an absolute menace in this this current series. He's so versatile, right? Like he's just, it's not even a word, but
they have a full dive composition, so you have to be careful as they are not afraid to take that fight into the base crystal.
All right, 9,000 gold lead for BloodHounds. I don't think they don't have to rush this, right? They can just kind of relax. They can fall back. I think they're pushing the lanes maybe a little bit too much. I think it's time to freeze up here, slow it down. You got 50 seconds until Lord comes up, and you have a huge advantage.
Yeah, definitely a massive advantage, and this is where LEGACi just has to play for the late game. I mean, they possibly may be able to do it. They just can't be full aggressive, especially against the composition that BloodHounds had. That's where they kind of fell in the early phase, being too aggressive against them, and they were able to overall win that fight with the massive CC that they have with Ooga Booga on this Kufra Tempest. I mean, you've seen the Ruby, you've seen the full team chasing them, and he was still able to get out of that. Even when things look a little shaky, they have Bocarasco on this Faramis with the Netherrealm to keep them alive. So I think if it's going to start anywhere, it's going to start with LEGACi getting Jolie online, right? We got to see some of these items on the board to see where he's kind of sitting, especially up against the other gold laner, Sleeps, who is already running a counter against him, which is that Hereth. I mean, you are seeing him pick up that Demon Hunter sword, that Corrosion Scythe. May need to go in for that golden staff here shortly, but play on the purple buff.
And Jolie hasn't even gotten his third item locked in yet. It's looking rough. We're talking end game for LEGACi right now. We're talking a long ways away for LEGACi to try to really connect here. Another big problem is Whoopi on this Paquito. Your goal is, you know, like, big damage on a Rise.
There we go.
Immediately taking out Ramses, picking up the kill. We find one. We run away.
10,
it's guerrilla warfare.
11,
the way to dawn. BloodHounds.
11:45
now they're going to move on to the Lord after they take the retribution off the map.
11:40.
Yeah, I mean, we wondered how that victory would have affected BloodHounds, right? Their first victory of the NACT Spring season with match number 1, and it's definitely working in their favor. They found their footing, they found their groove. LEGACi, yet to find some answers, hasn't claimed a single turret.
What are the next
in the game
two
so far.
teams?
The 12-minute mark. Lord will be bursted down. BloodHounds in their favor. Holy Crystal has now been picked up by Sleep, so we'll have some additional magic power to go up against LEGACi, prepping for a possible early game finish. Not as early as the last game, though, which ended at 11 minutes 55 seconds. Now crossing that 12-minute threshold. LEGACi has to play into about that 16-minute mark, right? We need to see Jolie get a couple more items under his belt to be able to deal that damage. He didn't go for the sustainable route, right? He didn't pick up a belt. He didn't pick up an endless battle. He went in for that Demon Hunter sword. He's going to need that Corrosion Scythe, which he did just pick up, and also something like the Golden Staff for some additional damage with the attacks. But speaking of attacks, Ooga Booga looking for a setup.
Ooh, nice Eternal Guardian on Tempest. Jolie unable to get the kill, though. That would have been huge there. PDR. Oh, my God, the damage from Ramses. Immediately taking out Jolie. PDR also already uses Circling Eagle, so none of that's Monster Force drops. I'm offended to connect. Kuya Nash goes down. Riles on the run. They've invaded. They've knocked on the door. They've kicked it down. And the Lord is here. BloodHounds now entering onto the crystal. It's only 3 members up for LEGACi, and BloodHounds is trying to connect. Another I'm offended. Whoopi pulled in. Going to be taken out. Ooga Booga Bocarasco picking up the kill, and BloodHounds sweep it, taking game number 2.
Look at Boca.
That's right, a clean sweep. Their first
sweep
and victory.
I'll go get him.
In the entire NACT Spring
Yo,
season.
Boca.
BloodHounds rising up.
They're going to interview you.
Up against LEGACi, officially claiming their spot.
I'm going to send you the link.
7th seeding, forcing LEGACi back at the 8th position. I mean, look at them. Confident as ever. Some great gameplay and an even better match for them in game number 2 compared to game number 1, right? They came
I DM'd you the link.
and they executed, as you are seeing the team stats right there. 15, 4, and 29 overall, over 150,000 damage. Again, at that 8 rating.
All right, he should be getting in there.
Definitely put them on their back end.
And BloodHounds continue to find that that snapback, right? They have a little bit of trouble in like the first 2 minutes, right in the laning phase. They had a little bit of trouble, but once the 4, 5, 6 minute marks, they kind of hit their stride. And they've also just, it feels like a different BloodHounds that we're watching. Yes, they're up against LEGACi. They're up against another team that's on equal footing with them. But even from their draft, just things felt smooth for BloodHounds this series.
Yeah, definitely smooth indeed. I mean, the highest kills in the game is going to go over to
Luca's hair looks like it's been split by
6-0 and 4. I mean, we've seen the showcase
Calm down.
especially at the end there when he dived in and almost got a one-shot. Did get the kill, though. I will say BloodHounds, I mean, hey, they're a team that has a lot of synergy. They played in multiple NACTs, came in 5th place last season, falling short to Area 77, who claimed that 4th position. And now, is this what they needed, right? Since they got this victory, do we see them kind of maintaining this momentum and claiming some more through the regular season for a possible higher seeding on the brackets and standoffs compared to the other top 8 teams?
Can't organizer put me in the match.
I don't know if they're going to get crazy seeding. Like, I still think they sit on the lower side of seeding, but do they at least get a stride here? Do they get some momentum here? Do they kind of find what's working for them and maybe pull off some good games in playoffs? I think that's really what we have to put our eyes on for BloodHounds, because they did. They look good today. They look clean today. I think if they can clean up their laning phase, like, because you can't hard lose your first 3 minutes against a team like GG, against a team like BTK, against DA Area 77. So if they can work on that part of their game, I think we could see some things from BloodHounds in the playoffs.
You know, it's interesting, too. I mean, just kind of like looking at the bracket so far, one of these 2 teams is going to be going up against most likely Gaimin Gladiators when it comes to day 1, at least from the seedings. So it'll be an interesting one to kind of see. Definitely going to have to...
you said either Ooga Booga or Sleeps, they deserve the MVP?
I mean, I will say things look promising, though, for the BloodHounds. They're able to take advantage of the early game this time around, and they took all of the objectives.
What did we think MVP is?
So right there, if they can keep up that rhythm, they should be fine. LEGACi on the other end, though. I mean, not able to find a victory here up against the team they were tied for.
Oh, we're going Boca?
It's going to be a little bit more challenging for them, but they still have one more day, like you mentioned. Now, I will say, for the side of LEGACi,
MVP's Boca, chat.
One more day. They are the new team on the scene. To be fair, they're the new team on the scene. BloodHounds has a little bit more of that synergy, but hey, tomorrow's always another day.
Sorry to break up the little reunion in here.
He got his win.
Some of those sets from Ooga Booga, man, nasty. Boca looking like an angel in the night. In the second game, Ramsey's coming in like the Grim Reaper himself. Scary. I wasn't even in the match, and I thought I was next. So, just saying. Well played, though. BloodHounds, beautiful game.
Yeah, I mean, great game overall. Very clean templates. That play where he got away from all 4 of them. I think that's when we kind of knew the nail was in the coffin, right? When they literally used every one of their ultimates, all 5 members chasing down Templars, and he's able to outplay, get under the towers, and get away. I think that's when it was like, ooh, I think this is over.
Yeah, I mean, they just had some great execution. There was a point where they took a turtle, the mid first tier 1 turret, and the top tier 1 turret, all in the same play. And yeah, right there, that with just those 3 objectives under your belt at the same time, I mean, that's very hard to come back for, at least in the early game. And I think that's where they kind of snowballed over LEGACi.
So I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this, but what do you guys think LEGACi should have done differently in the second game to really have got into a different feel for the game? Because I feel like the first game was a little bit closer, and I feel like the second game the gap started
Brody, calm down, brother.
And both teams had, respectively good.
I did not just read that comment.
Picks from LEGACi that we were okay,
God.
Was that your best pick? But
these are fucking great.
What do you think really they could have done differently?
Gold lane. I think in game 1 we saw.
Did the player get into the VMix link, and
sure
is he all good to go?
Game in the beginning, and then in game 2 the same exact thing happened. Jolie, which is their major damage dealer,
after the interview
early on, was unable to unload. We even saw in the end there, even when Jolie was able to pop the speedy light wheel and get a bunch of free hits on a Tempest during one of those last team fights, was unable to get the kill. Wasn't even able to finish a third item. Had to build a half of a gold meteor just for defensive basis, so still never got to the golden staff or whatever. I mean, it was just a problem, and I think that was the major downfall. BloodHounds killed them in the off lanes.
Yeah, I would say I'm right there with you. The off lanes is where they need to kind of focus on, especially in the early game. A lot of teams kind of overlook the presence of what that has in the early phase in that first 10 minutes. I mean, we seen LEGACi in game 1, right? They took majority of the turtles. Actually took 2 turtles back to back, and they traded their 2 turrets for it, which not only allows the team to invade, it also allows your marksmen to rotate around wherever they want to. They can go in the mid lane now and put prio there. They're not stuck in one position, and then that's when you start seeing them try and invade, try and take the purple buffs, the orange buffs from the enemy side, and it slowly starts to stack in their favor, even if you get the turtles. And I think maybe if they get the turtles, still have a plan for defense. If they can tighten up their defense in the early phase, at least on the off lanes, then their marksmen can get online. Then Jolie can get what he needs, especially running something like a carry to get those core items to be that heavy hitter toward that mid to late game.
I don't know if this is an Easter egg. No, I don't think it is. I think it's an MVP slot that we just found out. We got. Who's it gonna be?
It's actually kind of tough. It's actually kind of tough to decide on. It is gonna be Boca Roscoe. Had a great game.
Oh damn!
1. And
you should have had the interview question of why didn't you use Zosk?
Yeah, Boca Roscoe, I mean, he's definitely been a crowd favorite for a while when it comes to the BloodHounds, right? He's more of that, holding that cap.
He told me he was going to use Zosk, but he didn't.
A lot of players have went against him in multiple local tournaments, and he's just very hard to deal with, especially running that mid lane. I mean,
I was supreme on him.
Far, but also play up close. We see him run something like the Faramis. We also see him from time to time run a Valentina, a Vexana, you name it, he has it.
Back in the good old days.
And he's definitely
the good old MLBB days. Yeah, he didn't go Zosk, bro. He didn't go Zosk.
Absolutely well said. Sorry, absolutely well said. I think Boca has just been really showing up and really showing out. And you know, I know I say that a lot, but I mean, really, I do feel like we got to see that shine. And speaking of which, I do think I've got Boca waiting on the other line for me. So I'm gonna see you cats later. Look at this man. Look at this man. He is all smiles. He's feeling good. I assume.
Dude, I feel like
tell me,
Zeke's like my uncle, bro. Like if I had an uncle, Zeke would be.
You can be.
Why my team's banning my pony? Dude, Hylos is gonna be forever banned for you, Uga.
You know, we got our first.
Like, bro, they're never gonna let you use Hylos, brother.
So feel pretty good.
Absolutely, big dub.
What happened to my Zosk though?
I tell you what, man. I got something I gotta ask you, man.
Better tell Boca. I'm angry.
This season, you know, I feel like some of us we had some hopes for BH coming into
You're too good on the Hylos, but you killed it on the Kufra too. I mean,
looking like for you.
Yeah.
I think it was the meta change that affected us.
I suspected.
We just weren't ready and as prepared as some of these other teams are. And GG's to all of them. They've been showing out.
71%
so far, and they've
your
really
pony.
Just, kind of leveled us and making us question ourselves.
You already yelled at Boca for no Zosk? I was like, damn it, bro. I told my stream. I was like,
sort of starting to find ourselves.
I was like, damn it. But it's all right. You guys took the win, so.
Moving forward.
I'm hoping. Do you guys have like any specific like playoff plan coming up? Like what?
Let me jump in and get Area 77. I do see the black as well. That's wild.
We can expect.
I think right now is a mentality change. You know, it's a bit hard.
I mean, I'm gonna deafen them too. Yeah, their cam's definitely off.
You know, I think it's 0-6 right now, just getting our first dub. We're just trying to stay positive and keep practicing our mentality.
Yeah, we'll have to make sure to mute and deafen them.
Keep calm and collected and bring that into the playoff season. It's a whole.
The mute button's up in the top right. Just for fairness, it'll also be for
losses aside, you guys still are
it'll also keep them from talking to each other and causing conflict and problems.
It's going to be a learning experience from a game-to-game,
the feisty guys,
game-to-game level. But you know, I don't know that you guys.
I think Mars the only one that's not going to be on camera now. Apparently, he's outside. I'm gonna go check on him.
Yeah, we're still hoping to get the dub.
Yo,
against Devious Acts. They're very
How's it going,
team,
guys?
We're gonna give it our all, and
ready?
We're gonna start keep prepping the way we have, and try to keep this momentum up.
Better take these boys down.
On a 2-win streak. So
got money on you. I'm joking.
I would absolutely love to see that. You know, I'm again so excited to be able to finally get you up here. You know, BloodHounds, man. It's the BloodHounds. And I'm so excited to see some more of that coming into it. You know, the placements, it does affect, you know, where you guys are going to go into the playoffs, but it doesn't dictate where you guys are going to come out. So
I get you a Red Bull, brother.
I am going to let you go. And, you know, I just hope
been staying up too late partying.
I'm proud of you guys.
Hey, appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me, Zeke.
God, I love having a well-spoken player on the interview, man. That's like no matter where Bo Carrasco ends up here, he interviews well, and that is nice. That's nice, Zeke.
So honestly, I think a lot of it, you know, I can't start attributing success for him, but I do think it was from drinking water, and you know, I feel like that's really the foundation to getting a good interview going.
I mean, we learned that from Hoon, right? Drink water, ban Matilda, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just saying, man. But BH didn't ban Matilda, and they still won. I'm just saying.
So they drink extra water. They drink extra water to make up for the, you know, it's got to balance. You got to balance out.
So you know, I think there's only one real way to follow up after this. There's got to be a giveaway. What free stuff can we give out?
I got a new blazer. Oh, my bad. We're doing codes. We're doing codes. Put in the codes. Get your skins. I love the new QR code thing. Make sure you keep your phone down, Zeke. No scanning that. It's not for us. It's for the viewers. I see you over there. And yeah, definitely only 31, man.
That's right. 31 skins available.
It is going to be a first come, first serve. So let's not forget, you guys are going to have to be asking, you know, getting there quickly. Steph, what are these skins are you looking at? Anything you want?
I mean, I always say it's free, right? And free is the best price. So anyone that I can get, I'm definitely gonna try and go for. As I'm a collector when it comes to these skins of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and you guys should be too. So definitely claim that while it's active. Only 31 skins available. 30 if you're not careful, because hey, I'm about to grab my phone right now.
Yeah, I know for me, I'm definitely still looking at the Yin Yang Mage. You know, I said it last time and I'm saying it again. I wasn't able to get it because other obligations, you know, like crazy. So I'm hoping I'll get it this time. Just give me like 6 more hours and we'll see what we can do. Drex?
Any possibilities? I mean, giveaways are always good. Hopefully that's not the only reason people are here. I think today we've had some good games and people definitely want to stick around because like the next 3 series coming up, they're spicy. They're hot. There are definitely some games that I think a lot of us are ready for. And, you know, in the past NACTs, not so many days would be as hype as so many days have been, I feel like. I feel like every day there's always a game to look forward to. There's always a game or 2 to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. Every single week, every day is something new that you just look back on and you're like, man, did that really happen? We've seen a Ling come out. We've seen a Roger in the gold lane. Copying some of those international scenes, and it's great to see North America stepping up to the occasion. Not only that, but keeping things interesting. We got to see your guys' cast the other last weekend. The beach vibes was pretty cool. So I mean, hey, we like to kind of keep it up in good vibes for the NA scene, and also, I mean, like I said, first time ever on the desk with you two as well, so it's definitely a treat.
You know, beach scene aside, you know, I'm still kind of upset because I still look as pale as ever. So with that being said, this season so far has been an absolute roller coaster. We've seen giants fall and newcomers rise to the occasion. So with that being said, the standings still are placed all over the map. We don't know who's going to win what game, and we don't know who's going to end up where. So with that being said, I'm going to let us go to break, and we are going to find out what happens next afterwards.
Yeah, sorry, Chad. I'm getting the teams ready. I gotta get them on camera and stuff. Thanks for letting me know, Ro. Well, we're I'm getting a lot of Area 77 on camera and stuff, so we're getting them going. We're getting them going. Sheesh. All right, we got Yureshi, are you getting on cam? Is Yureshi getting on cam? Oh, come on. All right. I'll update that. Jeez. I didn't know they could mess up bowl cuts. Oh. I'm dead. ISO, Guapo, and J. All right, guys. Good luck. Hop in the lobby whenever you can. They are still on a break, so you got a couple minutes. I think it's like T-minus 2 minutes. All right. They lied to me. Only 3 of them are on camera. Yureshi said the barber messed up his hair. I think they're always they're always trolling me. The pro players troll the most. I ain't gonna cap, chat. I was just fucking with him though. Yureshi's fucking he's really good at the game. All love to Area 77. Ooga Booga is fucking fun, bro. He's the homie. By the way, if you guys didn't know, this is a perfect time to let you guys know. The max tournament is going to be starting, I think, next. I think we're doing it on Thursdays. Yeah. The observer hasn't invited him. It's like on the screen right now for him, but they're just not inviting him. Back to what I was saying, the mass tournament is going to be starting here soon. I'm going to get more information on it. Registration is closing in then less than an hour. So all teams that are registered, it was a really big turnout for us, so it's looking really good. We actually are going to have 2 sides of the mass tournament. We're going to have an experienced player side, and we're going to have a non-experienced player side. So we're kind of splitting the 2 teams. So if the teams have played in the NACT, then they're kind of classified in the experience tab. Like if they have any pro players or anything like that, they're in the experience tab. If you're just like a new amateur team and stuff like that, you're going to be put into the amateur tab, right? And then at the end of it, we'll have 2 of these tournaments going on at the same time, and then the winner from each will fight each other in the finals. So we'll find out who is if an amateur team can beat a pro team. It's super entertaining. It's going to be awesome. I'm not sure how we're going to be able to watch all of it at once, but we'll try our best to bring you the best experience. We got some pretty good graphics. It's gonna be pretty awesome. You didn't register. You wanted to give the teams a chance. Night Horde versus Area 77. By the way, BTK is in the mass tournament as well. I think there's a couple other big names in the mass tournament, so it's going to be really good.
You guys getting sleepy for even a second. We've still got 3 huge games coming up from the night. This next one being Area 77 involved. Trex?
Up against Night Horde, right? Up against Night Horde? Area 77 Night Horde. I'm hyped for it. I'm hyped for it. Perhaps. Who knows? Maybe we'll get real crazy. Yeah, Area 77 Night Horde. I think this is a game that matters here. We look at Night Horde. They've kind of stolen the show. They're sitting at number 4 right now. And Area 77.
Her voice is so good at like narrating.
Like a team that so many people were like, "Ooh, this is the team." Area 77.
Like she didn't stutter. I mean, I don't know if the editors fixed it or anything like that, but like it was so smooth, and it I don't know. Like you could see, like there's a lot of casters that you see, they don't know how to emphasize or like raise and lower their voice. Like she was really good at like really emphasizing certain points and then like drawing back, and then I don't know. I enjoyed it.
Night Horde, who did not make it to the offline event
last
season, so it's going to be a good one to see. Like you mentioned, Area 77 a little bit lower on that ladder, not as high, sitting at that 6th position. Night Horde holding on to that 4th position. They've only lost 1 series so far, so I mean, Night Horde definitely has a little bit more of that momentum. And if we also look at yesterday, Night Horde beat LEGACi with a 2-0 sweep, so they have
another tab
on their backs as well. Where when you look at Area 77, they're fresh of getting swept by
the script. The sample script.
Yeah, you know, Night Horde absolutely has been on the come up, and each week they are coming in looking stronger and stronger. But the question is it going to be enough?
I like it here.
Without further ado, Trex, can you take us into Area 77's roster?
All right, Area 77, we have some familiar faces. We have some new faces. ISO in the gold, swapping over from BTK from last season. Now on Area 77, J Cutie, Mar Cutie, now playing the mid. Used to be playing gold. Tarzan Cutie, a.k.a. Guapo on the jungle. And Yureshi in the EXP lane. A lot of high hopes for this team.
That shirt that Mar Cutie has was the shirts I made for Area 77.
So I think for me, it's really going to come down to which team wins. You know, I think whatever team wins is absolutely going to come out with a victory today, and that's.
Was the interviews going to be like with the host though? I think it's just really hard to do throughout the week. I don't know.
Without further
ado, people work too much.
You want to check us out on the Night Horde roster?
Yeah, as we now look at the Night Horde on the opposite side of Land of Dawn, we have R stepping into the gold position. Momoy will be there as well. So you're that mid lane menace. Oh my foe. You've definitely been seeing him deal a lot of damage. And then also Sleepy, which will be a treat to see in the XP lane. Now, Night Horde, like you said, they're higher on the ladder in the Area 77. So on paper, I mean, hey, they've been a little bit hotter this NACT Spring season. But Area 77, we got to give them credit where it's due. They took down BTK not too long ago in the NACT Spring season. So I feel like this is anybody's game, and it's going to be full of surprises.
Area 77 overall, I feel like has been looking very strong. Same as Night Horde.
I don't know if we'll be able to do it, but get Obazane to do an Akai.
Anybody's game. At the end of it all, only one of these teams can win. Who do you guys think it's going to be? Let's get to predictions.
Yeah.
Well, I think we have some toss-ups.
We work on those 3 guides, the Kufra, the Angela, and maybe see if we can get an Akai guide in this week.
Right now. Area 77, I think they're due for it, man. They're due for it. They're sitting on a 2-loss
we'll hunt them
right
down.
now. Night Horde, on the other hand, is on a 4-win spree. If, in all honesty, Night Horde is kind of the
because I think I have quite a few clips and highlights of his Akai.
I just feel like Area 77 is going to have that.
I might have to compile them together, and then I'll give them to you or the editor.
Area 77.
Everyone will do it.
As they're fresh off that sweep, not only from yesterday, but also Night Horde. I mean, they've just been doing a little.
Because he did some really good ones yesterday. Like it was like a Grok and a Kai combo.
I'm not against it.
Like the Grok would throw the wall up, and then he'd be able to literally stun him into the Grok wall.
No, it's gonna be a heavy hitter because we're always, even though these teams are battling it out for their standings in the NACT regular season, so are us casters. I think Trex right now is sitting at the #1 spot. I'm right behind him.
If he does an Akai guide, everyone's just gonna ban it.
So this is definitely gonna be.
I'm trying to get every some of the pro players to make guides. I don't know if you guys have checked it out, but on the main channel they have definitely come out with some like really it's really short guides, but it's something that's a little nifty and cool. It's something that we've been working behind the scenes trying to get the pro players to do. So we're just trying to get the players out of their comfort zone and allow you guys to be able to like actually get to learn who you're watching. You're right. We're trying to get you to like be different. I don't know.
Thanks, dude. Now, on the real note, if you feel there is a change of wind, and with that being said, I do think Area 77 has the upcoming draft. You know, I think that if anybody's gonna do it, it could be them. I feel like Area 77 has the ability right now to become the upset. Night Horde, again, you know, is a team favorite right now and is looking stronger, but I don't know if it's the air conditioning, but the wind is there, man. The wind is there. So without it, let's go see who's going to win in the draft.
I still don't know if he was making a draft pun there. Like, there's a draft in the air because he never connected the dots for me enough. But yeah, there's a draft. And if you don't know, draft is also a term for wind. Just, yeah, you guys know. Let's jump into it. Night Horde on the
need to be
side.
High on some spectrum to get
on the red side. We're already seeing some bands come in. The drums, the background music has dropped. It's hyping me up right now. This is gonna be a good
I'm gonna be honest, I've seen them pop up,
funny hearing the
but I haven't watched any of them. Hey, that's all right. They're really short, so they're decent. They're decent videos. We put a little bit of time into them. I mean, it's not a lot, but it's something that me, like Sherry and Dave have been doing behind the scenes for the NACT. So
Night Horde has not accomplished yet.
It does help me if you guys watch the videos, especially for the teams I manage. So like Area 77, BTK, and stuff like that. I will be casting for the mass tournament. Yeah, I'll be casting and hosting.
Get online with the pickups. And that's where they kind of ultimately fell, especially with Fiends able to take the early aggression. So if they want to kind of have an advantage here, it's definitely going to be
update the poll. I got it.
Yeah, I think ISO needs a comfortable. Also, Yureshi Cutie, man, he is a game changer.
And now I have to watch a lot of them 10 times. Let's go.
He's comfortable with. We've seen him on the Benedetta. We've seen him on the R-Lot. He is vicious. He is proactive. He is all over the place, and it's something the Night Horde needs to keep their eyes on. They need to try to deny him. They're going to pick up the Barats here. Vexana is still open.
I'm voting Area 77 right now.
Plenty of jungle options still open. I think Vexana is definitely something we see up front here, maybe paired with...
There is no subs today, by the way, for either of these teams, so they're both original lineup.
It is going to be the carry, though. I think the carry is great. It's especially when you see the Barats, right? You need something to be able to burst him down, and that's what the carry is going to do.
Dave is still alive. Dave has actually been doing a lot of damn work behind the scenes, chat. Or the NACT.
The core items
like all of this like we have a new production team, so like all of this overlays, all of this stuff, like he's been staying up like hours upon hours, and like the dude gets like literally zero sleep because he's been putting all of this work behind the scenes for you guys, man.
One of the fastest games.
Like he's been going ham.
Regular season so far.
He's the one who's been like hunting down and fixing all the problems that happened in the very beginning and stuff like that.
Some strong frontline compositions for the neutral objectives.
Yeah, Dave works in US time and China time, so he's like fucking doing everything. Dude's a robot like me. When I get into robot mode, it's crazy. When he gets into robot, he's always in robot mode.
On something, you know, give him something like the Minnow. Give him something with big set potential. Give him something aggressive that he can pair well with Yureshi. I think Area 77 thrives off kind of, you know, let's get aggressive. Let's
Team Azrael's making a comeback,
and that's where they really kind of capitalize. And I think it's something important for them thinking about coming against the Night Horde here. Night Horde now with the response though needs 2 picks.
I think he came in.
Do they go the
like late?
It's a good counter over there for the carry. It's good for the Fredrin as well since he's up close and personal. But they're going to go ahead and flip the script. They're not going to go for their marksman at all right now. Is that the right decision? Time will tell.
Yeah.
It's going to allow
same.
the side of Area 77 to get ISO even more comfortable. One of those keys to victory that we mentioned when the draft started working in his favor. It is going to be the Nana alongside the X-Borg. The X-Borg, I feel like it's okay here. And the reason
I got to fight 18 tabs
there was
and
a chance that Area 77 could pick that up.
2 monitors.
Great true damage to soak into the Barat alongside the carry who's already accounted for.
I like it.
Him. So
I like
think that's a wise decision. It's definitely going to play.
It's better than multiple sheets, because then I'd have tabs in the sheets and then tabs on the web page.
We're going to see Benedetta.
I'd be turning into a tab
for today's games.
Yeah, and it's a nice answer into the X-Borg, right? Because you can actually get behind the X-Borg. X-Borg's not able to kite you as well. You have a great job at clearing the distance. Now I think also when it comes down to team fights, Area 77 just needs something to kind of burst down the frog armor right away. We've seen how the Fredrin also works well against the X-Borg and kind of close the distance. So yes, Night Horde, they do kind of pick up a counter that can hurt the
this
Barats,
is nice.
But
I like this.
It doesn't play that great into the composition of Area 77.
Who's gonna win? Ezekiel, Area 77, baby.
It's very
you missed the Mo drama?
Get to the back line, they are going against Nana. So, I mean, Nana does have that passive, that Molina's gift. When things get a little tricky, if the Benedetta somehow finds a way to the Nana,
we're all about positivity this year, chat. All about positivity. Today is not the last day. Next Saturday is Kuzma.
This could maybe be an.
We got one more day next Saturday, and then we go into playoffs.
I don't think so with this composition, but we have seen the X-Borg profit in the XP lane. So I'd definitely say it provides a little bit of flexibility if they wanted to go that route. But I do think the strongest would be the X-Borg up against the Benedetta. Now,
Night Horde always loses the first one.
They have a couple of options on the table. They can go for sustainability. They can run the rapid.
It is so there might be a tiebreaker, which we'll have to figure out today.
They don't want to have
today we'll make it or break it for the tiebreaker. I can show you the standings real fast so you can see. I don't think they really updated. I guess they did update it because of BloodHounds.
Even more of an impact for the team. There goes the Rafaela that we talked about. Survivability working in the Night Horde's favor.
Yeah, we used to call Marcuti the magician in the gold lane. Man was able to disappear on the Claude, make plays happen now in his rightful name in the mid side.
Nobody cares about draft, right?
Here, man. Night Horde just keeping things simple, not going too crazy.
So this is the current
profit greatly off the raft. The current profit greatly off the raft, and you have this
standing.
Isn't like a Novari.
Right now we are tied, but this is gonna break the tie. If Night Horde wins, then they get 3 points, which would make them 13.
Off with a Clint.
If
not like it's not the craziest marksman.
I guess it all depends if like it's a 2-1 or BTK versus Fiends. So
heroes and just layer out free shots. Now,
but if today is not the last day, it could still be tied. You are correct. 100%.
Yeah, me too, because I feel like they could have went a little bit more for either group CC or sustainability.
They needed a pause. Yeah, let me go see. I think they're pinging me right now.
The minnow would have been actually really good here. The Kaja, though, slotted here. He's going to have to focus in on getting a pickup. So he can grab the Nana, but the Nana has Molina's gift. So you got to keep that in mind. You also got to look at the Clint.
No route.
Yeah, he has a little bit of that stun. He can possibly get away from there, but he's not as mobile. So that's going to be the main focus for the Kaja here, but he's gonna have to go through a lot.
Dave, the Discord voice channel broke. Like I can't even talk in it. Like it keeps saying reconnect, and it's doing it for all the players.
Insanity over there from the X-Borg. I mean, maybe takes the Detonus welcome to get a setup to.
Oh, you guys can hear now? I couldn't hear neither.
And let's jump into the first match
now?
of this series, the first of a best of 3. This is Area 77 going up against Night Horde.
Are you guys good?
Will Night Horde continue their winning spree of 4, turn it into 5, and will Area 77 end their lose streak? It's definitely a match between these two.
I seen this thing light up.
To the cams, though, a nice pause to bring up the hype. Now, I think it's a great time to kind of talk about compositions. The Kaja
I'm gonna let them know.
You know, we've seen a few Kaja
sprinkle
out
G.
in NACT.
Yeah, they're G.
And I think something we are seeing from the Kaja to where in the past it was always used to kind of target gold laners. Now it's used heavily inside of it's used heavily for like lord fights, turtle fights, to kind of pull these junglers away and give
we're starting in like 5 seconds
retribution over. So I think it could be something we see from JQT. I think his main 2 targets here are
Yep. Yo, just FYI, yes, we're starting in 5 seconds.
I mean, if you can catch Momoy as well on this Rafaela, it's a bonus. But I think when it comes down to turtles, we got to keep.
All right, I let everybody know. I know.
Yeah, and speaking of targets, when talking about Yureshi running on this Benedetta, his main focus is going to be out rotating Sleepy on this export, right?
Sorry, chat.
Get a proxy on that side lane and then create the opportunity elsewhere, like additional numbers on the neutral objectives such as the turtle, or getting to that mid lane to clear up those minions to possibly get that siege. I think I can let you know once focus on taking the early game. It's going to be interesting watching ISO in the gold lane up against R, the Clint versus the carry. Both of them kind of be playing into that more late game. I feel like the Clint is a little bit better in the early. Up against the carry has a lot more.
Yo, what up, son? Sorry, we had the Discord channel completely broke for the players. It broke for me too. Like I couldn't even talk to him. It was crazy, bro.
When you look at the side of Night Horde, I mean, you're looking at the Barat combo with Rafaela. I like to say that's like a Thanos collecting those Infinity Stones, snapping his finger to try and annihilate the enemy team. I think it works.
Or if they like flicker into a wall.
If you can get those neutral objectives, he's going to try and invade heavily, but it's going to be hard when you have that Valentina to be able to terrify you and provide a little bit of that constant CC on top of you. Now, JQT, he is going to have to come alive in the early game, right? He needs to find a way to get to R. He needs to get a suppression off. That's what we're going to be looking to see from the side.
I think we're going to be, there's probably going to be a pause here. I don't know. We'll see. I think, I know this might be with it actually being
for Area 77 in the laning phase in the mid game.
Okay. And Discord literally broke. Like no one could talk to each other.
You mentioned it.
It was crazy. Like I joined in there and I was like, yo, I couldn't hear anybody. Discord said like the route was broken. I was like, how the fuck does a route get broken?
Instead of ganking the off lanes, Yureshi moves to the mid and tries to get ganks on to Raf, on to Nana, put pressure on them and give Area 77 a strong early upswing. There's those audience predictions though. Night Horde holding the lead 67%.
We're in oh no.
Yeah, 67%. We need this to
not
be
the
same as
match
the caster's desk right now. I'm the only one that kind of voted on their side. This is definitely going to be an interesting one to see. You are seeing emblems pop up on the board. The Brave Smite picked up from the Barats will be very sustainable. We'll be able to get some of that skill regen. You are looking at it picked up from ISO as well to be able to sustain himself inside of the gold lane up against the Clint, who is running the Quantum Charge, so he'll be a little bit more mobile.
Okay, chat. We're here. Sorry if I missed any comments, bro. That was crazy.
Or also
that was crazy. Let me see if I got to go back through the comments here. Discord needs to be updated.
Watch out over there from MarQt. He does have this Valentina. He can proc up with that last insanity at any moment's notice if they're not careful. And then if he wants to
Night Horde's top 3 in ACT right now.
Welcome of Oh My Foe.
It's 4:40 a.m. in India.
I want to kind of point an eye to you can see from MarQt taking.
Oh yeah, so I guess there won't be a tiebreaker. It's based upon stats. Yeah.
To be safe, you have to watch out for Melina.
It'll be based on I think like most kills, and then it could go to the fastest games.
Craziness off rip. Yureshi is going to have the advantage moving into this
fight. We'll find out.
Gets gobbled up from
last insanity. Oh my god. Yo, who just deleted him?
A little bit of trouble taking.
That was crazy. Yureshi just got obliterated.
Get a little bit of poke off. Oh My Foe going to move back towards his jungle here. Area 77 should be able to take this. Tarzan.
Was that like 215?
77 able to get the trade. Wasn't looking too good for them when it started, but they were able to sustain themselves on that turtle fight to claim that first neutral objective. They did lose a member though. First death goes to Yureshi over there, but on the top side,
a lot of damage onto R there. There's that suppression you were looking for, Wheezy.
Yeah, that suppression. JQT trying to find the opportunities. Running this Kaja is going to be looking for that divine judgment for the setups, but it's not going to be the easiest thing to pull off.
Oh, but
running on this Clint does have that flicker. Just needs to kind of watch out and keep his distance. Now, looking at the side of Area 77, I would say with this first neutral objective, they're going to profit in their side laners, right? Their side lanes should be able to have a little bit more of an advantage as long as they can get these turtles, but you are seeing some aggression from ISO.
Oh, holy baptism.
We only got a Tarzan head.
ISO forcing it back, but no, they're going to collapse onto R. R taking some damage. Tarzan looking for the finish, but MarQt picks it up. Area 77 getting a nice kill onto the gold lane there. It's a 1-1, 200 gold lead.
That is huge, taking down the gold lane for the Night Horde. Not only did you find the first turtle to give you the additional XP boost, but now you have
the last insanity under Yureshi.
Yureshi having some issues up against Sleeps there, but the Fragga armor is gone. The 1v1 is true. Yureshi forced to run away though.
Yeah, it needs to get out of there. I mean, the Benedetta up against the Xborg, not your typical matchup that you see, but we kind of mentioned the Benedetta way more mobile.
Did he Petri him?
Clear those minions.
I haven't seen it yet.
On the backside of that Xborg when he's using those fire missiles. But you are seeing Area 77 trying to claim more an advantage. It's still 1-1 on the scoreboard. Both teams pretty even on gold. So I would still say this is anybody's game. With R falling, though, they need to be careful. If he takes another death here, ISO's going to get what he's looking for. I mean, he already has an assist. He's trying to get those power spikes to be able to deal that massive damage, especially soaking to Oh My Foe and Sleepy, more of these beefier compositions.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing about the Clint, right? Clint does really well if he can get those, you know, first 2 items in quick and everything. But once he starts taking a death, unlike certain other marksmen that can maybe take a death,
that's a hell of a micro.
Well, Clint will fall behind and start, you know, it's going to be a problem if R takes another death and can't get involved in these fights early enough. It could be an issue. We are seeing him maybe rotate down for this fight, though. Both teams taking their time with this. JQT looking for the engage. Oh, does have it. The pull away. Able to get
I just seen it. For 450.
Turtle for the side of Tarzan. Mark QT goes down R. Able to
449.
Kill in the mid side. Area 77 find the turtle, though. And now Tarzan moving in, looking for Sleepy maybe. ISO also playing the distance.
449 to probably like
4. Putting a kill on the map there.
455.
Is going to kind of be the saving grace from that death
Combo
earlier.
combo.
Yeah, close but no cigar. Tarzan QT, though, with the invasion, taking a little bit of damage from... Oh, my foe, is he going to take this fight? He needs to be careful on the 3v1.
He's all alone right now. Him against the world, not stressing it.
Yeah, I was wondering. I was like, okay, is he going to turn around? Yureshi, though, one-on-one.
Yureshi able to get the tower. Going to maybe come in here. Oh, walks into the missiles, gets taken out. Sleepy picking up the kill.
Now you kind of got to question it. Was it worth it, though? Because you are going to be able to see Sleepy taken on the bot side now.
ISO in trouble here. Able to pop the speedy light wheel. JQT able to come in and help out. R unable to get the final hit. ISO risking his life right now for that minion. Is going to try to head back.
Yeah. Solo. Did you see that? So I was just talking to Dave about that. Kaja utilized the Divine's Judgment while... While the Valentina was just at the tip of the air, and it canceled Oh My Foe's ultimate.
For a possible steal of these neutral objectives.
So it literally stopped. Kaja was able to stop the get. Like, I captured that clip because I think that's going to be like really insane.
Able to burst it down. I mean, Nighthorde did lose 1 turret on the bottom side though, which means map advantage will go to the side of area.
Like the micro on that was insane.
Does claim the turret on the top side. We'll be able to push in these minions as well, and this is going to be what we call a stalemate between both teams.
Yeah, but look at Yureshi on the boss side, man, just hammering in right now. Macro at its finest. Even though he takes a death, he has 1 goal and 1 goal only, pushing that bot lane. A lot of damage on Sayori there. Area 77 delaying them and making sure they secure that bottom lane. And with Turtle coming, Lord's coming soon. That's going to be huge for Area 77. The conceal play now coming in.
Oh, damn.
Oh, my foe chopped down. Quickly shredded from the speedy light wheel. Another target from Yureshi locked on to Sayori. Nighthorde trying to back up.
Area 77 clapping. Last Insanity into the back line.
Onto the backside, though. Unloading a nice bit of damage, but still not enough. Tarzan drops the Appraisal's Wrath, unable to get the kill, though. Yureshi in, out, popping and leaving, and now Area 77 on the run. On the chase, needs to be careful.
Area 77 hot right now. Let's go.
Especially even though he has a couple of deaths on his side, looking like a true samurai out there, right? Focusing on these objectives.
Oh, dog play.
Collective. There's a bot right there on the bot side. He is going to go ahead and take that tier 2 turret, which is going to increase the advantage that Area 77 has. Tarzan QT on top of that.
Trex Wrath.
Claim the sword, and a tier 1 turret on the top side from ISO, who's currently sitting with 2 assists. We talked about the carry, needing to get these core items to deal the damage necessary, especially against the beefier composition from Barat on Oh My Foe and Sleepy. I'd love to kind of see what items he has in store, but if I could see anything, I would definitely think it would be the Demon Hunter sword, maybe the Corrosion Scythe, maybe a Golden Staff. Maybe on the way in the making for him to be able to soak into that composition. But he did pick up a kill, but he was not able to kind of find his momentum as Area 77's focus and their pressure has been a little bit more dominating. And I think it starts with Yureshi, right? Just being able to out-rotate, especially up against Sleepy on this Xborg. He's able to not only take the tier 1, but the tier 2 on the top side. Speaking of 2, the double stack in the bush, waiting for the Divine Judgment. Momoy may step in there. You are seeing the items on the board, though. Corrosion Scythe and Golden Staff picked up from ISO.
Ooh, they called it, though. The Holy Baptism does lock on to JQT there. Are able to get some free shots, but here comes the rest of Nighthorde.
A little bit of a response.
Area 77 looks for a tower, but are unable to claim it.
Yeah, not able to claim it, but definitely a good try.
Oh, shit.
Tries, though, conceal play.
Conceal. Jay looking for R, able to pull him back in. A lot of damage on R, the Terrify.
Oh, he escapes, though.
Marcuti grabs the
oh, no, he doesn't. Marcuti is able to get the kill.
They're in a death zone. Area 77 lose Marcuti for that kill. They find Sayori, though. So 2 for 1.
I feel like that's a good kill, though.
Tower. Good math for Area 77.
Yeah, that was a good play. That was a good play.
Right now, they're
having good.
Major objective. They took that turret, and they only lost 1 turret so far in this entire game, which is the tier 1 on the top side. So right now, we can pretty much guarantee they have the early game under their belt as we are now hitting that 10-minute mark. Look at Tarzan Cutie. I mean, he's able to sustain himself.
He's just eating that right now. Does he get that?
Night Horde and the invasion for that.
Oh, dude, that was a good escape.
He's definitely becoming a problem. The last insanity brings
Tarzan, the tanky man.
Electro final blow into the backside. Able to do some nice damage on my foe, getting shredded from the speedy light wheel. ISO just getting away, but trying to chase out, flickers in and finds the kill. But he's gonna get pulled in with the Divine Judgment, taking out J Cutie, picking it up, sleeps, now in trouble as well. A Melina Blitz comes in from Marcuti, stolen away with the IMU, and Night Horde finally forced to back off gold laner for gold laner.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Both sides finding the marksman, able to get bursted down, which is an even trade. But it's not even on the map.
Yeah,
Area 77 still having the advantage.
We're watching 2 different things.
For the Night Horde, though, they definitely can still
I was like, yeah, that was a good team fight. It was a different one.
We didn't see ISO pick up the Demon Hunter sword yet either. Once he does get that, though, it will be a little bit of a problem for Oh My Foe. We'll have to kind of be careful on frontlining a lot of that damage.
He's in the void, bro.
In the mix. But
I'll let him know.
See Area 77 start to pull the aggro of this Lord. It should be a little bit of a bait, but the focus from Night Horde trying to clear these minions in the mid lane, trying to keep the separation for Area 77. But look at Yureshi.
I like being in the dark, Dave.
Potential. He's going to be joining this fight as well, so it's going to be a 5v5 engagement in the making.
And he's
playing the depressing world out there.
Is going to be crashing into the inhibitor soon. Night Horde going to give it up. They're going to try to move in, try to contest this Lord. They're giving up some of the macro for this fight. It's got to pay off.
Oh, that's a good fight. Good fight.
But it does. Now into the backside. Lamoy down. Oh, my foe getting chopped low as well. You're actually Cutie able to find R. It's 3 members down, and ISO is popping
Jesus.
off. All alone. He's the last one up. And Tarzan's not going to let him get away today. Yureshi picking up the triple kill. Started at 0-2 and ending at 5-2.
That's right. You're going to see Area 77, a 5-for-none trade, and now marching down the mid lane. They have a Lord on the top side, though. We'll have to burst that out. A wasted opportunity from the Night Horde trying to turn this game around. That miscalculation is definitely costly.
Reshi's going ham this season.
They may not have enough time to close this out, but they're definitely going to be able to claim some more of these turrets as the tier 2 will fall in the mid lane. How to join the giveaway? You got to enter in utilizing the flex coins. I think it's the right decision. And you can get access to our 15 Epic Sin giveaway. A little too risky for them. For the Night Horde, though, I mean, they got to have to play a little bit safer, play for a little bit later to be able to close this out. Here goes that play, though, that little slight miscalculation. Yureshi getting Memorial. This led to a wipeout. We were talking about Yureshi on this Benedetta, picking up that double. ISO gets one as well, finds On My Foe. Marcuti finds Sayori, and then Sleepy all by himself on an island with Tarzan Cutie, and not where he wanted to be, as Yureshi was the one to be able to get that kill for that triple. Yureshi on fire, 5-2-2, highest
exactly what Ritz did. That's how you enter into the giveaway. Yureshi! 1v4? Gets out of the 1v4 situation.
On to Sleepy here. Sleepy looking for some chip damage. Area 77 going to back off. Mark Cutie, you know, you would think immediately looking at the drafts that Mark Cutie might go for the Melina Blitz, but has been using this last Insanity so well. And she gets the transform, so she gets a little bit of other skills as well with that, and able to kind of hunt down and just burst down the backside with it. Has just been capitalizing on that ultimate back-to-back.
Yeah, highest damage in the game, 50,000. Hold on. 3-man play. Is that 3? No, that's 2 in the bush. 3 because they have Mark Cutie on opposite side, so we'll be a little even. Looks like Area 77 might go in for a pincer maneuver.
Everybody's doing it now.
Not careful in the jungle. Now, we're now at the 13-minute
mark. You do
mark.
have to have flex coins, yes.
16-minute mark, then Night Horde may be able to take these engagements up against Area 77.
It was only 8 epic sins, but we made it 15. I'm trying to give away all my diamonds, but we'll see how it goes.
ISO, it'll pop out the speed of light wheel.
Oh, my foe.
Oh, my foe is shredded down.
Gets taken out.
Comes in with the last Insanity, looking for the next target. Sleepy responds with one of his own. Tarzan now in a little bit of trouble, tries to drop the Appraisal's Wrath, but R
1 for
takes
1.
it out too fast.
Jungle for jungle, 20 seconds.
Area 77 still holding the lead, but don't want to push
this isn't good
any longer.
That's right. An eye for an eye leaves the world blind.
Weezy
right
doesn't
there,
play.
See the last
None of the casters play, bro. I'm like the only caster that still plays MLBB.
And opening up these engagements.
The draw's gonna happen at the end of the stream.
To the team, but this time around, it will go to Sleepy on the X-Borg, just showcasing how much damage.
Hopefully, I'm able to get it done. I'll probably do it while I'm in the manager meeting.
A enhanced Lord, Luminous Lord that both teams will need to try and fight for, and I think both of them can take this fight. You are looking at Area 77 though, up by over.
I think the tickets might be more than 1,000 Flex coins.
How Night Horde decides to engage, but it can still play. They see Sleepy.
Ooh, he calls it. He pops the last Sandy just in time. Able to flicker through. They're trying to chase him down. They want to catch him.
I kind of upped it just because it's like you get to enter in for all of them.
Up here. They're gonna come in from the side there. They're okay. I gotta say this though, man. Night Horde, even at this 4,000, almost 5,000 gold deficit, they're still getting some matchups here and there. They're still getting some trades here and there. They're fighting like they know what they're doing. Area 77 does find that pickoff, so they'll be okay. This Lord is almost most definitely there. And now look at Benedetta on the boss side, gonna also take an inhibitor. I mean, bro, Ureshi's just been such an issue for Night Horde this game.
Looks like he's trying to take a.
We got 99 entries, by the way. 99 people.
Play over there to close out their game yesterday, and that may be the same game plan.
Easy Lord.
The side of Area 77.
I didn't even watch. I was pulling on my bot.
Keep an eye on Ureshi. He's been having such a heavy impact. 5-2-2 so far. Really good KDA. Highest KDA in the game so far. Has been such a strong force. Look at Marcuti though. He's using that IMU. He's grabbing that last insanity away from Sleepy. He's waiting for the opportunity.
You only have to do the giveaway once, yeah. I started the giveaway on 3-3.
Massive damage to anybody on the Night Horde. Now I will say
we'll start the next giveaway on our next stream.
And their inhibitor falling for the bottom.
And we'll do another 4,000 diamonds and another 15 epic skins.
Yeah, I mean they got that open side. They're gonna try to take more inhibitors here. Tarzan gonna kind of group up with the front team. The seal play does come out. JQT looking for the flicker in, able to pull
there we go.
ISO
able to peel him out, put him behind the wall, displace him.
Same thing on Ureshi. Ureshi in trouble.
Ureshi low, immortality pops.
Does pop, but they got what they came for. They take
Lord is beating the base though.
The damage onto the crystal. Area 77 has laid waste and lost no one.
Yeah, didn't lose anybody. It was looking a little
Milo
rough,
proud, Milo loud.
Very low over there. They were
that Lord was beating that base. He said, I don't care who you are, I'm gonna.
In a great position to possibly claim their first game up against the Night Horde. But the Night Horde, they've been doing some promising things as well. I wouldn't say it's a one-sided story. I think the Night Horde definitely can turn this around. They're gonna have to kind of focus on taking these team fights though, right? I mean, we see Sleepy kind of get picked off earlier. Great concealed play from Area 77 to get the numbers for that Lord play. So it's definitely gonna be a battle of rotation and execution on the 5v5 classes. Speaking of classes, orange buff. Battle over that does go to Oh My Foe. Tarzan for a setup on the Sleepy. Needs to get out of there.
Ooh.
Frog Armor's bursted down. They're going to chase down Sleepy. A couple more
hits.
Sleepy's
1 HP.
On ISO. Not able to get the kill there, but a close one at that. You know, Night Horde, if they can get rid of, if Night Horde can take out ISO, I think they could definitely, you know, maybe win a team fight here. R is
you have to chat. You have to like chat once every like 5 minutes ish.
I think that's the answer for Night Horde, but how do they get to that?
I think super chats also give you flex coins, but I don't know if it properly works right now. I think I have to look into that.
ISO, you know?
Yeah, and on the opposite side of the table, Night Horde, very good at diving so far. I mean, Ureshi will definitely go in there with the electrifying blow. He had that immortality. He's able to dash.
You're also supposed to get 1,000 when you subscribe, but I'm not sure if that actually works.
I will say to get R, it's going to be a little hard, but JQT will have to get a divine judgment. JQT 1-0-7. We talked about his Kaja, how we were wondering how we'll kind of play into this, and he's been performing.
Ooh, they're gonna try to make
I made it that like every time you super chat you get like 10,000, but I don't know if it really works. You're going to my Discord? Let's go. What happened?
Down time and time again. ISO able to get the kill. Now Tarzan holding down the front side. Sleepy, Momoy, and R backing up, maybe coming back out, but Area 77 already got the pick.
Who was it?
They took the retribution, and that's a good trade for Ureshi.
Yeah, high value target. A great play. JQT able to hit him with that divine judgment for the setup.
It's going to be like...
Night Horde, they look like they want to contest. They're going to have to be careful. I don't know. Sleepy has a Faraga armor. If he can get the last insanity, maybe
keep an eye out for it.
But it is very risky. Not sure if this is really the move.
Yeah, they can't go for it. ISO does take a lot of damage there.
Yeah, I like this. I like this communication between you guys. You guys help me out a lot.
Their one shot R, maybe looking for the attack here.
I see it right now, yeah.
Lemoy knows the pressure's on the line. They got to try to move forward here. Tarzan taking a lot of damage. Shredded down, looking for one last shot, but unable to connect. Sayori working for the angle. Flickers in. Gets the shot, but Tarzan walks away.
1852.
The Lord is out, but Night Horde still buys more time.
Yeah, buying time, but they need to be careful. You're resting though.
Tarzan made it out of there, bro.
Here we go.
Ooh, Sleeps comes in with the last insanity. Flickers in. Nice winner truncheon from Marcuti, but still gets the kill. Area 77 forced to back off. Yureshi now looking for angles, looking for ways out. Night Horde
the 199. See if your flex wins went up by 10,000. They should. It should go up by 10,000. I can make it more, but I don't know if it actually works.
Set up to turn that fight in their favor, and that's where the Night Horde kind of profited. Now, a counterplay from them pushing through the mid lane. We'll take that tier 1 turret and a siege for the tier 2.
Their chances here. Night Horde has definitely dropped down the gold deficit. They're now taking towers, evening out the laning.
Oh, you can't join my Discord because I'm in a Discord with the production.
These off lanes crashing in.
You had 81-7, 81-7. Nope, rigged. maybe I have to. Maybe we'll have to work it out with the mods. Are you able to give yourself 10,000 flex points?
So far on paper, they've been able to dominate, but the later this
she said nope,
goes,
rigged.
These things will stop mattering. I mean, look at
we just might have to. I might have to keep track of like
Fury, Blade of Despair, one more item working on over there.
Might have to just put in an actual manual
the full kit
utilization.
I mean, we see how fast ISO can chunk down Oh My Foe, especially with JQD in the mix with the Divine Judgment.
See if it updates it.
You know, towards the mid and early game, JQD
try to give yourself 10,000 flex points
with the Divine Judgment.
You
talked
should.
about how important that would be for these Lord fights, how important that would be for these turtles and, you know, neutral objectives overall. But now we're getting to a point where R is online. He's one item away from being max built out. We're seeing the damage he can commit onto Area 77. Jay might have to rethink the situation.
I can just
here.
give you.
Taking out
I can literally just give it to you.
Might not win them the whole team fight.
I'll tell you what, our caster predictions are on the line. Look, I'm the only caster that said the Night Horde, and I need this one even more than they need this victory. But this is definitely entertaining to see. A very close game for both sides.
Gives on cooldown.
Great execution, and it's looking very promising for the top 8 teams in North America with the level of skill.
I might just have to take note of it.
Right, this is where it goes down to the wire. It goes down to just a matter of seconds. And a quick mistake can be costly, and that's what both sides are looking for, right? You're seeing them stack up, getting ready for this Lord to pop up, and this may be a possible game ender. Will we be able to see JQD get the
God damn.
for on Oh My Foe?
Goes to 0 with the heat in the chat.
Now, as Trex mentioned, getting to the late game build can be the difference that the Night Horde can lean on. Lord and
it's all right. You deserve the
Area 77.
You deserve it.
Go ahead and make work of it. Trying to bait out the Night Horde to go in there. But look at the top side. Look at Yureshi. Look at Mark.
I can also give flex points too, so.
Or a backdoor play. As X4 goes up there, you might want to be careful. I mean, minions are not in the favor right now for the Night Horde. And you're going to see Area 77.
Ico, where's your blacklist jersey? Gifted by Alodia?
Night Horde on the way.
I think it's in my closet.
Now knows they have to be careful. They can't bully.
Why?
The gold is now, you know, deficits, pluses don't really.
It was like the last time I think Alodia signed anything blacklist. I don't know related.
Yureshi still holding down the top side. The Lord is being rushed, and the stun comes in.
Oh my foe stole the Lord!
Able to get the Divine Judgment, but he's quickly rushed to safety with his team. Forcing his team as welcome just to get away. But it's okay. They got it. They got the Lord, and they're able to buy more time. Maybe
dropping the 199 as well.
In favor just from having Yureshi split pushing, taking these minions, and also being very mobile.
I think we've already tested it, but
when needed to take that fight overall.
Are you only able to super chat?
Provided over there
199.
Showcasing some mastery over there. Samurai in the making.
What is that?
The Night Horde now has
fresh
to kind
Gatorade?
of be careful up against Area 77.
You put some vodka in this.
Advantage with this Lord in their favor though. Is going to push forward. Area 77 trying to defend. Looks like Yureshi will not be able to get the split push he was looking for though.
Oh, that's some good. That's some good Gatorade.
If they're careful.
Ooh, Jay up in the top side on the 1v1, actually having trouble.
I can super chat myself.
Almost goes down. Lord going to be crashing in. Jay forced to go back to base. I think he lost his immortality up on the top side.
All right, everybody give someone give Raul.
Look
at this shit, chat.
Look
at this.
Base, but no, Sayori gets the final blow, and Marcuti is being decimated as well. The base is
Gatorade should be a crime.
Game number 1.
Night Horde.
A great
what a reverse sweep right there.
Area 77, a small mistake was costly, and Night Horde now having the slightest advantage in this series, 1-0. Match point. Area 77 needs to be careful. I mean, this was a very close game. Honestly, I feel like both sides were pretty even on the micro and macro. It just really boiled down to the team fighting, right? We saw Ureshi trying to find the opportunity.
I don't think it did work.
Push, but a good rotation over there at the last second.
You only got like 100.
To be able to stop him. Sleepy just doing a really good job on that X-Borg, as you are now seeing Area 77 on the back end. Night Horde 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, Night Horde bides time, right? They bide enough time. They're able to pull it off. They're able to do what they need to there. And towards the end, we start to see where the Kaja was so profitable in the early to mid game, but eventually not having a front liner because they have to use Ureshi to split push, which, I mean, is the right play, but they were unable to kind of take control of those Lord pits.
Just wanted to super chat. Hey, much love, much love.
You have the rest of the
we got Kizzy in here. Everybody's in here today. Happy Easter, everybody.
Just got completely denied of even contesting for those Lords.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, I just love to see it. I like the games that go after the 20-minute mark. A lot of these matches we've been seeing so far has been like 15 below, but once you get to that 20-minute mark, man, it's a battle of
it is a comeback.
The greatest right there, micro and macro.
But can they initiate the reverse sweep?
I would say both of those teams definitely showcase that. I think game number 2. It's really hard to break down and say, oh, this is exactly what they need to do, because there's a lot of right. Yeah. There's more right in that game than there was wrong from both sides, in my opinion. But I really think Ureshi with the split pushing, he's definitely got to keep that up. I think they were just able to get that last Lord play last second. Maybe it was the Kaja play, right? Not able to get the setup he was looking for at the last second to deny that Lord over there from the Night Horde.
Was that game 1?
I think the big thing was it was kind
of maybe I'm lost. Was that game 1 or was that game 2?
The time, right?
I'm already.
Their composition was just kind of out.
I'm already lost.
Defense and an offense. And yeah, Area 77, if they could have just closed it out maybe in the last big Lord push, and then they lost the one Lord too, or when they got the Lord, they got I think the big game-changing moment was that one fight where my notations on the spreadsheet said game 2. And then R comes online and they get a couple kills there, and they risked it, right? They went for the risk. They went for the team fight there, knowing they weren't able to take the Lord, but maybe went out in a fight.
That makes sense now.
On it. And that was the big upswing for Night Horde, where everything.
The Yappers did get me. They did get me.
That's right. We say high risk, high reward, and sometimes you get the high reward. Definitely helped them claim that victory, which is.
Trex is always hawking a loogie in my ear, bro.
You got to keep in mind they're sitting at that 6th position. Night
Horde that boy just hawked a loogie. And then he ate it.
77, it looked like they were both tied for 4th place after seeing that game with how close the macro and micro was. So we're going to be
long live the Yappers.
Stats.
Long live the Yappers, chat.
11, 14, and 28. But I feel like this doesn't even really paint the full picture just because of how late the game was. It just boiled down to the team engagements, right? Who could kind of manage those minions and push for that neutral objective for the finish.
Yeah, I mean, well played by both teams, and I mean, if there's a series tonight that feels like it could go all the way to match 3, this could definitely be it. It seems we got the API going, everything's in now. The players, we can see their stats, everyone's correct, and in the end, I mean, just a wonderful series. And one of the funny things is Night Horde didn't even end up securing all the towers. Area 77 cleared them clean, all 9 towers. But Night Horde just hangs on, man, and that's the difference between, you know,
Night Horde's looking strong, man.
Be at a 5,000 gold deficit and still turn things around.
Well,
I think there was a few female players, but
Ion for game number 2.
Not as many as this season.
77 go from here.
They also just didn't. I just don't think you guys got to see their photos. Like, we made everybody give photos this time. Like, everybody had to give photos.
Once a gold laner, now a mid laner.
We're kind of like making baby steps in North America. So like the first phase right now was everybody had to give photos no matter what. Like, you couldn't be shy, you couldn't be like, you're getting You're getting the photos. Like, we're getting it.
Plenty of assists, and oh my foe, here's the big the picture, right?
And now we're slowly integrating player cameras, and I think our next step, next in ACT, will be trying to get everybody to have cameras.
Something I think that the side of Area 77 ended up lacking in the late game. They went for
so it's baby steps. We're making ways in the NACT. We're
and all they really had was Tarzan.
Hey, Dave's doing a really great job, man.
And that's where Night Horde ended up coming on top. They have the export. They have the.
They mess up the photos sometimes because of
matches for them.
some spelling errors in our workbooks, and people not like the production doesn't know who anybody is, because it's a whole new production team this time around.
Opposing composition, and it worked out really well. I really feel like JQD got some.
So we got a whole new production team. They're actually better at coding, from what I could see, and they pull a lot of the information from like a spreadsheet.
Definitely went in their favor, but they have to be able to close it out when they have the advantage. There was multiple moments where they had the opportunity.
As a teacher through COVID, good luck making them show on camera. Yeah, true. We're trying to get them. We're even sending them cameras. Like, we're even giving them cameras. Like,
currently at match point, Area 77 needing to win this, or they'll be facing a clean sweep.
I mean, it could definitely go either way this time.
Like, all they need is like a laptop.
On the blue side, right? Gonna have first pick. Gonna have a slightly different draft.
Like, the NACT sending cameras to the pro players. Like,
ban up front. Now, honestly, I don't think that either team exactly needs to change.
We are trying to make them streamers too. Yeah.
Clean drafts, clean objectives.
That's why we started creating content around them.
Said, like, what do we even say to change? You know, I don't think either
and
team
stuff
has
like
to change
that.
Too much. I think it just comes.
We're trying to produce content around them, but
how they do this throughout the game, you know.
They sometimes, like, during the week, they don't respond to us. So
they know how to execute, especially after the last game. The draft was good. I like both sides. I was questioning the Kaja, but hey, he was able to pull it off. So definitely no issue over there.
That boy said, "Can I get a camera?"
Fairness and the Ruby being taken.
What are the next games?
77.
BTK versus Fiends, and then GG versus
What's also interesting about the Tig,
someone.
He's just been such a strong pick. He got a recent nerf.
I forgot.
I still don't think it's really going to affect him.
GG versus Devious Activity, so that'd be a good game to see.
He can't use his ultimate as often, but I do think that Tig is still a very strong pickup and worth the ban.
The cream in my coffee. I don't drink coffee.
Guaranteed first pick, but definitely
I do if it's from like Starbucks, but I just don't. It's been a while since I actually made coffee, and I normally only do iced coffee. And he sent me 99 cents for the cream in my coffee, huh? Alright. I'll buy some K-Cups.
Support meta, things like the RAF. Like, the RAF has been a very popular pick here, which it's not something we've seen all over the place.
I was gonna say that, but then I was like, we got a lot.
Into it. The Barat's gonna be banned out this time, and that immediately kind of changes things here. Last game we didn't see it, so both teams are gonna be forced to maybe approach these drafts differently, and it could be a much different game than what we saw last time.
Yeah, definitely could be a much different game. I mean, we are going to see some of those staple marksmans free for grabs. The carry.
I heard one game one, yeah.
Thilda does get banned out. This time, Tig does walk, though. So, I mean, hey, do they pick him up? I mean, I think it would be a very strong option. I don't know if it'll be first pick, though, because he's easily countered. You're going to go ahead and see CC locked in on the board for the side of Area 77, which is going to provide some great mobility, kind of similar to the Benedetta, right? Able to rotate around, very hard to catch, and creates the split push opportunity for the neutral objectives, which we saw have such a strong impact.
I think Fiends is the dark horse, but who?
This is where Yureshi thrives, right? You don't always see him on the heavy control EXP laners. We see him on those fast-moving, aggressive, damage-dealing EXP laners. So CC is definitely right up his alley.
My mind's in like 7 different areas here. I'm like listening to production, listening to Dave.
You know, keep their damage, keep their sustain right up front.
Hey, I'm gonna throw this out there. I would definitely say pick up a Valentina.
This NACT is the best we've had. You guys in the chat agree?
77, because if they get both, then they have the heart guard from the Angela to be able to keep their team alive, and they have the group CC.
No problem, no problem. Thank you, Mello.
They just picked up a Vexana.
A boy Ooga Booga in the chat.
their strongest option here. Yeah,
I am reading the chat as well. So
the second half of the draft, I don't know if they're going to take this opportunity.
Sometimes I can't see the chat over here, and I have to see the chat over here because like I also have my spreadsheet over here that I'm like marking highlights and stuff for content later.
It's not just in the NACT regular season, but today specifically have such a strong impact.
I gotta work on the NACT content after this and work on my own content as well. So I'm gonna be so dead.
Joy hasn't had like the best games.
I need another me.
But in the right hands, it's definitely something to fear. Tarzan on the Nolan. Last game I casted with
I got the Angela and the dude. I hate Vexana is so annoying in ranked games.
It wasn't unheard of for him to play assassins. You know, kind of back to his Western roots here. And now he's kind of heavily
on Mexicans. I like Mexicans, man.
Does he still got some oil in his joints to move around quick? You know.
Speaking about moving around quick, we are going to see Area 77 pick up that Lu Yi. Now we've seen.
I don't know if I'd ever get a white girlfriend, chat.
We've seen Area 77 with it.
I just don't know.
Lu Yi is one of those heroes that provides a lot of great CC, especially early in the game for some initial setups. It can help the Nolan, especially when you're seeing Night Horde try and stack around for these neutral objectives. But speaking about heavy hitters, something that's a little bit more common in the Land of Dawn. He's been making such a heavy impact in the XP lane. Sleepy gonna pick up that Paquito.
Yeah, and that's something that can punish Lu Yi, right? Punish a
no, I'm not too much of a fan of white girls. No.
Squishy kind of glass cannon mage like Lu Yi. I think
they're always drama,
sure
and they're just unnecessary drama.
Just like we see Yureshi move early on, Paquito needs to be kind of trying to get involved in these team fights.
Gee, do you have any idea what the pick and ban song is called?
It's gonna be a problem too because
I don't know.
Sleepy can also rely on the Angela, right, to be able to keep him alive. If he decides to dive into a turret, he not only provides his own shields, but then he also has Angela to keep him alive in these engagements. And we still have yet to see who the jungler is going to be.
I don't mind if you're mixed with white.
They don't have the strongest frontline composition so far. They only really have to lean on the Paquito.
I like uniqueness. I like differentness, and I'm already white.
So I think maybe something like a Kai may be a possible option here. A Boxia. Maybe,
I don't know why the NACT break song's copyrighted, but I always mute during it.
Would be beneficial for the Night Horde. When you're looking at Area 77, though,
I think it's the Mobile Legends video in the background. I think you can
not only with the Nolan,
I think you can
burst damage, but also with that CC.
I think you can contest it and then to say that like you're sponsored by Mobile Legends and stuff like that.
To grab her.
Bro wants more diversity. What did he say in his jeans? I'm telling you.
There goes the Joy band.
I need a more diversified family.
Right, like if Night Horde wanted to go full damage, like just lock in Paquito, Vex, Joy, pair up the Angela with it, and just try to steamroll in. The possibilities were there. They did.
Yo, Dave, what's the theme song playing in the background during the ban and
maybe something like the
pick?
Maybe something like the Akai. They could get real crazy. I mean, don't
it's really nice.
77's lineup is pretty squishy right now.
I like the beat. It's just like a
Night Horde to kind of flex something in the jungle here. This could be it. They're gonna lock in the carry in gold lane and kind of keep us guessing.
You know, it's funny. I was about to say we haven't seen a single marksman ban this entire game. And
I need the playlist. Yeah, I need. Kai, where's the playlist at?
Right? The carry is not one of those mobile marksmans. It's very situational. You have to be careful
everything's
on,
good.
Dive compositions, and you have to watch out for the Nolan and the CC, who can get back to that carry a little bit easier than some other heroes. Now, carry's one of those staple marksmen, deals a lot of damage. I mean, it's no
so
secret.
That's probably why I'm not getting copyrighted. I actually have epidemic sound.
Picked up against it. Can be an option. It would be a lot of magic though over there for the side of Area 77 if they want to do that. They could also go in for something like the Claude. The Claude has not.
You can whitelist people.
Play for survivability. We know the marksmen are a little bit
on there,
but no,
on Epidemic Sounds.
They're gonna pill out that Roger. We talked about the Roger right before the stream started. Me and Trex are having a conversation about this showcasing.
So people were asking me the same thing of why they were getting copyrighted, and I was like, I haven't been copyrighted. I don't know why.
It's a bit more of like let's do this.
That makes sense.
But we are seeing it get picked more and more and more, and it just adds.
I think it's like 15 a month.
77 has right now. You know, you have the CC,
something like that.
Nolan,
I got a discount through Stone Mountain. He had he has like a percentage off for people.
Like a lot of just if you get caught off, you are going down.
Yeah.
Night Horde just feels a little more kind of rounded out, a little less risk. But if Area 77 pops off here, it is dangerous.
God.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, I like the interesting draft.
Kookman. So I found out that the NACT is utilizing
composition. I don't really see the synergy.
They're utilizing something called epidemic sounds, which I actually use this as well for when I use a playlist that I put in the background. So I'm already whitelisted on epidemic because I already pay for it. And the NACT is actually using the same exact thing. So that's why I'm not getting copyrighted.
And that's what we're gonna see today.
No, it's epidemic.
All right, it's
like epidemic, like
for Night Horde right now, trying to keep Area 77 on a losing spree and continue their wins. Can Area 77 take us to a game number
you have to pay for the subscription to not get copyrighted.
Area 77 on their third loss in a row.
Yeah. I think it's like $15 a month or something like that, or maybe $8. I don't know.
Their first match today. Up against the
I use it for some of my
right now, 2 wins
some of my content. So
game number 1 for our second.
I like using it doing
Area 77.
Time to enjoy silence.
Showcase of their skills in game number 1, but ultimately in the late game, they were not able to close it out. Night Horde was able to take that.
I tried to
their base crystal at that last minute. So I will say for Area 77, if they can find a way to
I tried to get Dave to create like a separate stream that's unlisted that we can give to content creators that don't have even the casters. That way we can react to it and not have to talk over the casters. But we can't. I don't think we're able to do it this season. But I hope to get it implemented next season.
Roger pick a little bit. You know, you do. I think against the carry.
So that way we don't have to talk over the casters or hear music.
You have some.
It's just the live feed
on minions. He has some escapability, and then when it comes down to some of these Lord fights and things, there's also possibilities for him to kind of reap the benefits. You know, look for those low target heroes and just kill them, take them out. And like I said, just Area 77 just has pressure on their team right now.
It's laggy sometimes. I don't think there's already an unlisted. It would be the same thing as this though. Like you'd be able to see this. I don't know.
Yeah, and right now Night Horde not looking to give him an opportunity, especially knowing that ISO has that early game marksman that can definitely deal some damage up against R.
I'll bring it up with Dave for all of us content creators. That way.
Opposites on the board. Now over there,
I dodged the bullet, but
the Night Horde, they are running this Akai in the jungle, so he should be able to hit that heavy spin and have an easier time with the neutral objectives over Area 77.
Sayori predicts it. Marquini will take the turtle though.
Lord Steel.
Able to get first blood.
228.
Tarzan on the run. The Guardian's gonna be chasing him down. But still, I love the prediction from Sayori. Sees the moment Marquini pokes face out of the bush.
Oh.
Down comes the Terrified. Down comes the Guardian. Marquini's still able to pull it off though.
Yeah, a big play. No retribution needed for him right there. Gets it over on my phone. Who's directly under the turtle. Mind you, with this Akai, need to be a little bit faster with that retribution. Area 77, though, they need these slight victories to be able to even out this series, right? I mean, right now, Night Horde did take the first kill, though. That is going to go over there to Sleepy on this Paquito. That FP laner that we've seen kind of dominate
Triv.
Spring season.
Who are you going to touch?
Up against Yoreshi, though, who's very mobile.
You can only touch yourself, bro. That's, I think, the only person that got consent.
There. Tarzan putting pressure on the mid, but I'm wondering, like, should we be seeing some maybe pressure onto the gold lane here? We saw our last game.
I appreciate that too, USD.
Off, and this time you have Roger here. Just Lux in the Haas.
Boy said pause.
Different than usual. Sometimes we've been seeing Roger sometimes go for the Thunder Belt first. So going a bit more aggressive on the side, just kind of complementing the rest of the aggressive composition from Area 77.
And on the opposing side, R is going to
probably
going to go in for an endless battle as well. So he's trying to play sustainable. He knows Roger ISO is on.
He's like, what the fuck, GA champ? This is how it is, bro.
Hunts,
you can only give consent to yourself.
Down this purple buff. Oh, my foe doesn't want to give it up for free. And this is the problem when you're on the jungle, right? And oh, my foe on this Akai could become an issue. Here comes ISO in wolf form. Able to lock down onto Oh My Foe. A lot of damage connects, but the heavy spin able to help him get away. Night Horde unable to take the purple buff, forced to go back to their own jungle.
That should just be illegal right there.
The diversion play. They may be able to steal this purple buff as well. Oh, My Foe walks over. He's like, wait, what are you guys doing here? Tarzan picks up the kill. Well played from Area 77 there. Sleepy now.
Damn.
Looking for the angle. Sayori there as well. They're going to get the knock-up onto Sleepy. Sleepy trying to lock on to Tarzan, but Tarzan able to dash away and move on to the turtle.
That was good.
Able to get it. He got the steal, so he lost his purple buff, but a response back
Free country equals free consent. I don't think that's how that works, bud.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Now down goes the turtle. Area 77 feeling comfortable.
You got to get him to sign the contract first.
Versus R. I'm excited for this matchup, Wheezy.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. I mean, R needs to be careful, though. He's not as mobile. He does have the flicker to work with, though, so he has a little bit of survivability. But Roger with that leak and pounce, he can definitely close that distance.
My country, my rules.
Watch out for the rotations, the ganks, right? I mean, there's a diversion on play with the Luyi from Marcuti. I mean, you've already seen him go to that purple buff. It's only a matter of time before he puts that focus into the gold lane.
I think the Hawes Claws is a smart move, man. So many, I've been seeing a lot of builds we've been seeing is like Thunderbelt, you know, Corrosion Sight, things like that for extra slowdown. But something that Roger kind of has trouble with in these trades against other marksmen is, you know, not able to survive it out and not able to output the amount of damage when you go for that Thunderbelt. But now he's able to sustain with the Hawes Claws, plus he gets the damage bonus. He gets the possibilities of crit there or whatever. So, I mean, he gets some speed. I think it's a good
Gotta get that boy a better mic.
He's constantly getting his health back. He's comfortable in that gold lane right now.
You know, speaking of lanes, though, bot side, LEGACi not able to kind of rotate around as freely as game number 1 with that Benedetta. You're looking at Sleepy doing a good job, not only leading by 1 kill over him, but rotating around and keeping him on his toes. Look at Sleepy waiting for a play, waiting for a misstep from Area 77, but they do have the numbers. The diversion play.
Oh, but he walked into the bush. R walked into that bush on his way out, saw it coming. So he's safe, but we see the possibilities from Marcuti there, Weezy.
We just talked about this too, man. That's a little bit of that caster curse. We got to be careful what we say up on this desk. But you are going to see Area 77 still trying to hold that momentum. I will say, though, I feel like they have to close this out early because the later this game goes with composition, I feel like it'll lean more in the favor for the Night Horde.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think as we get into late game, there becomes an issue. One thing that will scale for Area 77, though LEGACi's having trouble right now, I think the CC may outscale the Paquito as we creep into late game. Paquito's going to have a great mid-game spike, but eventually it's going to fall off. The damage isn't going to be as present. Nice.
That was a good Minnow's rage.
Up on Oh My Foe there. Let's see Yin-Yang.
Oh, LEGACi
able to pick up the kill on Oh My Foe, but now Roger, or JQT goes down. LEGACi looking for Shred Tarzan as well. It's a 2-for-1. Night Horde coming out on top.
Yeah, able to take down the jungler too, which means they have both junglers will fall. So there's no retribution here. LEGACi and Sleepy.
I need to unlock CC, bro.
1v1
not being able to use CC and ranked is a pain in the booty.
Tower R takes the tower and gets away safely.
But just oh,
damn.
Sleepy. Nice play. I mean, just back and
I looked away to like grab my drink, and then Marcuti comes in and murders someone.
From both sides of the map today, both lanes. On the top side, though, you're looking at R taking the advantage, looking like he's the early game marksman, able to take that turret away from Ice on the Roger. We're just going to hit him hard, especially as they're leaning on him, having that presence in the early game, but it's just not showing up right now.
The turtle trade still going on. This is a long turtle right here. Nobody's completely gone in on Oh My Foe, forced to use the heavy spin to get away. This should be a free turtle from the side of Area 77, holding a small gold lead here.
Yeah, they had to use that hard guard to save Oh My Foe. I feel like a little too premature on those ultimates right there. They could have played it a little bit safer, waited for the opportunity, but now
I wish Esme would come back.
Out of the situation will claim their first turret of the game, tier 1 on the bot side, to even out the turrets overall. But Area 77's, in terms of objectives, 3 turtles in. Night Horde not able to take a single one.
I mean, we'll see what they can do. I mean, at this point, Area 77, they lost some towers up top, but with this gold lead, a lot of damage on a Sayori in the mid side. ISO doesn't go for the dive, but still they need to turn this into towers. They have the movement. They're going to use this diversion. That's exactly what they're doing up onto the top side now. Pushing Sleepy away, use their movement to the advantage, and they're doing a textbook. Night Horde having a little bit of trouble keeping up with it.
Yeah, having trouble keeping up, but even with the diversion plays, Area 77 having trouble getting a kill off of it. But you can definitely tell the idea is there, and you have to watch out for it. Night Horde looking like they're starting to adapt, playing a little bit safer, expecting the unexpected.
Yo, the new hero chip is going to be available next weekend, by the way.
Marcuti able to use the
next weekend, the new hero will be playable.
Get the proc. Now we're looking for the diversion. Back up to the top side, maybe. Looking for the pick on.
Ooh.
They're going to move behind Sleepy here. Only one goes, though. They send LEGACi off. Handle that. We're going to go back down to the mid.
LEGACi's like, hold on, what's going on right here? But you are going to go ahead and see 3-3 on the board. Both teams even the kills with 2,000 gold lead for Area 77.
Most definitely a lot of damage on Oh My Foe. Marcuti picking up the kill. And now Area 77 is hitting a spike of their own right now. The damage is definitely starting to happen.
Yeah, it's happening. They're putting up that.
I didn't understand the new hero earlier.
Both teams having some good micro and macro. ISO yet to find a kill so far on this Roger, but I mean, in these 5v5 engagements, I feel like that's when he's gonna really shine, right? That like and pounce.
100% Fiends picking Chip.
The Night Horde is gonna have to
I couldn't really understand Chip. I've never played Chip though, so.
He stays looking for something, always on the hunt. Has to go back to base this time though. Night Horde, you know, it's very similar to last time. Even when Night Horde's behind, the threat is still there. They know how to make a play happen at any moment.
It's like they're behind, but they're playing like they're ahead, and you gotta love to see it. Their confidence is definitely what
is this a sweep for Night Horde?
Teams. Oh my foe though, he's had a little bit of trouble getting these retributions off. We've seen Mark Cutie steal a turtle from him, even when he was directly under it. Roger just picked up the Berserker's Fury, is gonna have some crit now to watch out for. See how we're picked up from Tarzan for some anti-heal, ready to take this fight. The Night Horde, though, on the other side, doing some good rotations, able to maintain some pressure in the lanes, which is forcing Area 77 to kind of have to rotate around.
Just yell Avengers Assemble!
Really seen ISO
you play Chip and you're good.
Just yet, right?
I never really like. I seen Chip like getting the little circle thing, and then I didn't know what he did. Like I was like, what the? He's just sitting there. I was like, what the fuck?
There's a diversion on several members. The knock up on Oh My Foe. Oh My Foe goes down. Night Horde now here to maybe help out, but they decide not to force the engage. It's 4v5. Sleepy looking for an angle. Tarzan able to take the Lord.
Damn, that was an easy Lord for Area 77.
High IQ play over there from Mark Cutie, rotating around with the diversion into the bush, dealing some massive damage, taking the neutral objective. Lord now marching on the bot side. Night Horde forced on defense.
Area 77 feeling comfortable under the tower right now.
Ooh, look at that damage!
ISO starts reaping the benefits. Finding Sayori there, looking for another target.
Let's go, ISO!
As the guard is safe. Mark Cutie able to take out the tower. Area 77 now moving up to the top side. They're getting as much as they can out of this. Tarzan.
They're still going.
Get the juke onto Sleepy.
I don't know if they're gonna want to engage on this though. Oh my foe, they're gonna have to engage on it.
Down on Mark Cutie. This is trouble.
Jeez, ISO able to kill Oh My Foe.
Oh My Foe goes down though. ISO now finally popping off, finding the kills.
Jesus.
He's 1-0-1 right now, and Area 77 are laying waste to the outer rim towers.
Yeah, Area 77 able to claim even more victories in these small skirmishes, increasing their presence on the map so far. Now up 5 turrets to 1 compared to the Night Horde, who's yet to find a response back to this aggressive playstyle with the diversions provided by Mark Cutie.
ISO in trouble here, but Tarzan able to help out just in time. Sleepy almost dead, has to go back to base, gets the hard guard to save his life.
Yeah, able to save his life, able to take another fight. Diversion out from Mark Cutie, rotating to the mid lane as well. Night Horde, I mean, it was such a close game for a second, but now down by 6,000 gold at the 12-minute mark. This just shows you how quickly things can turn around when you have a crit Roger on the opposing side, able to kind of get in at a moment's notice when he stacked up with Mark Cutie for the diversion play. I mean, that's how they pretty much were able to turn that fight in their favor for that Lord play. The Night Horde, they have yet to find a counter response to it.
When was she useless?
This is
only or when was she useful?
So long. If they can hold off to about that 16 to 23 minute mark for the side of the
I was like, when was she useful?
77 is gonna have a little bit of an issue when they don't have to really worry too much about turrets, but they have to worry about the team fights. As long as they can stack up as a group and play a little bit safer around these bush plays, they should be okay. But for Area 77, it doesn't look like they're looking for that opportunity for them.
For the views!
Sleepy taking the brunt force of it. Tarzan able to lock in. Comes AQ to the No One's Fury, and they're going to take him out. Sleepy goes down. Momoy now in trouble, forces the flicker, but Ureshi jumps right on top of him. Momoy looking for safety, but can't find it. Ureshi gets the kill. Make it a spree. Oh My Foe uses the heavy spin, but forced to go back to base, and now Area 77 are breaking in.
For the views! Go to game 3!
Like they need to up their security package as they're having trouble faring off against Area 77 so far in the late game. And now the siege.
Ooh, a lot of damage on a Sleepy.
Yo, Jay's got LEDs on his bed, bro.
Area 77 popping off. It's a double kill for Ureshi.
Oh yeah, GG's.
Like we could.
GG's. Give him a thumbs up, baby. GG's. Oh, they backed off.
They don't have it.
Maybe not.
Back up to the top.
Maybe not. I think they still got it.
A little bit of time there.
GG's. Thumbs up.
Gets the tower.
Oh yeah, GG's. There it is.
This should be it. We're going to a game number 3.
A huge play for Area 77, landing on the moon. with this match able to take us to a game number
What is
3.
going on in the chat?
Stepping up to the occasion with the unorthodox
Game
lineup,
3.
running the Lu Yi, paired
My
up with
boys
the
in
Roger.
Area
We thought we would've seen it.
77.
We have seen it today, and it has profited.
Roger's back, baby, and I'm happy for it. It's not every day we get to see some, you know, new picks coming in, and Roger and Lu Yi are here. It's
Why not ISO cutie? He didn't want to be a cutie, bro. The boy said he's too he's too handsome to be a cutie.
The thing is these two,
his words, not mine.
Different layers to things, you know, especially the Lu Yi. You know, I think she's been theorized. She's been here that a lot of us have wondered how she.
You've been hanging around Dave too long.
Making it work around the world right now.
You know, and I'm willing to bet this is one of those compositions that they worked out and they've been practicing off the scene, because I mean, when you actually think about it, it's just really
ISO.
good. It actually is synergized because you have the diversion, you can get the Minoan Fury. If you take the Minotaur with you, that's an instant group set. If you take the Roger with you, as long as those there's a
5-6 Roger was insane. I think he went like 6-0.
Teleport there at any given moment and burst them down, and that's what we've seen.
It was like the first time you've seen it too, like.
Came alive and they're able to deal that massive damage. The rich guy going over to Tarzan Cutie, the carry. Sleepy himself, Sandbag will be Oh My Foe, and Jay Cutie leading the way, 7 assists as the forgotten one.
Area 77 tying things up. Let's take a look at the head-to-head once again. Oh My Foe.
I'm too mad you added his his name and then added Cutie on there.
3. Just unable to really supply for his team, and you know, Yureshi's able to kite away from the heavy spin. Also, if you get hit by the duality from
the Cutie slander is insane.
Even when you're in heavy spin, you still get pulled into the rest of your teammates. You're unable to really make that engage. Tarzan with the dash is just the whole team is kind of able to play around that very well.
We can interview Jay now that he actually has a good cam.
Showcasing that, hey, we were a top 4 team previously in North America, and we're looking to make a statement
today. ISO or Jay.
The Night Horde, currently, ironically enough, is the team that's holding on to that number 4 position. And
ISO went pretty good.
Wants to rip that
he might get
away
MVP.
from them. Overall, a really great game. Now jumping into my favorite portion of the series, jumping into a game number 3 is Area 77.
It'd be a good question to ask. It's like, how does that feel to utilize the Roger?
Of the night, hopefully not the last. We'll see. We had a feeling this was going to be a good series. And Area 77, you know, almost won game 1 and comes in.
You're gonna ape shit.
Very aggressive.
When ISO got MVP, so it's ISO.
It's not only one of the things that they're doing so well.
Do they choose MVP out of the people with the cam? Not all the time. Normally, if we choose an MVP that doesn't have a cam, then someone with a cam comes on kind of for them.
Had a rough start. Once the CC got online, it was so viable to all of those team fights.
I would even say the same thing for ISO, because we didn't really see him dominate in the gold lane for a while. I really feel like once he didn't have to stay in the gold lane, once Marquiti was able to use the diversion to take him to the team fights, I think that's where the Roger started to profit more. So it looks like that's maybe the game.
But the interviewee is normally someone that definitely has a camera.
Fight, yeah, you can be early aggressive with the Roger. They're not worried about it. They just want to wait until that mid game where they don't have to stay in that gold lane, where they can rotate to these neutral objectives. And that's when the Roger starts to really showcase his power. And honestly, I really did not see an answer for it. As soon as Roger was in the team fights, you just seen him instantly leak and pounce onto majority of the members over there from the Night Horde, and he was just bursting them down with swiftness. Even with Momoe on the Angela, I thought the Angela would have been a little bit stronger. This is one of those supports. Usually it's banned out, but it's not banned out. Usually it's picked, and it mostly
what up?
In one of the most highly valued supports outside of the Rafaela.
Yo, dude, did you hear the casters on you, Whoopi? Dude, Steph Weezy was like, is Whoopi out there? Is he out there being Whoopi or getting whooping? I was like,
to worry about, right? Or when it's just a nature about, but when it's a jungler,
yo, Weezy went off on you, brother. You're gonna have to get him.
Shredding down, you know, she can't keep up. It's overload, right? The heal's just not enough. The shield's just not enough. And now
got whooped.
When the heart guard comes up,
he switched on you, bro.
No one's fury to, you know, buy time for the rest of the team to do even
I was
more
like,
burst
God
damage.
damn, Weezy attacking my boy.
Recipe, right?
Now, I got to ask you the question, do we see... okay, jumping into game number 3, right? Do we see a ban of Roger? Do we see a ban of Lu Yi? Because I don't think so, but I mean, it's kind of hard now because that opens up so much more meta on the table. In terms
All right, I'm going to use the restroom while this is loading up. I think the banning and picking phase should be coming here in a second.
We saw the Nolan get through. And when we're going to go into game
banning
3,
your
it's definitely
pony.
a time where, yeah, maybe you do ban out something like that. I think the first thing on the checkbox, though, is
patiently waiting for a Nicolette interview never happened. happening.
Aries 77 let it through in game 2, and Night Horde decided, no, we're gonna let him have that. And this time it's like, nope, not gonna happen. Aries 77 not changing things up though, still going for the Fermis. There's your LEGACi ban though. So yes. Yes, more things are on the chopping block now. Yes, more things are being thought about, and game 3 is going to be very different than game 2.
I love it, man. I was wondering, I was like, do they ban out this LEGACi? With that being said, though, a lot more will walk on the table that they have to watch out for. Something that was interesting, too, the TIG wasn't banned and it didn't get slotted up. I thought that would have been something we would have seen for sure. But this shows you that Area 77 is full of surprises and you cannot take them lightly. Now, there are still marksmen on the board. We didn't see any of the marksmen banned out in the first phase. It's not normally we see at least a marksman or two go out, but they let the Claude, they let the carry, both of these options walk through, and then they didn't even pick up a Claude. They saw the carry and they picked up the Roger. Roger is still available. Now, is it just the LEGACi that makes him such of a demonic force?
That is the real Zero, chat.
Or can they pull that off without
my boy goes to Zero in the chat
at any given notice? I wonder if Area 77 thinks that the bread and butter of that working is the LEGACi.
Well, there's your marksman ban. The Claude gets taken out, but I think that's more of just like a... It's
my boy.
It's either like it's a panic ban.
I try to give like all legit people like the basic
both, right?
mod roll. That way you guys know who's real and who's not.
We want the Ruby. We want.
And I had to get my boy Ooga Boogie.
Because we're willing to go for trades. Novaria
Ooga Booga
from the side of Area 77. Right now, I feel like Area 77's in the driving seat, man. They've showed that they can make some off-brand picks work. In game 1, even though they lost, they showed that they can make some meta picks work, right?
That way you guys know who's real and who's not, you know?
And that's going to keep Night Horde guessing. And I think in a situation like this, Night Horde just has to, you know, draft their game and not be too stressed. So knows that it's going to come down to execution in the end, as long as we draft decently.
Ooga Booga over here going wild.
They're going for the support. I mean, I would. And there's a Barats that they could go. No, they're going to go. Whoa, there's not a Barats.
Stella, deleting your comments.
Matilda Nolan. Matilda whatever at this point. Matilda whatever. Arlott on the field. Matilda Fred.
Oh, man. Drink water, ban Matilda. I thought we established this rule in the NACT Spring season. Area 77. Off to 2 great pickups. The Fredrin will be really good alongside it. The Fredrin already
said, give me mod. I can't mod everybody. What an unorthodox pick.
Matilda will be able to get him back to safety.
It's $200 to go from LA to Vegas. Isn't it just cheaper to drive?
Looking at Night Horde, though, they do have the R-Lot stacked up with the Minotaur. I do like this. This is another synergized composition to go up against it. The Minoan Fury from the Minotaur.
That's crazy.
Not only the Matilda,
you don't got a car
in that range, and then it also profits the R-Lot composition and the Vexana combo.
Or car insurance?
More of the demon
what you got, a moped?
Additional dashes for these fights.
You know, picks like the Harris.
No way it's 200.
All these new marksman picks coming in.
Yo, from Missouri to Vegas is like $100.
At this point, Night Horde's like,
you can get, you literally could get a Frontier flight, like the cheapest flight for $100. To fly halfway across literally halfway across the United States.
I think the Minoan's Fury is a good answer.
Even Spirit Airlines.
Competition that wants to be aggressive on you. They have the Terrify as well here in the final slash. So Night Horde kind of has all the CC boxes, the crowd control boxes checked. Now they just need some damage.
That's crazy.
Area 77 on the other hand kind of has a few things ready as well.
Oh, there's Boca.
Route they want at this point. The Matilda just opens up so many doors.
Boca gets mod too.
Speaking of doors, this may be an opportunity.
Even though you didn't use Zosk, I'll still give you the.
Yeah, they definitely should ban that. I mean, if not, I could pretty much.
Even though you didn't give me my Zosk,
I think it would have worked out really well. For the side of Night Horde, they still need to figure out who their jungler is going to be. Speaking of marksmen, though, I mean, we've seen the Clint slotted in. We've seen the Ixia actually.
I was like, Boca's waiting to the last second. He's got it. He's gonna Zosk it, and then a fucking bear miss. I was like,
yeah, I'm like. All right, so the Ixia ban makes me think maybe they're gonna like lock in a Bruno here, or they're gonna ban the gold lane. I think Night Horde, and now Night Horde's question.
I was like, I'm out of here.
They're gonna ban a marksman. Maybe we have to. Maybe we ban the carry here, because here's the thing: Area 77 gets.
I don't know what happened to my fucking.
So they kind of get the pick of the litter, whatever they want here. I got a feeling it will most likely be a gold lane or a punt.
It's all good. It's all good. You guys got the dub, so
counter the Bruno back in like M5 and stuff. It was kind of an answer to the Bruno. So are they kind of foreshadowing that? Night Horde gonna take out the X-Borg though, so solid overall.
Could be a Brody. I mean, I feel like a Brody's been kind of slept on today. One of those stronger
Roger again.
You did. You wanted those 3 points. Hey, it's all good. Getting the dubs, that all that matters. That all that matters.
Roger, especially
you ain't at the bottom.
Last one. But I think the Brody will be good here too. I mean, the carry.
Even though I was managing both of you.
If not,
how do you ban another mod?
I think Brody would maybe be.
I don't know if you can. I don't think you can.
For that carry instead.
A mod on mod warfare.
The Herod slotted up for the Night Horde to counter it.
Mod on mod warfare. That's crazy.
Even without the Herod, there's some. I feel like we're kind of locked in. The Carrot, yes, it's good for dealing with the carry, but they don't have to. We've seen the Bruno win out sometimes. We've seen the Brody do well. There's options for them. I think the problem. I think they need to think about. All right, how do we get to this carry right now? Do we pick something aggressive?
W's in the chat. W's in the chat.
Worried about the carry here. Matilda
would be like the saving finger slip. But I think you could delete their messages, but
like there's a reason they slotted that in front of the Matilda, man. The Arlot has been game-changing for a lot of teams.
Yeah, it's gonna put a lot of pressure, definitely on the board. Speaking of pressure, Dyra.
I kidnapped the cat.
For the oh my goodness!
Oh god!
What is going on today? Okay, we've seen I think this is the second
We saw this yesterday, right?
We did see this yesterday.
Yo, they got a Hanabi!
We couldn't kill the Hanabi, so we had to backdoor. That was like his words in the interview yesterday or whatever. It's like we had trouble.
This chat is blue.
Hanabi, man. I just couldn't kill it. So there's a reason for this. But the Dyroth as well. We'll see.
No.
You feeling comfortable with that vote right now?
They did.
No, you know, it's kind of funny because last game it was flipped, right? I would have said Area 77 had a little bit more of that draft that I wasn't sure about in the Night Horde.
She's good, man.
Not being unorthodox, but this time it's on the other side of the table.
Oh God, come on now.
We haven't seen it in a
Come on now.
The Thomas to finish out the draft from Area 77.
Why don't they just pick Hanzo?
That yes doesn't get picked all the time, but still is viable.
I'm not gonna lie.
Right? Has damage, has sustainability. It's
I got my
a pocket pick for teams.
ass beat last night by Hanzo.
And it can
he went 24-0 against our team.
Dyroth, though, man.
Attack speed build and just beat us in.
This time Night Horde going for a pretty hyper aggressive mid comp with the Dyroth, the Minotaur, and the Vexana. There's plenty of armor shred with the Dyroth, something to maybe burst through.
Damn Hanzos
burst through this
and ranked.
Possibilities are there, and there's also a lot of pressure onto ISO. I think as long as ISO can keep his gameplay clean,
dude. If I was live streaming,
I'd way to victory though.
I reported that boy.
Pick up the Dyroth so
I reported him hard.
Night Horde in Area 77 embarking into the land of dawn for game number
the guy, when I checked his profile, he had 5,000 games on Hanzo. I was like, how do you have 5,000 games on Hanzo?
I think Night Horde.
I was like, who does that?
Game aggression here. If they can start things off well, it feeds very good into their Hanabi, who kind of wants to get to late game. So Night Horde kind of have two options.
Like, who does that to themselves?
Pop off with this Dyroth, or they can just huddle down, which we've saw them do in game number 1. We know they have those capabilities. Area 77 as well.
There's probably Dave.
They're looking at more of like
dude, Ritz was there, man. We got done dirty
with the Thamus, but it's all kind of it's kind of weird. Area 77 has just kind of, I feel like, opportunity all over the map.
Yeah, all over the map in the Dyroth.
The dude was just dropping he's in the chat, bro. Every time he killed someone, he just says he. I was like,
the victory. And then we saw Night Horde use it as well. Dyroth,
he knew how to get to me. He knew how to get to me.
I mean, it's okay. All right. 100% win rate, 2 matches. The possibilities are there. This is a pick similar to the Thamus where it's like, it's not like it's unheard of. We've seen the Dyroth jungle. We've seen it work before. We've seen it on world stages before come in and kind of be something that can work for teams. There's a reason we don't see it all the time, but if the team is ready to play around it, it can be devastating to the enemies.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be high risk, high reward. Definitely kind of interesting, especially when it's a tied 1-1. That's a really risky thing to kind of pull off. But speaking of risk,
the 1v1.
Hanzo was so map aware too, because every time I would try to jump his ass, he would like scurry off to his body.
Just because of the passive and everything. So R does have to be careful and look for those moments to strike.
You are going to see ISO pick up that Purify as well, so he's not going to be as mobile, but he'll be able to stop a lot of that CC, especially with Momoe, with that Minoan Fury that he's kind of worried about. So he's not going to be as mobile, maybe something that the side of Night Horde can lean on. It is going to be interesting seeing this Hanabi with this Aegis, going to be playing for survivability, but lacking mobility as well. So both marksmen should be a high-value target for either side.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Yureshi plays in the stun moves. You know, I think another reason for taking the R-Lot is denying it from Yureshi, right? And normally Yureshi's on something a bit more fast-paced. This time, he's on something a bit
okay,
more
that was a good play.
First
that was a good final slash.
Phone. Oh my lord, the damage already from that Dairoth, and that is the kill pressure I was talking about. JQT now in a little bit of trouble as well. Sleeping in a dash through. Yureshi coming in with the Cotter and Inferno, able to still get away, and
Tarzan got the Ratchery though.
But Sleepy finds one for himself, putting another kill in
Tarzan's on the hunt.
It's 2-0 for the Night Horde. A good trade up for the turtle in my book.
Yeah, definitely a good trade-off. The Night Horde, though, not able to claim that turtle is going to kind of help Area 77 out on the top side.
How to get flex wins? You get flex wins by interacting with the stream.
Yeah, you're looking at both of them. You know, it's very funny when you see these two kind of play because they're kind of similar in their play style, right? You just run up, basic attack, and hope that you outdo the other one. I feel like both of them are very similar, but you are looking at the carry or dealing a lot of damage to the tank, kind of bursting them down, whereas the Hanabi is going to be really good, especially with CC, because you have the Hikabana. If you can proc that off, you can get some great setups, especially for these neutral objectives, but both of them, with one rock and Purify, one rock and Aegis, they're going to be
by dissing me, never.
And easy targets.
Don't get flamed.
To find their way to the back line. The Night Horde, though.
I grew up in the hood, bro. I know how to flame.
Still leading.
I know how to roast you.
Gold. The Dairoth pickup, already finding his first kill of the game. We talked about him being an early aggressor, and he's able to kind of do it so far, but can he keep up that momentum?
Man, Marcuti so aggressive in the mid lane, denied Sayori a few minions there, and even after taking the death, still has a level.
We need some hood roast.
Sayori right now. That's not something you see very often in the mid lane, right? Like normally you just get the even trade on the minions.
I don't want to hurt some feelings, you know. Damn, ours getting jumped.
Trouble circling eagle to stun the lockdown, and ISO gets the kill.
They didn't even need to utilize that. Tarzan just brought down the clap for no reason.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing. You don't have the mobility. You only have the Aegis, and you got to expect at some point a rotation to try and burst you down, and that definitely didn't work in his favor. And now on the top side, Area 77.
We need a whole series.
Still engaging, forcing Oh My Foe on the defense, and now making their way toward the Turtle Pit. Look at the IMU from Marcuti. He picks up the Minoan Fury, waiting for the setup. And Area 77 should be able to take this turtle with no contest.
We're exploiting. Tarzan gets it. Night Horde plays a safe. JQT with the circling eagle and the knock up on a Momoe just to kind of switch positions. And the great thing about that circling eagle is you don't have to use it like as a permanent engage, right? You can just kind of.
I'll do the giveaway at the end of the stream.
Pressure, Sleepy. Final slashes through.
I would like everybody to be in the stream when the giveaway is done.
Flicker to close the distance.
Just so it's easier to collect like information.
Or tried to with the distance. He tried to take that turret, but a good
so we'll see how things go. But I hope that everybody can at least be in the stream if you win. Oh my god!
JQT causing the damage, and that's
529 to 5.
He is him.
538.
Yureshi on the bot side, not only able to get the double kill, but also able to take down that turret, giving Area 77 the momentum they're looking for. Now leading by 1 kill and putting some pressure onto the mid lane. They have the minions. Can they take it?
Now Area 77 feels they found their moment of stride. They're going to keep pushing in. ISO getting involved in these fights in the mid side. Look at the damage on a Sleepy. Marcuti going to back off, but Area 77 have taken the
Yureshi built diff.
Yeah, definitely taking the wheel.
Yureshi's built diff, chat.
Finding his second death of the game, having a very hard time on this Hanabi, but it's a hard time. Yureshi being very overly aggressive, running this Thomas, definitely has the mobility to be able to get where needed.
And there's that Matilda, man. That's what lets Marcuti be so aggressive.
Boy thinks he's Ooga Booga on the Hanabi.
Hang out at any point. It's see you later. Ejected. You know they're okay now.
You know Ooga Booga was the one that brought Hanabi to the NACT. Whoa! What sense?
And Area 77 are falling. Tarzan trying to get away here, but they're not going to let it happen. What a play from Momoe there. dashes through in the huge knockup.
The counter from the Night
Cherry,
Horde.
did you get that? Did you get that triple kill by
big play
by Night Horde right there in the mid at like 6? It was like at 6:35.
But the top side, nobody
That was
there to defend.
crazy. It
We'll
was
work in
crazy.
Area 77's favor. So they got a little something off of that, but overall, Night Horde still winning that trade.
I felt like we
It was, dude. They were just on a trampoline. Call that the trampoline.
The knockup there was so clean. Now on my phone, a little bit of trouble as well. Taken out. You're actually able to pick up the kill. JQD hold the front side.
Yeah, the trampoline combo. I like it.
Night Horde forced to use some flickers. Momoy in trouble. Doesn't have the No One's Fury. He can't strike back here.
I don't know. Maybe
77 knows it's Sleepy. Hanging out in the bush. Tarzan looking for the next target. Maybe trying to make the invade here, but Night Horde's here to force them out.
Yeah, okay.
77 have fighting back and taken back the river.
Yeah, they were able to clear those minions, forcing Reggie and Marcuti to go to the top side to defend that tier 2. Circling Eagle from JQD, though, trying to get away. Gonna go in for the clash.
Now they're gonna come in for this orange buff. Tarzan able to take it there. Momoy taking a lot of damage from No One's Fury.
The final swipe on the ISO.
Taken out. A nice pick off. Night Horde finding them every time. Area 77 has to be careful. This is something the Night Horde does to them back to back to back.
That was a big final slash from Sleepy to be able to get that setup as well. Speaking of setups, there it goes. Trex mentioned it, the UFC fight in the mid lane. I mean, how could you not be excited about these two teams clashing it out? The Night Horde, it looked like it wasn't in their favor, but able to get the counterplay and take the tier 1 turret.
I mean, if he gets hit by that Appraiser's Wrath, he's done, right? And he's able to just, I mean, he's getting CC'd. He's got speedy light wheels coming at his face. And, I mean, he had maybe a half a second less to be able to get that dash behind the Appraiser's Wrath and get the knockup.
I think those were like the most important, those 4.
You're actually locked on to Sayori. Sayori going to go down first. Moy might just be next. Area 77 find 2. They want more.
Yeah, definitely want more. Off to a good start to turn this around back in their favor. A battle of ping pong between both sides, but who will be able to get that heavy hit to take this in their favor? Circling Eagle.
Just switching shifts, switching lanes. Oh, my foe able to get some nice damage, but they take the tower.
Yeah, big play for Area 77 to open up the map. Now 3 turrets to 1 up against the Night Horde. Having a hard time translating a lot of these kills into objectives.
I'm not putting the like periods for the time.
Take that tier 1 turret for the mid lane, so they
just because that takes a lot.
They can get the upper hand, but Area
I can just like accountant type real fast.
Now having the little pit and
hopefully that's not a problem.
Opening for the Night Horde to contest, which means they may be able to claim some more turrets and force the Night Horde.
I can go back and put the dots.
We saw this before in game 1.
I could just like literally type it out without looking and then hit enter and then type again, like on my numpad.
Very clean plays here, but I think they still
it allows me to get like a more precise time.
Hanabi's not the most meta. We all know what a late game Hanabi can do, man. Whether you like it or not, no matter how much you hate the hero, no matter how good or bad you think it is, late game Hanabi can get scary.
I feel like R's trying to be the NA Skylar. Like we've seen that $1 million Layla now trying to be a $1 million Hanabi on the NA scene. Can he pull it off, though? I mean, that's an excellent read right there.
No micro, just fight.
You see Area 77 letting it get to that moment. I mean, they're doing really well. I feel like both sides.
I will say that's like the biggest thing that we've seen when I was casting overseas is that like the team had real objectives.
Kind of leaning into these core items as we get later in this game. And now has some enhanced basic attacks. Flash of Oasis picked up the and now the siege for the tier 2 turret in the mid lane on the way from Area 77.
Yeah. Lord going to be crashing down the top side. ISO taking out the mid tier 2. Night Horde. Oh, wait a second. No One's Fury does lock onto JQD, but he's able to just dash away. Marcuti dashing in and out.
She's like, her one game.
Area 77.
One game, everything's important.
Night Horde still not scared. You're actually looking for the angle. Tarzan gets final slash, pulled back in. Able to get away from safety. Marcuti with the flicker. The knockup. R taken out.
I'm dead.
Forced to flicker back onto the tower to safety, and Area 77 not done just yet. Another wave crashing in the body in the top side. Nice stun onto ISO. ISO in a little bit of trouble here. Sleepy able to vengeance dash through. Now Area 77 finally backing off.
Marcuti with the flicker play.
We got coaches in the chat. We got coaches in the chat, Whoopi.
For that opportunity. Very high IQ plays right there. As you
There's always coaches in the chat.
Carry up by over 1,000. Over there into the hands of ISO, stacked up against R on this Hanabi. Having that Demon Hunter Sword, having the Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff, working in his favor. But speaking of favors, the siege for the purple buff. Area 77 deciding to back off. It's a low kill game. We're at 12 minutes. It's 6-7. But I feel like we've been seeing so many team fights. I feel like it should be higher than this.
Yeah, they've both been doing an amazing job. And, you know, we talked about the Hanabi earlier, and I think the big problem, the big slip-up is that Matilda, man.
Yo, ISO. You're the interviewee. I'm gonna send you a link.
A little pop the Encounter Inferno.
Just you can't say no. There's no consents in this job.
Yureshi finally bites the bullet. Momoy goes down. Mark Cutie able to find it. ISO popping off.
Lies.
Make it another one. Make it a double. Sayori will be next and Sleepy.
No. It's already made.
Terrified.
Production's waiting for you. I sent the link.
A wave of minions to help finish things out in Area 77 will take game.
You'll learn today.
3. They're going to buy their time here, but that is it.
You got to, man. You got this. You got this. It's already decided. We can't change.
Again, the reverse sweep up against the Night Horde for game number 3, Area 77.
It's already decided. We can't change it, my guy.
Closing through the final days of the regular season of
That's why I sent you the link.
Showcasing their micro.
The graphics are already created.
Mastery as a team.
I mean, just well played. All 3 games came in with a plan.
You got this, my guy. You got this. Don't be shy.
Able to withstand it, but I will say this: Area 77, the aggression.
You're the one and only ISO. You got this.
It felt like they always kind of had control.
Yeah, you know. It's like when you go to a game 3.
You got this, ISO. Let's see it. Come on.
The last thing on my mind is to pick up a
He left.
I'm just gonna throw that out there. With that much on the line, man, I don't know.
I'll see if you got in it.
Actually, I do know. I definitely wouldn't do it. But Area 77.
Did ISO get in the link? He like left the VC. He said no, and then left.
One-sided, but I definitely will say that the carry profited way more than the Hanabi. I think there's some good setups from Arcuti as well. Running that Valentina, taking that Minoan Fury, getting some great
production. Let me know if he gets in there or not.
I will say Jay Cutie, you mentioned it as they were fighting it out, the slip up in the draft, allowing the Mathilda to walk.
Yeah, man, that 0-0 and 10. Jay Cutie was the savior, and you know we saw it throughout the whole game. It allowed the whole team. It allowed Mark Cutie to just be in their face. It allowed Tarzan to be in their face. It allowed Area 77 just consistently cause pressure. And one of the last items we saw locked in from ISO there, that Wind of Nature, that was kind of it. At that point, it was ISO could really just hang out, take free shots, and just unload.
Yeah, and as you are seeing both of these teams, 7-12. I mean, it was still considered kind of a low-kill game, a little over the double digits for Area 77. I will say this was definitely a little bit more of a faster game than game number 1, as you are seeing the head-to-head
Gatorade
matchups
sweats
right there. I mean, even the jungle's not really too high in terms of kills, but more just focusing.
Yeah, it'll be at the end of the stream. It'll be at the end of the stream. Unfortunately,
better with that overall 7.
I have to get all of this stuff done.
2-0 my foe. I will say both of these teams though, looking very strong, you know, days before the playoff season, and I can't wait to see how they perform. But overall, damage dealt. I mean,
what's Matilda's win rate? Probably pretty high. You can find all of the heroes' win rates at Liquipedia.
And that just shows the shield, right? It shows the movement, and though Hanabi was able to kind of unload, it wasn't enough to deal with everything that Area 77 brought in that game. Yureshi as well. Oh my God, that outplay early on, the 2v1, just diving in, disgusting Z.
Oh man, absolutely sick, nasty. Area 77 showing up with their moon boots on because these players were out of this world.
Was ISO able to get in there?
Game, you know,
I see him like they're typing in chat here, but I don't know.
Throughout the entirety of that game, again, you know, they took that loss the first one, but still, and then they still managed to carry out control throughout the second and third game and really show off their ability to play effectively as a seasoned team this season.
Most definitely. Well played from both teams. I mean, very, very clean. Any, like, you know, Wheezy, Night Horde now takes that loss. Area 77 showing that they're still in this. And it just goes to show, like, you know, what's going to happen in the playoffs, man? Like, who's going to end up coming out on top? It's that spider web of NACT. You're on top of me, but I'm on top of this team, and they beat you last week, and it's just all over the place.
If there's someone in the link, I don't know if it is ISO.
Over there with these predictions. Godly, Area 77 able to kind of showcase.
Is there someone in there?
Congratulations to both of you guys on that. But yes, I'm right there with you. I mean, this,
empty.
Like we said, this NACT is unpredictable. Right where you think the Night Horde has the favorite.
He said he won't do it.
A reverse sweep comes out to take us to our first game 3 of today, and we're just getting started. We're only halfway through the matches today, and I do believe today is going to be some of the best series that we've had so far in the regular season.
Absolutely. Every game that we've got so far going into this day has been a very good game, and it goes without saying that these next 2 games are going to be right there with it. But I want to see, who do we got for the MVP?
I'm trying to.
Another tough one. LEGACi, actually, yeah, man. LEGACi in game number 1, he had a rough start, but he ends up pulling through so cleanly. And then in game number 2 as well, just being a dominant force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, LEGACi's always been a problem. He's always been a threat. He's been on the international scene and the scene for NA, definitely having a major impact for the teams that he's played on. And right there, just showcasing his mastery, running on that CC. We've seen him on the Benedetta as well. I thought that maybe JQT would have slid in maybe for game 2. If I would have gave an MVP just to game 2, I feel like JQT did really good on that Mathilda. I think he was like 0 deaths, and he had 10 assists, which was just dominating. But yeah, just look at that excellent gameplay over there from LEGACi, just being a problem for the Night Horde.
No, and I think it's one of those things where you have to take into account what Hoon said. You know, ban the Mathilda. We saw Night Horde drinking the water, and they drank the water, and they got the first one, but they just, without banning the Mathilda, they just couldn't seal the deal. So
I sent the link to all of them.
I think they were drinking a little bit too much of the Kool-Aid
trying to get
there,
them,
man. And weren't able to pull through. You know, I really want to focus a bit more on LEGACi because he does so well at just knowing. I think it just comes with the amount of time he's played the game, the amount of time he's been around. He does so well at knowing his power spikes overall. With CC, he played it calm, cool, and collective in the early game, then pops off, knows when he can like limit push, right? And there on the thaw moves, he knows, all right, this game I'm going to switch gears. I'm going to be aggressive at minute number 5 or whatever, you know? And he always knows when his hero is at its best, and he capitalizes on those moments.
You know, it's hilarious because it's a 2v1 matchup against him, and they try and gank him thinking they're going to take him down. He's like, nah, no, I'm taking y'all down. This is free kills, baby. And then they sit there and they try and turn away. They try and get out of there. He's like, oh, I don't care.
Let me know if anybody joins the link.
Anyway. I'm still going to get the kill. Walks away with a double. The man's a boss when it comes to the XP lane, and you have to have an answer for him.
Now, Thamu is definitely one of those heroes that exists that's actually
very
I guess
capable
of, you know, pretty much 1v5ing an entire team if they've got enough of a gold lane, which is less of a gold lane than one would think. Trust me, I learned that from experience. But, you know, we did see some other pickups that I think did make a big difference on Night Horde side. You know, we saw that Deereth picked up, and although he's got that really strong early game, whenever you look at, like, let's say the Thamus versus the Deereth, even though they're in different roles, you're talking about one that scales really well, and then one that just kind of falls off a little bit early, at least in my opinion. And unless you're getting a lot of really good kills and really exploiting your advantage to take those early objectives, then that Deereth just becomes, you know, not the greatest pick.
All right, let me go check on BTK.
I think the idea was there correctly for the Dairoth. It was definitely something that like could have worked, and we saw the damage immediately. But it needed to be able to continue on.
What up?
It's similar to like the Martis, where you want to get kills early on, you want to snowball,
but
it's even riskier. I feel like I think the idea was right, but
what up?
Then also you pair that up with
what's up, man? I'll do it.
Like now you have too big. You're rolling too many dice at once.
That's what I was gonna say right there. I mean, you pull a 100% win rate Dairoth and you decide to pair it up with.
Hey, we got the other person for that.
I don't think that math is mathing right there, and unfortunately they weren't able to pull it off. Maybe if they were able to last longer, but then you go up against the Mathilda. It's just so much to deal with. The Mathilda, one of those stronger supports, the strongest support in my opinion so far this NACT Spring season. If you don't have answers for that, you're not going to be able to pull out those unorthodox picks.
Yeah, and again, you know, exactly the same thing we were saying. You know, Hanabi is one of those heroes that just scales extremely well, very strong in the late game, but the Deereth just isn't. So it's like you have those different options, and that's good for balancing out your team, but you still have to take into account what the team's actual capabilities as a whole are. So I do think that we are getting ready to go into a break. Any words?
All good. I'm excited. Oh yeah, Wheezy, go.
Hey, drink water, ban Mathilda. We'll see you guys on the next one.
Insane. I mean, 2 players on LEGACi just instantly dropped in a second. Shark, running. Uh-oh, diversion.
A tour of the enemy side. Oh my God, he actually went away. Yes, and they make Jolie pay for it.
though he's gonna kind of, like, his damage kind of caps out at a point, but it's still enough.
Ooh, Night Horde is going to go ahead, start this engagement. Kahari in a little bit of trouble, still putting on the damage. He is standing right up in front. Big Mano and Fury catches them. Kahari finds a kill on to Momoy from the backside. Oh my foe, so low, but Pro Destroy not going to be able to find the kill.
Ooh, big, I'm offended. Momoe able to catch Yato. Finds the backline for Devious Activity. Off to a good start.
Yeah, we could fight. G? Or wait for... We gotta fight.
Hold on, man.
Nice. Alright, cheat him. Kill him. Alright.
Hold on, mid one. Wait, look on.
Mid?
Oh, top again. Yo. Nice.
Oh my god. Look, CC.
Keep going.
Hurt.
No. Dip.
Chill.
Dane is dead.
Hurt.
Kill Howard.
Kill.
I got Vexana.
Nice.
GG.
Just kill this guy first. Can we kill this guy?
Yeah, KDA. Can we recall, bro? Can we recall?
No,
I'm not gonna kill him.
Kill him.
Kill him.
No.
Oh God. All right. Yeah. Get on cam and get in the tournament server. Jesus Christ. They'll take it from you. Yeah, they'll take it from your prize pool if you don't give it back. There's no prize pool. Well, then I guess you just competed for nothing, right? A free camera. I think it's only what, like the $60 camera, right? Oh, Hari the Great. Let's see that Roger, bro. Let's see that Roger.
Folks, after another hot and ready game, I think I'm ready to get into some cool ones, and we got some cool ones coming up with BTK versus the Fiends. Trex, how do you feel about it?
I mean, I think this is hot as it can be right here. I think this game should be even hotter than the last one. But no, I think it's going to be a great series. Fiends on their uprise right now, and this is this going to be the next notch on the belt right here? You know?
I mean, I don't think that's too far off. I mean, it's the number 2 versus the number 3 right now. BTK up 1 series against them. But I mean, if we look at Fiends, they've had such a great run so far, and they may be able to pull it off. I mean, if you think about it, Area 77 took down BTK, and Fiends took down Area 77. So in theory, they should be able to put up some great competition against the BloodThirstyKings. So I think we're up for another great series. Hopefully all the way to a game number 3.
All right, GG's, guys.
But the last one's going to be very
Get on
hard
K-Man
to top.
ASAP. Yeah. Good luck.
Trex, can you actually take us through the roster?
I'll let you know. Hold on.
Let's go into it. Fiends, a team all of us have our eyes on. Kohari, aka Kohari the Brave. We got Magic. We got Churobami, Pro Destroy, and
you guys are second pick.
The team that has taken NACT by storm. You said it, Weezy. You know, BTK might have the win, but they are tied in points. It is 11-11 for these two teams.
All right, they're getting on cam.
So I think for me, when I'm looking at these two teams, I'm looking at teams that have potential. They've been doing well already, but both of these teams have the potential to not only do well within the respective regular season, which we've already seen, but I think either one of these teams actually have the potential of making it through the playoffs and up to the finals if they play their cards right.
I think you typed in like
and speaking about playing cards,
announcements.
We're gonna have to take a look at the BloodThirstyKings now and see who's on their roster as well. You are seeing Basic rocking.
You in general chat.
World in that roam position, formerly on the Simpsons. Nicolette dominating as that mid lane menace.
In our yeah.
And then Milo
and the LEGACi.
XP lane.
Definitely strong teams. Definitely strong teams. And again, I feel like every second that we're waiting for this match to start up, I feel myself like, maybe it is this matchup, man, because like
I told them that if they didn't get in the interview that you're taking money.
Dude, I might have to go turn on my AC just for this match alone, which would be a start because I can't afford it. I'm just kidding.
He always catches me.
It's the pass.
Weezy, you pick up. You pick up for that, Weezy. You pick up for that.
Man. All right, well, first of all, we got to figure out this AC problem. We'll save that for the break. But as we are jumping into this match, like I said, there's a lot of exciting things to
I told them they should be getting on there. I can warn them
yesterday
again.
They took down Devious Activity. Both of them were pretty long.
We got to deafen them.
Game number 1 was 25 minutes. Game number 2 was 20 minutes, which I wouldn't really say when a game goes that long, it's not one-sided.
Let me hop back in there.
When a team is able to kind of sustain themselves to that 20-minute mark, there's definitely something there that's working in their favor. So I would say BTK may have a little bit of a challenge, as technically on paper Fiends is a better team than Devious Activity, at least with the regular season. They're sitting in that number 3 position. For Fiends, they may be able to pull this off, but they are going to have some challenges. Number 1, shutting down Mobile Zane when he's rotating around the jungle. We know he rotates around, and we know he likes to be that.
Yo, I think they're looking to start here soon. Are you guys get on those cams ASAP?
Synergy.
All right.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, camera.
At this point, we definitely, I think we're gonna find out right now. You know, is BTK
any basic insane?
Really, are they really them? Like, did they have like a bad first game, or did they just get lucky in some of these other games? Has it been luck? Is it skill? Was it a bad first game? And I feel like, at least for me, there's a lot of questions and a lot of confusion that still shrouds around the being that BTK is this season.
See, for me, I would say everything you just said, but more for Fiends. I think we know all the players from BTK. Yes, they did take a loss in the beginning, but there's really not that much shroud or mystery around them. Like, these are all top players. I think like the slot that they're in was predicted. I think the big it was at day 1 that everyone was like, whoa, what is going on with BTK? Fiends, on the other hand, you know, when the first week happened and we saw the first four games for them, I was kind of like, all right, is this a team that like, whoa, like, is this luck for them? And then they kept winning, right? They started off beating BloodHounds, and that was like, All right, yeah, it's BloodHounds. Like, they got the win. We thought big things from BloodHounds, so now we're seeing that's kind of clear. They come in next day, losing to DA, but still taking a game and almost taking game, like doing very well in game number 3. Then they beat LEGACi. Then they take a loss to NACT Horde, but still take a game. Then they beat Area 77 yesterday.
Better watch out.
And now it's like
Dave's watching.
The news is in. Fiends.
It's gonna be like
there's no more like theorizing on Fiends. They also look like a very clean team. Now, their last 2 days are going to be their 2 biggest days.
They're going to ask you to get on cam more.
BTK, they got to go up against GG. And whether we like it or not, BTK and GG are the 2 teams that everyone was expecting to be the dominators this season. But now there's a couple more teams on the block, right? And Fiends is definitely one of them at this point.
That's right, the new kids on the block, and they're making a name fast, and everybody's turning their heads. I mean, Fiends, I would say it's fair enough to they have a lot of new players that I haven't really seen too often, at least in the top 8. So technically, if you really think about it, they'd be considered a dark horse for North America, right? And they are doing it. This is actually the dark horse story coming to fruition for them in that 3rd place, and this is their chance to be able to take down the number 2 and rise even higher.
All right, boys.
Ladder, trying to shut down.
Get on the cams. Hurry up. Dave's going to be coming.
So maybe this is what they need. But for BTK, they're not going to give it up easily. I mean, the BloodThirstyKings are able to fight it down to a wire. Like you said, the more competition.
You also disconnected from tournament lobby.
Or at least to the offline event, if not the grand finals. They've never not made it into a top position, even when it comes to top 8, right? I think the lowest that we've seen BTK
I don't think the casters can keep yapping for too long.
4th place? No, 3rd place?
They had one really bad season, like a long. Remember, like 2 years ago, they got knocked out by this random team in like 16 spot or something like that.
But and that was when they had like Cardi on their team, and there was some crazy stuff going on. It was a different roster, and then they were able to make it up though. They still got higher later on, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, they did lose that qualifiers game. But nonetheless, like you said, BTK, it's been proven. We're in terms of statistics, we always see them hold on to that torch for a long time. The only team that ever really rises up to the occasion.
I've been trying to get them on there.
Usually Gaimin Gladiators or Outplay.
Yeah, they're talking.
Or whatever variation of that with the core trio combination. But now we're starting to see other teams rise to the occasion.
I pushed them
like
though.
Area 77. And since Fiends beat Area 77, they may be able to do it. So I think this is going to be.
They're coming in.
If not the spiciest, the second spiciest.
Basic had to like copy the link.
Very hard to top, but this one can definitely do it.
So, right to the point. Predictions. Who do we think is going to win?
I forget who I put here. I got to put my marbles on BTK right here. Sorry, Weezy. There's not going to be a comeback opportunity for you tonight. I'm pretty sure the rest of our votes are the same.
Yo, Basic, can you turn your camera sideways, not vertical?
Look very good, and I definitely don't think it's just like completely one-sided here. But in the end, I got to put my all my marbles on BTK.
What the heck? It didn't actually rotate. That's crazy.
Yep.
Okay, so I will say, first of all, Yue, the mad scientist, again.
You have anti-rotate on?
To defy the
there you go, perfect.
Is this man crazy, or is he just?
Perfect. Thank you. Good luck, guys.
Yeah, he's a Fiends fan. Let's be real here.
We'll have to see. But
all right, they should be good.
I mean, I'm right there. Like I said, BTK. I mean, it's kind of hard to like vote against them. But if there was a true dark horse, I would say it would be Fiends, the new kids on the block, to be able to do it.
So I do think that this is going to be anybody's game, but I'm not.
All right, everybody's good now. Jesus Christ. Sweaty, baby, sweaty.
All right, Fiends up against BTK. Fiends on the blue side. First pick right here. Now, we said it earlier, Weezy. We said that like Fiends they've won some games against some you know, they've made a name for themselves, but there's much more. There's bigger opponents to face. They had a nice eased-in season, I feel like, and now you're going up against BTK. Next week, you're going up against GG. You know, how are they really going to compete here? Bans and drafts are in.
Now, I will say, though, I mean, me and you both can attest to this. A lot of teams have a struggle when it comes to taking down the top two.
I was hounding them,
it's like a brick wall when they go up against the BloodThirstyKings and Gaimin Gladiators, and we don't really see a lot of
Zane said that we've been using them.
And macro, but now Fiends getting their chance to showcase to the world.
No, this second.
Of putting everything on the line. BTK starting it off with the bans is going to go ahead and take down that Angela. Hey. Now, I will say, BTK has been profiting a lot on this Akai recently.
Zane said he's got 100% participation.
From over Zane, especially running that frontline competition. He doesn't really need much help.
he said he's been used.
That's the focus for Fiends. In my personal opinion,
his words.
But the Akai is a little bit more of a threat. But speaking of threats, there is a little bit of bans on the way for the frontline junglers. We are going to go ahead and see not only the export banned out from BTK, which could be flexed to the XP lane, But on the other side, the Fredrin and the Barrettes.
So I'm pretty sure this is official. Fiends did not ban their first ban. Whether it was we didn't know what to do, we planned this, I don't know, but that is official right there. No ban for Fiends. I'm almost positive, 90% sure. BTK on the other hand, take out the Angel like you said, take out the I'm mind blanking. That miss of ban is like really messing with my brain right now. I'm like, take out the X-Org. So yeah, we're doing the old the GG route against BTK right now. We're banning into Mobazane. You know, and this has worked for many teams, but I think this could be a year that you know, you got to be careful about it because BTK has a lot of other hard hitters on their team this year, and Mobazane has showed that like he still has some other things.
This is Gatorade.
Yeah,
Gatorade.
I mean, the Akai is still available. It looks like they probably didn't ban that out. They go for the CC. Do they go the Akai right here? I mean, I'm wondering if so. I mean, it's definitely one of the stronger junglers, and he has the Boxia still. We haven't seen the Boxia recently from him, but it's still an option. Nolan is still on the table. Could be picked up from either side to deal some damage. They're already facing up against one thing, though, and that is going to be the CC in the XP lane. CC, one of those high mobile heroes that's really good on getting to not only the back line,
and we don't know.
Split push opportunity for the neutral objectives. One of the only heroes that can really keep up with this CC is going to be that Benedetta, who's very highly mobile. I wouldn't say it's a direct counter to it, though. Another hero that would be good is the Ruby, somebody to at least slow her down and be able to fight the fight in the XP lane against her and provide a denial for the split push.
Yeah, so it is 100% now. That ban was.
That's because it was his first time there.
I don't know why, but yeah, they did not ban BTK. You mentioned it. They go for the Faramis up front. Arlot's open. They decided not to pick that up either. So there goes the Ruby ban. I don't know, man. They're giving a lot over to Fiends right here. They're giving up to CC. They're giving up Arlot if they want it. They're giving up Vexana if they want it. They're giving up a whole lot to the Fiends. Fiends go for the Novaria and the Minotaur right here. BTK, I don't know if this is all part of the plan, if they're kind of a little overconfident here, but that's a lot of value over to the side of the Fiends.
Do they go Akai, though? This is actually similar to yesterday. They had the Ruby, they had the Faramis, and it worked kind of out in their favor, providing that sustainability. I think the Ruby's more for the maybe the XP lane, maybe for the CC, still can be flexed to the roam position. We know for a fact the Faramis should be in the mid lane. I mean, last time we got...
I'm just trying to quit my job. Give me a contract.
So possible game plan and a strategy. Minotaur has been picked up from Fiends, is going to have the Minoan Fury, is going to have some good knockup, especially up against a team that has to kind of stack around the Faramis to provide some heals when it comes to that Nether Realm. But they do have the Ruby. There goes the Akai we were talking about.
Yeah. Like if they bought diamonds in game or something.
A lot of teams just let it walk. I mean, honestly, I think it's about time to put some respect on Mobazane's Akai. But hey, maybe there's a plan for Fiends as we are into the second phase of the draft.
It almost feels like this is
they do that on like Call of Duty
in the Fredrin, mainly because it works so well against other utility junglers, man. It really just helps them open up in these, open up Lord Pits, open up turtles. Like just anytime there's a big neutral objective on the field, it does so well on counterplay to so many things that other teams want to bring. Also, he just does so well in tight positions, getting those pins, finding pickoffs, the ambushes, all of the above. This is definitely a pick that maybe isn't the most popular utility jungle for everybody, but Zayna shows that it works very, very well in his hands.
Do you think we see a Martis? I mean, if Martis walks through this, Fiends could pick that up for the jungle. I mean, there's a lot of CC they have to go through, so I think an anti-CC jungler is not the worst decision, especially up against Mobazane, who's already going to be running that Akai. There goes that Benedetta being banned out. We talked about one of the XP lane matchups up against the CC. Maybe they're expecting this Ruby to be slotted in that roam position. Definitely could be a possibility. Now, I think the X-Borg has been banned out. I would have said that definitely could have been an option over there for the side of BTK.
They do it for a lot of season pass.
One of those staple marksmen, kind of limiting down the opportunity in the gold lane for Fiends. And they have Kahari. That's Tony Montana. That's Kahari the Brave over there. They got to watch out for.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely got to watch out for it. And Fiends, I think they want the Claude here to counter out the Faramis. I think BTK, high chance they pick it up to kind of stop that from them, especially since they didn't ban it. Noland is still open. There's still some options open if Fiends wants to pick that up.
The Kai gets the job done, though, chat.
Especially with a Ruby and a Faramis, but like Fiends you're at a point where if you're going to go up against the best of the best, you know, if you're going to go up against the top 2, top 3, top 4 teams, you have to feel comfortable in the rest of your team to kind of go for different types of compositions. The Arloth gets banned out. BTK now on first pick. I think they got to pick up the Claude here. You also deny that from Kohari,
oh, dang.
which he showed he does amazing on the Claude.
That's
which
crazy.
Is one of your biggest counters right now.
FNS picked up
Plus you get the Purify, so you're able to kind of deal with that heavy spin and not be as threatened from it.
BTK said they're going to sweat.
Here for BTK.
BTK said they're going to sweat. So
pickup though. I mean, you know, another marksman pickup can be the Ixia as well. Over there for BTK. I wonder if they're going to slot that in, provide them even more CC for these setups. I think overall they have a pretty solid composition, right? You have somebody to get to the back line, 2 heroes, actually 3, Milo, Mobazane, and Cold World to be able to get the job done. It's going to be very hard for Fiends to rush in onto these neutral objectives with this composition against them, right? You not only have the heavy spin from Akai, you have the Nether Realm to keep them alive, you have the CC, the Unfended from the Ruby, and there's not really any anti-CC in play. But speaking about things in play, his second appearance for today, Kohari the Brave, Mr. Tony Montana.
That is such a wild pick.
This Roger, it's at this point it's sealed.
Fiends is. This is huge. This is
it's
big.
It's no longer just a joke. It's no longer just
this is where the views scale and go high.
We've seen it not work. We've seen it have work, but it's not doing horrible. And there's your Martis pick.
Let's go, chat. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Deal with some
Share the stream.
So I think it's
the one and only best NACT manager.
No, we need a gold laner for the side of BTK.
Ixia. I'm going to say Ixia is probably going to be slotted here, maybe for some additional CC.
Yeah, they did.
Quad's
did
open.
mention that could be an option. Yeah, I think the Cloud would be okay too. They're going to have to watch out for that Minotaur, but I do think it could be an option. I think the Ixia, with this composition, at least this is what they've ran before. Exact combination on top of that, but it's going to be one of those two. No, it's going to be the Harith. They're going to go completely different, and I'm wondering why. This is actually the first time I've seen a Harith in the gold up against a Roger in the gold.
Well, you still normally pick up the Purify on the Harith, right? Which I think you definitely want something that can rock the Purify and feel comfortable with it, which is why the Claude was kind of the pick for me. But now you get the Harith, who also is going to rock Purify, which means the Minoan's Fury is not as much of a threat to you. Some of those things just aren't as much of threats to you. But as you said, how is it going to pair up against the Roger? Like, none of these matchups we really know, right? Because we haven't ever seen them. Like, even when Roger was meta, he wasn't a gold laner, he was a jungler, right? So nobody really knows exactly how this is going to work out. He does have the chase, right? He has the Lycan Pounce, so he does have a way to close the distance when it comes down to, later in the game. Definitely going to be interesting overall, though.
Yeah, now we are going to be seeing Fiends going head-to-head up against BTK. First match of the day for the 3rd series. The number 2 versus the number 3. Who
go chat
will be able to take their first victory and have the advantage for the series?
Let's get this clear.
Who's got this today? I gotta mark stuff here. I gotta mark highlights, chat. Gotta mark highlights.
This is for the decision here. Lay down the story, right? But yeah, no, I mean, and it's true. And nobody thought Fiends would even be here, right? And right now they are going up against BTK and thought of as equals. But I'll tell you what's not equal: the audience predictions. The biggest landslide we've seen yet, 85% for BTK, we see.
That's right. Everybody placing those votes. BTK, no secret, leading the way there. I mean, they've definitely been a little bit more successful than a lot of teams overall in NACT. Just a little bit. But we are going to see right now.
BTK said they're going to sweat hard, so.
Running on this
let's see if they
going for that concussive blast. The Roger will be slotted over there by Kohari. First time me actually being able to see him play this out with the Quantum Charge. Will be very mobile. Goes in for the Purify. Looks like he's worried about the CC
move my camera up a little bit.
BloodThirstyKings going to probably proc that, jumping with the Lycan Pounce for some possible pickoffs for the low HP hero pool from BTK. But he is going to have to watch out.
BTK is going to sweat, chat.
Nicolette, who is
I was pumping him up. I was pumping him up.
Team alive in the middle of all the chaos.
When you get a team like BTK, when you get a team like GG that go up against teams that are essentially new, they're going to push their buttons a little bit, right? They're going to be aggressive, and we're already seeing it from BTK. They're in their face. They are testing them right now, and it's like, and if Fiends does not kind of bite back, BTK is going to stay in their face all of this game, all of next game. So Fiends
4 of them
for a moment where
going for a Pro Destroy.
And this is exactly
49.
Pro Destroy now in trouble.
49.
BTK just
pushed them back.
Going to keep pushing in. This is what we're going to continue to see from them until Fiends does something about it.
Nothing.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what you get when you allow Akai to walk through the table, right? He's a bully when it comes to rotating around, harassing enemy jungle. You're looking at BTK, going to go ahead and pull the aggro for this turtle. Magic Give him some vision. Not really sure. He's not going to be able to contest this. Pro Destroy, a little bit of a delay in the jungle since BTK decided to invade, stalling him. And that is going to be
MLBB secures the turtle.
BloodThirstyKings, giving them an advantage. And for the XP lane and the gold lane, their side laners, all of them getting a little bit of that XP boost. BloodThirstyKings, we know they're a team.
I haven't seen Farja actually be played too much, to be honest.
Basic, we should rename Basic to the taunting god, man, from last season to now. He's
taunting
been the top,
god.
Right? He's been the guy who really likes to give it to you, and this guy's hitting him with the toss right now. And I'm telling you, man,
a little bit of knock up here.
To just disrespect Fiends until Fiends, you know, makes a move on it.
Yeah, I mean, you said this is a battle for that #2 position, right? Both of these teams currently tied
this
up.
This is a battle for the Cohorted kid. Can Cohorted the Great keep his name against BTK? I feel like that's the real thing, is that like Basic is testing Kohari. Like, are you really the best gold lane currently right now?
Damage to top that off. You have to watch out for him. He's been a little bit more of that heavy hitter, especially after the recent patch.
Isn't that,
they buffed his damage?
Isn't that copyrighted?
Overall for the skill 1 and skill 2.
Yeah, BTK taking the route of the invade route, and I do think there is a worry on the board for BTK. It's the CC, right? And we know CC doesn't have the most aggressive early game, but if Uneven can kind of go through this laning phase unscathed, which it's 0-0 right now, it is going to scale above that Paquito, man, and it could become a problem. But it does look like they're finally going to try to make the move on Uneven. MLBB looking for the knockup.
Oh!
Milo able to get the kill there.
Milo the Proud!
None's Fury does come down.
Heavy spin.
MLBB still finds the kill, and with the heavy
that's a double
Fiends cannot engage.
Outplay.
Yeah, just too much.
345 to 355.
On the bot side from the BloodThirstyKings and the invade.
Good team fight.
A lot of damage. On to Pro Destroy there. He uses the retreat, still unable to get that orange buff. Pro Destroy now forced to run away. So. Milo does go down. Trobami able to pick up the kill, but MLBB still gets the buff. And overall, it feels like a comfortable trade for BTK.
No, early aggression, though, could work for Fiends' favor. They're kind of having a little bit of a struggle, though, especially when you have a Martis and a Roger on the same side. The Lincoln Pounce and the Decimation together could be disastrous, but BTK being able to be the bully inside of the jungle, rotating around, denying the farm away from...
The camera was tough, I ain't gonna lie.
Have a chance to deny.
Me and Sherry had to work hard.
Fiends
I had to work hard.
May be able to take down Basic 50% HP. Pro Destroy wrapping around. Might go in for the decimation, but MLBB looking like he's for a play as well.
Main Obi's hard.
Come in, the No One's Fury comes out. Basic sidesteps. Cold World finally into this fight. Some on-force down. Basic is safe. There was some stress there for a second, though, man. All 4 of them went up.
Oh,
they missed the engage.
Yeah, you are going to see some anti-heal picked up from Nicolette.
Oh, snap.
Endurance. Worried about Fiends over there. Some great itemization.
Moontown money.
Off screen.
Damn.
I want to point something out. I was talking about Basic going for the Purify. He goes for the more aggressive choice here, I feel like. He goes for the Flicker instead. And again, it just goes to show, I think he feels confident, right? He feels good. He drops Minoan's force down. He doesn't feel like he's even going to get hit by this Minoan's Fury at all. He's not worried about it.
It's definitely worth it.
He has the Impure Rage on top of that for some additional damage. And you're already seeing Kohari having a little bit of trouble up against him. Magic there to protect him. Cold World as well. 3-1 though. BTK leading in terms of kills and overall objectives.
Oh, Milo does take a little bit of damage here. Able to get the win over on Pro Destroy there. They are just denying them everything right now, man. Purple buff now up and Pro Destroy back at base. MLBB should be able to run away with this safely.
Yeah, I mean, he's just being such a
threat. Who was it?
Should be able to get out of there. I'm not sure if they're going to take that fight, but if they want to,
he did the one-shotting.
We'll be able to pull that off. I mean, they have the numbers and the sustainability, and now on the top side, you are looking at Basic working on that tier 1 turret.
It doesn't get the final hit. Kohari does a nice chunk
keep
of damage
an eye out
there. Cold World's always by his side, though. He's just hugging up on that gold lane.
Yeah.
Basic's cam's lagging. I'm not sure what's possibly causing it.
No One's Fury. NetherRealm does come out. The Amafended locks on and Magic goes down. Kohari now in a little bit of trouble. Does have some defensiveness, but goes down in the end. Basic picking up the kill.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. 5-1 Basic, increasing his damage with the recall spams. Cold World joining the party right there. I think they're battling. It's like a little squat challenge between both of them right now. But you are going to see the proxy of the mid lane minions may be able to take this objective if Fiends is not careful. They're slowly.
BTK told me, chat, that they were going to sweat, baby. They said they're taking FNS out.
Find some objectives fast.
Yeah, BTK giving them the warm welcome right now.
Oh, that was
The I'm offended connects as well on the Magic there. Magic force to try to flicker away. Not gonna let it get away. A double kill for Milo. Huge plays by BTK. All in your face right now. Welcome to the big leagues is what they're saying. This is welcome to the big leagues. 1,000 gold deficit. Lord gonna be up in about 90 seconds.
It's funny, everybody recall spamming but Nicolette being a little bit more classy than the rest.
Classy, you keep it classy.
One turret. BTK now getting control even more on the map, and Fiends struggling to find an opportunity. 7-1, 3 turrets down, 3 turtles in their hands, and a 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, the pressure is there. The pressure is on. Fiends at this point know, all right, we got to buy time, right? We just saw Kohari up in the top side taking the gold crab, getting, trying to get whatever they can. Same thing. They also need Churobani to level up. The damage is starting to be there, with those meteors, with those hits, but it's still not enough just yet.
It seems like everybody's lagging. Like everybody's face cam's lagging. I think it's like
minutes or so till there's an opportunity.
I don't know if that's a production thing or VMix thing or.
No like it's pounce though. Decides not to engage. MLBB taking a little bit of damage.
Also, why is Basic so zoomed in? What the fuck?
Drops as well on the top side. Basic, Kazamayam up there.
Yeah, lightning
yo,
picked up from
it's like all on his lips.
Onto the team of Fiends as well if they're not careful. Milo off to a really good start. Highest kills on the board for the BloodThirstyKings. 5-1-1 on this Paquito.
Yeah, Basic, on our side it looks good.
0 hasn't fallen yet. With this Harith pickup, definitely doing a little bit better against the Roger, who is yet to find a kill. Speaking of kills, big stun.
Oof, Milo.
The lip cam.
Looking for the last strike, not able to get the knockout punch there. Uneven, able to get away safely. Fiends hanging on for.
I wish I had nice lips, man.
Yeah, hanging on to dear
life. I got those white boy small lips.
Right now, if they want to turn this around, the Lord has spawned in. BTK will pull the aggro of this pit, have control. Fiends, what's interesting? Their composition, they have a Roger and a Martis, which means, wait a second, Nicolette.
A lot of damage on the Nicolette.
Sheesh, Kohari.
Well played by Kohari, finally putting a kill under his name, and there's the damage. Fiends starting to show a little bit of possibilities. Uneven, takes a punch to the face, but backs off.
Yeah, Nicolette need to be careful, especially being the backline, but Cold
World in trouble. NetherRealm comes in the next time, but Basic versus Kohari. Kohari takes him out.
Kohari took Basic out.
What we want to see Fiends showing why they're here, so that we can still play even with a 7,000 gold deficit.
That's Kohari the Brave right there, 2-1-0 on this Roger. You got to be careful if anybody can pull off a tip.
Did you just say a naked guy?
Milo, seconds away from bursting him down.
My guys, that's why we call him Kohari the Brave.
I was naked. I was like, what? What does that mean?
He's ready to play. He's always ready to get there, be there, and is willing to risk it for the distance.
I mean, say that quick, and it sounds like.
Maybe you want to try to contest this Lord. Milo looking for a route around the back. Churobani in a bad spot. Needs to get through that wall. Cold World takes a little bit of damage. MLBB also getting zoned away from Kohari. Fiends definitely not out of this.
I think they're gaining synergy.
They're not out of it. BTK trying to
like team synergy.
Wants them to take this fight.
They were so new.
Sustainability to outlast, but they have to watch out for Kohari, who's able to kind of burst down with the crit damage, and that's something you have to kind of look out for. BTK though closing in on to the members of Fiends, but Kohari with the response back.
Oh no. Kohari might not be able to survive this one. Goes down Basic. Gets the revenge kill. Magic now in a little bit of trouble. Basic finds another one with the double. Milo into the backside. Forces Churro away. And now the pin onto Pro Destroy. Basic drops him on Force Pro Destroy. Not going to be able to get away this time. The toss comes out from MLBB. They're looking for the last hit. Pro Destroy finally falls. Well played by BTK.
You could tell he wanted that decimation. Basic was almost low enough for him to be able to get that kill, but nonetheless, a good try. This is what happens when you run a Roger alongside a Martis. So both of them, they try and go into the low HP heroes, but when nobody's low HP and Roger can't get that crit off, and they both get spotted out and focused in terms of target locking, that's when you have a massive advantage toward that mid to late game. And BTK putting on more pressure inside the jungle.
Uneven though.
Yeah,
man.
I know I was muted. I'm muted because I had to say something that I couldn't let you guys hear.
Happen. And the thing is whether they, even if they lose this game, I got to give it up to them, man. They're putting up a decent fight for such a deficit, and these are the things I look for in, aspiring teams, right? Can you hang on even when you're this far behind?
I don't need the Clippers to be clipping
that right now.
Yeah, look at Milo, though, up by 3,000 gold, up against Uneven. Does have the Blade of Heptases and the Hunter Strike and the Malefic Roar to deal more damage. On top of a Legion Sword, maybe going in for a Blade of Despair. to deal some high physical damage. As another turret will fall. Lord marking it on
Basic, how
top
the fuck you get those lips?
Defended on Trill. Bonnie Basic able to take out the tower. Nicolette finds the kill. It's a nice trade for BTK. Lord still coming.
We need a pro lip reader.
Okay,
nah, I'm gonna be like
the top inhibitor. Pro Destroy trying to hold down the front side. Magic maybe looking for Minoan's Fury here. Does have it in the kit, ready to pop off, but holding on to it, waiting for the right moment.
It's all right. I'm working on my muscles, so.
Inhibitor does go down mid as well. Here comes the.
Is that what you want?
Nice flicker. Can the rest of the team capitalize on it? Netherrealm comes out. BTK still up. Magic goes down. Mobazane taking a lot of damage. Back to full bar health because of the Netherrealm. No. Pro Destroy into the
Basic said he wanted the interview.
Able to connect in time. Zamon's force comes down. Basic against Kohari once again, and there's the flicker. The toss unable to get the kill. Still a minion on the field though. BTK doesn't close it out just yet. Another wave coming in.
They want more.
Cold World does have the I'm Offended ready to go. Milo with the godlike kill on a Kohari. Locked onto the base, and BTK looking for the finish. The double for Milo. And that is it. BTK takes game number one.
GG's.
Sealing the
BTK is getting good, chat. They're getting good.
11K gold lead. Spearheading the way. The Bloodthirsty Kings off to a great start up against Fiends.
Good start.
Milo doing real good, chat.
Just holding down the front, being so aggressive, and when you said
fucking
it in the beginning,
3 to 16.
Watch out for.
I told you, bro. I was in the chat with BTK.
Yeah,
I was getting them ready and everything, and they said we got this shit, bro. Don't worry about it. They said GG's, we good.
Running that Akai, running that.
They said we about to sweat. I was like, damn, okay.
To back them up, they were able to deny the rotations from Pro Destroy to be able to get not only to his purple,
getting them hyped up.
Orange buff, but
Midnight was in there. He's a fucking.
Overall,
I think he's been bringing like a really good aspect to BTK as well. Like he's always there
at that
in there.
It could have.
Yeah, Cardi's still a sub.
I wonder what really happened.
Cardi was in the VC a little whiles ago, yesterday.
Yeah, could have been the Akai man.
Should have been, but maybe they will plan something differently as we jump into the second match.
Could have been the Akai.
Yellow was going crazy though.
BTK right now, right?
Maybe
they prioed the Ruby and the Fermis, and it just shows how much confidence like Nicolette has in this pick. It shows how much confidence Cold World has in this pick, and it just goes to show, you know, banning like, and those aren't super meta picks. Those aren't like always on the ban list right now. They are sometimes, but not all the time.
Mellow,
BTK has
yellow,
some options, even if you ban out the meta, right?
Yellow,
on the Akai, and it just
loud and yellow, proud.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Faramis pickup here. I think it was because usually if we don't see the Faramis, we see the Mathilda. If a team lets it walk there, at least it was with GG. And that's what really shines with the Akai. But then when you can get that Faramis up front and you can get that Ruby, I mean, you have sustainability, you have CC on top of that. Even if Zane did not get that Akai, they are able to zone out teams to the neutral objectives just with those two heroes alone to kind of help them profit.
Yeah, damn.
Something like a Fredrin. As you are seeing
the sandbag, Mobazane, the rich guy in the carry,
gold inside
yellow.
He was hitting with that Paquito. Head to head though, Mobazane up against Pro Destroy, 1-0 and 11, just playing that utility jungler at its finest and showcasing above 10 for his overall rating.
Yeah, I mean, definitely above average for Mobazane. Pro Destroy this time up against some of the big dogs, you know, up against Mobazane here.
Damn.
Not able to keep up today, and I think
look at that damage from Yellow and fucking Basic.
Cold World always there in the nick of time for Basic. Nicolette able to save the day with some of those Netherrealms in Yellow, just putting on so much pressure. That was 58,000 damage leading for the side of BTK.
I think it's funny because it's 0%. Team fight participation over there from the Martis, but I don't think that was true. But nonetheless, it was still a very good game overall.
They're just like text messaging each other.
Break down a little surgical here on what we have to see Fiends do to turn this back around.
That was ridiculous.
Game 3. Number one, man, you got to have a plan for that Akai. A lot of teams are struggling against it right now. Even Gaimin Gladiators were defeated by it from BTK with that reverse sweep. So I will say that's number one. Number two, don't skip a ban. I'm not really sure what happened there, but that's not something I recommend for anybody on the professional scene. You got to make the most out of every opportunity.
I got the
ahead of you. Number three, I don't really agree too much with going I would say not three-dimensional, but
I like that we all can chat together now.
That's like four-dimensional when you pull out some risky plays against one of the
Me and Sherry were always like trying to chat it up, and then production be like, stop that.
Standardized, something that's a little bit more common meta. and not like all over the place. And I feel like that will work better for them jumping in.
And then I fall asleep.
Game number 2.
And then the camera shoots across the map.
With match point against Fiends.
Yeah, I think they need something.
Tell Trex to expose.
And if they're, and I think also Fiends has to not be scared.
Tell Trex to expose what's on his record.
Deal with the early game aggression and not be scared to take those fights in the laning phase. You know, you're up against a team like GG, you're up against a team like BTK, you're up against, you know, a team like DA or whoever. Like, you have to be ready to listen. If they're going to come to us at 30 seconds in, we got to be willing to go for it, right? We can't let them do that. You can't just back up when they come into your jungle. And yes, BTK did kind of have the advantage, you know, but before Nicolette hit level 4, the Netherrealm wasn't too scary, and you did have they had the Martis, who has some crazy early game damage, right? Who has a good way to deal with early game.
Why the hell did you try to give me flex coins?
Think about that, about how they approach.
I got unlimited flex coins.
That's what's gonna set the tone.
I'm the flex god, bro.
So maybe they'll do something different here. They do get their first ban.
We're trying to be the flex king.
The Matilda goes out, and the Ruby goes out. So already immediately changing their thought patterns compared to last game.
Yeah, they're not going for the strategy of just banning Mobazane, right? They're trying to ban the utility across the board, which has been a lot of the problem for them. Now, this is going to put Mobazane in a great position, though. He has a lot more flexibility on what junglers he wants to pick up, especially in the first half of the draft. Now, do we see him pick up the Barats? The Barats is picked as an option over there for BTK. We've seen
the bean dealer.
Rafaela. The Faramis is on the table. I don't think BTK will take the Faramis right out the
beans.
beginning, especially with there being a Valentina, but could kind of wait it out and pick that in the second half of the draft if available. But right now, with what I'm seeing, I think a strong option.
You guys and beans.
At least for the side of BTK. Maybe the Akai, maybe not, but the Barats is also another strong
MOBA Nolan?
I think this creates him a very, very good opportunity, and this is probably where BTK starts to shine.
I don't know about MOBA Nolan. I'm gonna get some water again now.
Trying to draft him out, and then it allows them to pick things across the board for multiple members on their team. But when they don't draft him out, he gets very comfortable in that jungle.
Well, it's definitely now first pick. Arlott still open for BTK if they want it. Vexana open, a lot of things still on the field. The Barats for Mobazane. I mean, that's kind of been the go-to when it's there. But we're also seeing BTK get confident in a lot of their players, so I wouldn't count them out to not slot Mobazane first, maybe, you know?
Navaria is available too. I mean, maybe just getting Nicolette that Navaria right here and just waiting it out and seeing what Fiends picks, because they still can pick up that Barats. And even if they allow Fiends to pick up the Barats, I mean, they have the Navaria that can provide that slow from the back line, and there's still some other options on the table to stop them. So I think, yeah, even the Nolan. So I think the Navaria would be a safer option, just picking that up. Not something, I mean, I guess you have the Valentina on the other side, which could technically kind of profit off of it, but they're going to go in for the Fredrin instead, locking in the jungle nice and early for BTK.
And they go for the Fred over the Barats. And I think that's just a comfort pick right there for Zane. MOBA Fred, you know, as some people like to call him. So, I mean, it's definitely comfortability. And at this point now, Fiends have to respond. Do they pick up utility as well? Do they pick up the Barats? Which I think is a good answer, right? You have the Daytona's welcome. You have an answer to Mobazane in that turtle pit, in that Lord pit. Or do they get crazy and go aggressive and pick up the Nolan? I don't think they're really ready for that right now, just because BTK was already bullying them last game when they had a you know, a fighter jungle, let alone if they pick an assassin jungle or something, you know?
Kohari getting comfortable is going to lock in that carry. They're going to get another meta pickup with that Vexana. Now, I do think that the carry is going to be a little hard to kind of pull off, especially against basic. He's one of those marksmen that prefers to go up against the carry. He's actually comfortable running against it. He is going to go ahead and use this Irithel, though. I would have expected maybe a Harith or something like that, but the Irithel has been showcased a little bit today and in previous matches for the NACT Spring season. Not as often as a Harith, but still a viable pickup.
And maybe they just slot. We saw it earlier when we saw maybe they just slot something like the Raph later on in this draft, something for Cold World, kind of switch up strategies, change it up a little bit. From
I think in order for Mobile Legends to change it up, like we need multiple objectives. Like we need like something that's not like as high quality as a Lord, but something that's like a secondary that teams can fight after.
Both teams need a.
It's every MOBA. There needs to be way more objectives instead of just like red, blue buff, little crabs. Like
XP liner.
They might need a jungler if they put the Barats in the XP lane.
A lot.
We have seen teams do that. We've seen Fried Chicken run it. I mean, it is a possibility if they do go that route. But we are going to be looking at some strong frontline compositions from both sides in terms of the jungle, right? The Barats up against the Fredrin, both of them able to invade really well and sustain
Also on
themselves.
Kiwi.
You are looking at no healing though, no support heroes being picked up yet, and it looks like that's the focus.
Oh,
right
that would
now
be cool.
for the bans. Angela and the Rafaela both banned out very swiftly over there from BTK, and on the other side we are seeing the Faramis off the table. So there's not really too many more healers out there. I mean, there's like a Florian could be slotted in, and we have seen a Florian showcase before. It's just not as hot as the other options.
And Fiends is a team that is known to pick up these two heroes, right? The Kohari connection,
like
with Magic, man,
like an ultimate, like a Lord ultimate.
With either the Raph or the Angela, and BTK has definitely done their homework. Coach Midnight has definitely done his homework, and Angela's on the chopping block immediately. Raph comes in second phase just to make sure, because a Barats and a carry could be lethal with a Raph behind it. Could be a big problem with a Rafaela behind it. Nana gonna get banned out from Fiends. Nicolette still needs a mage. This could be one of those games we see the Louis, I feel like.
It is.
This could also be a game where we see a Minotaur slotted in, because Minotaur would be great for the group CC. I feel like for either side, maybe BTK slots in the Minotaur to get the setup. It'll stop that Barats, especially when he tries to go in for the
maybe the Lord should have like a built-in anti-heal that it applies to people.
Also the Fredrin, which is gonna have to watch out for the speed light.
Yeah,
if BTK does not go the support method, I wonder what roamer they will pick up. I think a Minotaur would be okay. It could be an option. The Grok is still on the table. I mean, if there is a Minotaur on one side, maybe the Grok on the other.
The river turns into a volcano.
Nonetheless, a lot of options are being limited later in this draft. CC for the XP lane up against
me and Dave could be a fucking lit developer.
I feel like the CC is a little bit more mobile, but the R-Lot synergizes well with
That's what I'm saying.
that BTK has.
The struggles.
Yeah,
we got Chad GTP.
Well on it last game, even though they lost. You saw the damage start to scale. Fiends just has to not fall off too hard in the early game this time. The composition is definitely good from Fiends. This is, just a textbook, decent picks, well-rounded, frontline, shred, all the above. A little bit of early game, little mid,
You sprinkled a Kiwi on a...
Maybe still lacking a little bit in laning phase for Fiends, but they do have the defense there. BTK, like I said, I got a feeling we might see Nicolette Louis here, man. There's not much else for her to pick right now. Valentina, I think Valentina Louis is really the two options on the field right now for her. There's Louis, and then Grok. There's the Grok pick for BTK.
We both get one, but the Luyi, I didn't even think about that. But yeah, that's a really good. I think Luyi works great against the Barats because he's such
I am a god at Luyi.
He's not as mobile.
I haven't played Luyi in a minute, chat.
You are gonna have to watch out for Uneven on the CC though, who will try and close that distance. But with the Grok and the Luyi combination, I mean, I think that's a really strong draft from the BloodThirstyKings. When we're looking at the side of Fiends, though, they do have some answers. They have the carry who can soak in not only to the Grok, also the R-Lot, also the Fredrin. But Kohari's gonna have to get online. We've seen him run the Roger last game.
Yeah, I was gonna say this in our last meeting. There's one of the comments that pop up, and the dude's name is Pound Town.
Power spikes we were looking for, and hopefully that's what they can kind of lean in on this game. Getting that.
It's called
We've seen Kohari.
It popped up at like
often than a Roger. This NACT
yeah, it
Spring
popped up at like 2 seconds.
And it is gonna be a possible problem, but you are gonna see problems. Going with the Ube strat.
Oh,
Estes in the building.
Oh, it's basic. Hold on.
You could ban out the Angela.
I'm coming.
You could ban out the Florin. You could ban out the Raph. But we're still going to get something here. So, yes.
What up?
Very Ube-esque. But the Louis, I want to talk about that real quick because
for
those that don't know, Nicolette was like a forerunner of this hero.
Oh, shit.
Was picking this hero back when it was not meta at all.
I think they realized that.
And was
hold on, let me go talk with production. I'm guessing it's going to have to.
So if there's anyone that I think
Yo, Zane doesn't have retry. Zane doesn't have retry. It didn't have retry in it. We're gonna have to redraft.
Could be the big answer against the Cesties, right? Because everyone's gonna be grouped up. It should be an easy way to kind of proc that. Same thing.
Yo, surrender, restart.
BTK
Same draft.
Some answers to this Estes. They just need to make those combos work.
And not to mention they have the R-Lot, so if you can get that duality out, then the R-Lot will get some additional CC to profit on as we are now jumping in to game number 2. The BloodThirstyKings up against Fiends.
1-1.
BTK currently sitting at match point, trying to close out with a sweep with Fiends, living to fight for another chance. But right before we jump into Land of Dawn, we want to spend a little bit more time with you today. And, you know, Trex and me first time casting together. Just
I informed BTK.
Just to tell you guys that, you know, just the vibe. No, I'm kidding. There's a little bit of something going on in the background, but this gives us a little bit more time
same
to
picks, same bands.
These lineups. You talked about Nicolette on the Luyi.
All right,
been such a threat.
Same picks, same bands.
We've seen another Luyi work out today. The diversions were on point. It worked out with a Roger.
The other day.
Yeah, and then we saw Hoon pick it up, and he was just dealing a lot of damage with it. And now we get to see Nicolette with her showcasing on it. Now this is an Estes though. Estes will be able to keep the team alive, but you know what the thing is with Estes? He requires the team to group up, and that's what Luyi loves.
It was like a tournament bug or something.
You don't got
they're gonna have to run through the redraft real fast, chat.
To BTK, and this was something I was a bit worried about. I kind of wanted to see a bulkier, like you mentioned the Minotaur way earlier. I want to see something a bit bulkier on Fiends. Because here's the thing, with BTK right now, with Grok, with Arla, with Mobazane on Moba Fred,
I got it.
they're going to be in their face once again. Even though they have the Barats, they're going to be in their face, and Fiends are going to need to buy time.
Ready up.
Be very careful. Magic and Churobami, they got targets on their head right now.
All right, ready up.
Targets on their head right now, because there's no defense on that mid side right now.
I got it.
Yeah, you know, it's funny, talk about the Moba Fred. I always used to say, like, Fredrin walks around with his hand in his pocket, and I think it's a picture of Mobazane with how well they kind of synergized together.
The delaying because we had a redraft.
I do agree with you. If we kind of take a look at...
we're redrafting right now. Zane didn't have retry.
Hard time in the early phase, taking the neutral objectives.
So this is the same draft.
And BTK were able to
same draft, same bands,
and denying a lot of the farm away from Pro Destroy. But this time around, not running the Martis, running something that's a little bit more.
But it was a tournament lobby bug. It for some reason like swapped his retry into a vengeance.
Watch out though, Cold World running on this Grok. Not really too much CC. I feel like he's gonna have to worry about. I mean, maybe a little bit from Churobami, maybe a little bit from Pro Destroy. But I feel like the Grok should be able to open up a lot of these engagements with some great wild charges. For the side of Fiends, though, there's nothing to really stop Uneven on this CC. Not really.
I had to jump in the VC with him.
The final slash from the R-Lot. Maybe there is CC on the table, though. There's a lot of CC for BTK, but CC is not going to be stopped in her tracks in terms of being completely immobilized since there's no suppression. And I think if she should be able to get to the back line, maybe basic. I'm wondering what battle spell he's going to be running on this Irith. I've seen it kind of ran with the sprint sometimes. Yeah. But I wonder if that's going to be the exact route he goes.
I mean, I feel like sprint's the route here, right? Because there's not a lot of, there's a CC, but there's not a lot of CC on Fiends, you know? There's not a lot of...
I think that gets me every time.
They just had to name a hero CC, right? But yeah, there's not that much crowd control. Yes, you have like the Eternal Guardian, you have the Detonus Welcome. So I think sprint will work well with him kind of running away from CC and kind of kiting around the team as they're all grouped up. I think the big thing for
not even flicker, it was vengeance.
Like a lot of times when you see this classic Ube strat, right? Like this is real classic Ube. Even though there's some slightly different heroes, it is the Barats and the SDs paired up. You're looking for that 7-minute mark. Like back when you used to see Blacklist do it, we would call it the rubber band. Even if they take a death or two early on, right around 6, right around mid game. As long as you're not, if you're only like 1,000 gold, 2,000 gold, it's not that big of a deal. You still start to hit.
They done drafting
there, so
they are not done drafting. They got right? one more pick, one more pick.
Try not to take too many deaths and wait for that second turtle to really start popping off, and then you can, and then like you said with the CC, with those possibilities in there, shredding down, holding that front side. There's definitely some danger in Fiend's composition if BTK lets it get out of control.
That's right. I mean, I love the rubber band effect. And not just speaking of rubber bands, can they bounce back from that loss in game number 1, right? Do they have enough elasticity to shoot it back on BTK's side of the court? Now, hey, we're almost closing in the regular season for NACT Spring and jumping closer to the playoffs, right? Fiends, BTK, both of them tied for the 2nd position. One team will be knocked down to the 3rd. And this is actually really big considering how this plays out determines who they face in the playoffs, right? I mean, that number 2 versus that number 3, they will have totally different seedings. The number 3 should, at least in theory, have a little bit of an harder matchup. The number 2 should have an easier matchup, and that's really what these two teams are kind of battling it out right now. Is they're stacked up to 11 points. Now, Fiends, like we said, took down Area 77. That's the team that took down BTK. So if they find that momentum, if they can kind of dig deep, they may be able to pull it off. BTK, though, they've seemed, ever since that Area 77 loss, I think they kind of sat down. did a lot of homework and tightened up their shot group, and they've been stronger than ever so far. I mean, it kind of goes to show from that great performance in game number 1. So the Luyi pickup, I think that's something I'm excited to.
Yeah, I know you can't hear me.
It's funny
I was talking about stuff.
North America. It's just changing the further and further we go in the NACT Spring season. I think in the beginning we didn't see a Luyi, we didn't see a Roger, but now these things are kind of slipping through the cracks and they're profiting.
I mean, it's definitely, there's just a lot changing, I feel like, and it's going to continue to change over the next few months. It seems like a lot of patches are coming in. We might even have another big patch before Grand Finals comes, you know, which playoffs could be a completely different beast for all we know. We got, what, one more week?
All right, they should be ready to go.
Just let everybody know, we just had to do a quick redraft. All the picks are exactly the same. There was just some bug issues or something. We'll be getting back to the game very shortly in just a few minutes. So, yeah, I think Fiends, I like their composition. This is dumb, right? This is something that they like to run. This is kind of they're in their zone with this. They got the utility healing support roamer with them. They have a nice bulky frontliner jungle, and they got Kohari on one of his signature picks, the carry, which things that he's thrived on is like the carry and the Claude. So if there's a time for them to pull something off, this could be it.
Yeah, and this is their chance. Fiends, not off to the easiest start. BTK now at match point, trying to close out the series with a sweep. Fiends having a second chance to be able to hold it in. Can they do it? Can they claim that number 2 spot? Will BTK push forward and live up to the name? Now, unorthodox a little bit, but stepping. What's up? Oh,
that prediction. It's got to be swaps. It's got to be, because last time it was BTK with the 86%.
Was the prediction wrong?
It's swapped. It is swapped. I'm looking on the channel.
The prediction saying 18% Fiends and 12%
Fiends. But hey, as we are looking at both these teams fighting it out, Cold World already taking some heavy hits.
Now, I do want to point something out. Fiends has not been swept yet. They have taken some losses, but they've always at least put one on the board.
Water, Red Bull. I got water. I got water.
Correctly, even if they lose against,
I'm actually about to put some supplements in this water
here at least. I would love to see. I'd love to go to a game 3 between these two teams. Let's see if Fiends
gotta stay good out here, Shaq. Gotta stay good out here.
Taking their time right now, and I don't know.
Stay in the gym. Stay in the gym.
I think they need to be moving fast and trying to close out Fiends' win condition.
Get fit. Live wild.
I mean, game number 1, we saw MLBB and BTK kind of full send the jungle of Fiends, being very aggressive super early. But this time around, we're not seeing a Martis. We're seeing a Barat stacked up with an Estus to be able to keep them alive, and I think that's kind of forcing BTK to pull their.
That is a protein shaker, but I use it for
everything. We see this first turtle spawning in though. Both teams getting ready to take this first neutral objective. Now it's going to be a battle of sustainability from Fiends versus just pure damage and crowd control from the BloodThirstyKings. Overall, we have to see which one will kind of prevail and hit the mark early in the game, as you are going to see both teams fighting over this turtle.
Doing a lot of damage on Uneven there. Uneven's going to be forced to go back to
base.
And
if BTK clean sweeps, they're in second place.
Holding down the side.
Even right now, they're in second place.
Milo coming in. Nice duality. Gets a CC. Protosword takes a lot of damage. Eternal Guardian does come down. The final slash locks on a Protostroy, but the Tonus welcomes him in and passes him against the wall, but still goes down. Cold World picking up the kill. Protostroy finds
Nicolette!
It's a 2-for-1 right now. Uneven goes down to Nicolette. Nicolette now on the run. One
and
more
they just
shot,
left
and
it.
She's out of here. MLBB
just left
find
it.
The turtle now.
Gotta get more highlights here.
On to the enemy jungle camp. Nicolette still staying.
What are the standings right now?
Yeah, 2-for-1.
Let me look.
For the side of the BloodThirstyKings.
Oh, they're not updated.
Good start for them. Not the easiest for Fiends. They are still in this though. Need to find some answers. They need to find trades in the beginning. If they can't find these turtles, maybe go in for the turrets instead. Protostroy got.
They're not going to be updated because we don't really know. It's going to be after the series.
The process though, finding his first death of the game, but the assist is what mattered the most to create that opportunity for the BloodThirstyKings. Speaking of matchups,
we'll really know after the series. When's playoff? So we'll have. We have one more set of games next weekend on Saturday.
He's not going to go in for that sprint, but speaking of sprints, Cold World. Protostroy kind of being a little bit of that bully, that Barat's in the jungle, forcing him away from the invasion and the vision.
That's the just in case right there. That's the just in case. Oh, nice final slash on a churro. We'll get healed up from magic, but the Purify is kind of clutch, right? Just in case he gets hit by a Detna's welcome. Just in case an Eternal Guardian locks on. He can buy the little bit of extra time. Does take a couple shots from Kohari.
Episode got leaked.
And the wild charge on a Kohari. Kohari back under the base. More fights ensue up in the top side. Protostroy misses the Detna's welcome, and now is in a little bit of trouble. Basic. MLBB gets the final shot, though.
I'm a low you god.
That's another kill for BTK.
And another death for Pro Destroy. 2 deaths of the game so far.
Okay, that's a low you troll.
Not off to an easy point over there. Pro Destroy, the jungler for Fiends. Not only just a jungler, he's running on the Barats. Magic not able to really keep him alive. Kind of protecting Kohari on the bot side against Basic. The king of recall spamming down there. Showcasing his comfortability in the gold lane. 3-1 though. 1 turtle under their belt. And Fiends yet to find a response.
Yo, Nicolette's kind of gotten. She's gotten hyped today too.
Zane in all of his camps right now. Pro Destroy 2 levels down overall.
I don't know why they would pick Estes into that. Oh, GG's. Kohari taking so much damage.
Nicolette picks up the kill. Now Basic.
They burst it through though.
Watch for Churro here. Not gonna try to force the engage. Misses the Terrify.
442. I'm gonna just say 440.
Be able to get away.
Yeah, some good placement over there from Cold World. Stopping Fiends from rotating around with ease. Up to 4-1 on the scoreboard and up by 2,500 gold within the past 5 minutes. BTK showcasing their mastery, getting everything they came for. Mobazane and now ready for the invade.
Oh, gets the taunt off. I want to say he was able to steal it. No, doesn't get it. He didn't have the retry. I was like, I thought he was about to take that one.
A very close call.
A little bit of damage on a Kohari. Basic finally takes down the tower. Cold World able to get the wild charge, but the rest of the team is there. Cold World switches gears, moves back. They got what they came for. They take a tower. Good win for BTK.
Yeah, Nicolette, very good positioning so far. Able to teleport at any moment to keep Fiends on their toes.
We've been trying. She's always muted though, so like I never get an answer from her.
Potential. Now,
I can messenger if you want and see what I can.
You have to be careful, especially with Nicolette on the table. She's waiting for you to overextend. Big play.
Nicolette does so much damage on a Kohari there. Melo able to get the double kill though and clean up what she started. Well played for BTK. Cold World coming around the side, looking for maybe a wild charge or just getting vision for the team. BTK, now that they've taken the lead, they're right back to being aggressive.
We just talked about it too. Look at Nicolette already ready for the setup.
Diversion. Mobazane takes the taunt too, trying to buy that split second, but not there in time. But what they do is cut the lane, and Basic takes another tower.
Now the siege for the orange buff.
Ooh, Daytona's welcome does land on to Mobazane. Mobazane in the midst of 4 members will go down finally. Wild charge does come out from Cold World. Nicolette now trying to run away. Hangs out, gets a couple more shots. Melo dashes in, getting some nice damage on Uneven. But they decide to go back and just take another tower, and they switch gears.
And that's still overall a good trade for them. They lost Mobazane, but they take the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, but Uneven on the chase.
Yellow feeding now, chat, huh?
Should be able to get back to safety, but Basic.
Ooh. Basic dashes in. He's being aggressive. He feels
not yet.
Good the past 2 games.
Yo, you never pick an Estes into a low Yi.
What is it?
Like that's crazy.
We got to get a nickname for him over here.
He's the retry god.
Cancel it all.
Oh my God. All right, Basic the retry god. But you are going to see 6-2 for BTK. Now up by 4 kills up against Fiends and 3,000 gold and climbing almost to 4,000. Cold World very low though. Needs to get out of there. We'll be able to hug that wall to negate the CC. The BloodThirstyKings still holding on to every single turret. Hasn't lost a single one and up by 3 towers and 2 turtles. Diversion play though.
Where are they going? Oh, down to the boss side. On to Kohari. Kohari's in trouble. Milo flickers in. Gets a wild charge. On to Magic there. The Moon Goddess does give some heal. Pro Destroy able to get the nom-noms. On to Mielo. Mielo goes down. Fiends finally picking up a kill. We're starting to see the snapback. This is what I'm talking about right after 7 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Start to be careful. Mobazane is going to get the taunt, though, on to Kohari. Kohari able to dash back. The heal comes in, and everyone's safe for now.
Yeah, Magic doing really well in the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, keeping the team alive. Kohari was very low right there, and then he procced it and was able to help him to sustain himself in that fight, and it turned around and worked in Fiend's favor. BTK definitely need to be a little bit more careful on these engagements. Speaking of being careful, diversion play from Nicolette.
Ooh, they're waiting in that bush. Cold World. Here we go. Wild charges, lock on 2, and the cleanup happens.
821.
Spree.
827.
Clean up on all 3. BTK, Nicolette. If anybody's getting an MVP,
clean up on all 3.
With the smash replays of this Louis, a hero that we've seen her use time and time again on the professional scene, and has been kind of known. I would say this is a signature pick over there from Nicolette, and she's showcasing just how strong the Louis can be.
Yeah, I mean, it's becoming definitely a problem. You never know. I mean, at that point, you start to put fear into them, right? It's like you just never know where they are, man. They could be in any bush at any time.
Do you want to interview?
Fiends has to think about that. Now it's become a mental game as well. I think at this point, Fiends, they just need to stay grouped up, man. I mean, I know it's tempting to try to, like, go and try to stop them from split pushing, but you got to group up. You got to wait for the next, you know, maybe this Lord, and maybe try to make the play before it becomes too much.
Yeah, but I mean, Nicolette able to pull a trick out of her bag any second of this game with this Lu Yi has been a problem.
That's a good question.
When you think they're at one place, they're at another, and I think that's where they're kind of shining on. I mean, look at Nicolette, 5 assists so far, almost tied up with Cold World, who's the roam for the BloodThirstyKings, and she's also leading the way in the most kills. You are seeing a great Guardian's Barrier dropping down.
Interview Cole?
The pincer.
We couldn't get
the knock-up.
I don't know. He doesn't want to be on camera.
Get the stun on 2 members. Blessing Moon Goddess does keep them up for just a minute. Uneven.
Oh, this is a good go. This is a good go.
Magic taking too much damage. The appraise.
Yo, BTK.
Down 2. A double kill. Going to Mobazane.
BTK.
Triple.
BTK. Zane with the triple kill.
Dominance.
Zane the main.
Give him the bulk.
My main.
Properly go in there. Take down 3 members with the triple kill. Pro Destroy Magic and Uneven. 3 for none.
You don't give Moba Zane, Moba Fred.
Further for them. Fiends having a hard time keeping up with the momentum and the pace of the BloodThirstyKings. Kohari the Brave, though, is willing to take the fight.
Dude, BTK is hot right now.
Wild charge knocks him
You could ask him, like, why, like, I mean, I think we kind of asked it before, but you can be like, why do you think BTK is so hot right now? Like, you guys are definitely performing differently.
Magic goes down. And now Uneven is alone. Pro Destroy trying to come around the backside. Knows it's not a fight he wants to take today. BTK.
That was Milo did.
Milo with the alley-oop to Mobazane.
Yeah.
The final slash.
Yeah, Milo just said he doesn't know because they haven't practiced.
Pro Destroy looking for something but finds nothing.
My goodness, BTK. Breakdancing with confidence right now with the recall spam.
Amigos!
Knock into the base of Fiends. Uneven left to defend with Churobami.
They're just going ham right now. Look at the TPs coming out from BTK right now.
Here to play, here to slay. Fiends not feeling okay. All right, Lord gonna be up now. And BTK aren't even forcing it. They're not even going straight for it. They feel good about this matchup right now.
Yeah, you're already seeing BTK in a great position to possibly try and close this out. Here in the next few minutes, if Fiends is not careful, Lord has spawned in. They may wait for it to go to the enhanced version. Kohari, though, the overextension. He is not afraid of anything. The recall back Milo. He lets him go for free.
Yeah, he's like, I don't want that smoke right now. Because even though Kohari's behind, he's still a little bit of a threat, at least in the 1v1. Lord brought down to half health. Cold World looking to push Fiends back. Magic does have the blessing right now.
Oh my god. My Mielo the goats.
Members and just getting shredded down.
Kohari what? Why would you stay in that bush?
Gonna have to try
they were able to get away.
Take that fight right now.
Yeah, definitely don't want to take that fight. 2 members falling for Fiends. BTK has the numbers and they're looking for more.
Kohari, the brave Kohari on the run, whatever you want to call him. Gonna get knocked up. He's able to kite back. They're chasing him down.
He's out of there.
Looking for the cutoff. He's out of there. Looking like a home run. Uneven here to help out.
They are on the hunt.
Like, no. Oh, Cold World now. Maybe in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, what the bait! What a bait!
Way too much damage does go down.
Why would you fall for that?
Blessing to move. God is able to give him the
you
help.
just got baited. Get you baited.
Still biding time though. Is this part of Fiends' plans? BTK are not going for that. Lord Nicolette's like, yo, I'm out of here. Forget this. I'm back to the mid.
Kohari the Flash, the quick escape, and now going in for more.
Oh my god, the wild charge!
Looking for the knock.
Daytona's welcome. Knockdown Churobami able to secure a kill on the basic though. Oh no, don't whiff it. Don't whiff it now. Oh, that was a good set. Yin yang.
Yeah, but Nicolette.
Ooh, what was that? What just pulled? Mobazane with the clap! Mobazane with the clap, bringing down the block. Oh, Miko! Miko going nuts!
A little bit of trouble as well. Milo gonna chase, gonna look, gonna hunt, but finally back off.
That was such a good set, but not too much of a follow-up.
Are they pushing this too hard? Cold World now does have the wild charge, waiting for the moment to strike, just hanging out. Magic In a little trouble. Appraisal's Wrath! The damage from Mobazane right now is out of this world.
Mobazane looking like whack-a-mole out there with those Appraiser's Wrath.
Oh my god.
On the magic, evaporating this man. And you are going to see a lot of members falling right there for Fiends. BTK overall winning that trade. 10K over there for basic on this Irithel. Hoss Claws, Berserker's Fury is going to have that Sia Halberd for the anti-heal and the Malefic Roar to top that off. The Lord will fall. BTK will claim that, and now Fiends forced to defend, barely holding on to that tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, I was like, who prepares that? He's like, yeah, you know, before the match, you're like, yeah, this is what I'm gonna do to this guy, you know.
Right there. The shield is out. I mean, the heal back is out of control, and that's why those Appraisal's Wrath are just so
what a deal! Oh, wild charge! Are they gonna be able to follow up though? The flicker.
Catching them from the offside.
Uneven.
The move goddess keeps them all
alive. Trying to go for it.
And now they're looking for a moment to come back. Cold World very low. The tricks are starting to get a little old, and Fiends isn't going to keep falling for them. They're not going to keep on working as this game moves forward.
Mobazane got a little stuck.
Basic there. Kohari now coming in. Looking for the outplay. Can he get it? Kohari goes down. He won.
GG's BTK.
One against two.
The Kings are back,
short.
Ready to claim their crown.
This fight gets a duality on a Magic. Magic able to heal up. Basic still hold the distance. The tower goes down. Fiends back under their final defense of inhibitors.
Yeah, off to a final stand. BTK opening up the bases. The Lord crashes into the inhibitor on the top side.
That's going to be a lot. Can Fiends do something here to defend? Kohari is down. They've lost some of their shred, but the Lord is down to half health already. BTK, do they want to try to end this here? Oh, the final slash does lock on to Pro Destroy. Milo back in. Knock up. Taken out. Basic able to pick up the kill.
Kohari!
Magic taking so much damage, but Kohari is up and ready to go. Speedy Light Wheel. Not able to connect just yet. Nicolette able to find another. It's nothing but Kohari and Turo against the world. And the minions are closing in. Will this be a 2-0? Fiends still trying to put it all on the line here. BTK feeling confident, dropping the toss. Just lock onto the base and finish it. Kohari gonna be the next to fall. Milo looking for it, but now Kohari gets the shutdown. And now the minions are back up. It's Churro and Kohari still against the world, but BTK's not playing anymore. They find the 2-0 sweep.
BTK looking stronger than ever, shutting down Fiends, not creating the opportunity for the reverse sweep, able to close the doors on that amazing victory. A great finish and a very explosive match from both sides, as you are seeing the team stats. 25, 6, and 60 overall assists from the BloodThirstyKings. 372,000 damage, almost hitting that 10 mark for the team rating.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little tired. My stomach hurts. The diaphragm is feeling it. Definitely some crazy fights. BTK comes out on top. Now maybe playing with their food a little bit too much, but definitely an entertaining game. And Fiends, like, they were able to buy some time there, man. If BTK let that go a little bit longer, the opportunities was there. Kohari may be a little too brave at times, but still almost making the statement happen. Basic still ends up getting the win in some of those final 1v1s, but a good series at that.
I think my highlight was seeing Kohari versus Milo. Both of them facing off. We seen Kohari in the bush. He ran to the bush. Milo didn't even want that smoke, but then they got the 1v1. And Kohari was able to get the kill, but overall, BTK was able to get the game. As you are going to look at 14 assists over there from Korra, but 19 assists from Nicolette on the Louis with 4 kills on the board. If anybody got MVP in that game, it's got to be her.
Yeah, 4-0 and 19 just played it so cleanly. Was definitely the playmaker. Nicolette and Cold World. I mean, the combo right there. All right,
GG guys, you did great.
Diversion.
I love the aggression.
Was deadly. Was lethal.
Yeah, definitely lethal.
All right, they should be in.
Both the head-to-head for the junglers.
They're ready.
Against Pro Destroy. Mobazane again. Another rating over double digits, hitting that 10%. He's able to keep.
Yeah, I don't know if it was maybe because Zane was kind of tired.
With how well he's able to rotate and get these objectives, and definitely shows you why they are that top 2 contender. Speaking of top 2 contenders, winning this series officially earns their spot in the top 2 and forces Fiends to the 3rd position.
Oh snap!
I think
I don't have to do anything for the last match.
Pretty much clear. Let's
go.
And ready to go.
Let's go.
Unless they take some horrible sweep next year and Fiends gets a sweep against GG.
Thank gosh.
I think BTK like that is the only opportunity really. Night Horde Night Horde can't catch up even if they get a sweep. So at this point, BTK is pretty much secured in the top 2 for the playoffs.
Yeah, and you are looking at the overall stats, the team fight participation. 92% over there from Nicolette, 100% from Chirobami on the other side, though. Definitely showcases the importance of the mid laners for.
You want me to see if they want to do something like that afterwards?
To the playing field, a wizard out there for BloodThirstyKings.
Yo,
Kings, man.
I got a question for you guys. I know a lot of you guys kind of wanted to do the interview and everything, like together. You guys want to do like I don't know, maybe like tomorrow or something. Dave was suggesting this, like an interview, like
I thought Kohari was gonna take some traction and make
after the fact of this match. I was like trying to figure out like post game.
Yeah, Zane was.
We want to do like.
Wow, you said it perfectly. We see just whack-a-mole out there every time.
Like they could.
Bonk.
I don't know if we'd be able to do it tonight, but
showed us why he
if you wanted to, probably.
I mean, perfectly.
Yeah, he was very comfortable, and I mean, they even decided to go the non-route of banning all of his pickups. So he was loving being able to pick up that Fredrin. A lot of teams don't even give him that opportunity.
I feel like I still sometimes underestimate, Fredrin's one of my favorite heroes within the game, but I still feel like I underestimate his ultimate's the appraisal
MOBA Fred in the house.
Because, we saw that Estes cruising around probably 55-60% health and just
All right, I'll see what I can do. I'll let you guys know.
Man, absolutely incredible.
Probably one of my funnest skills. I think it's one of my favorite skills to watch. Just crash down on 3 people. It's just got that. It's something about it. It's got some flair to it. That skill right there.
It reminds me of the.
Like they just disappeared.
It used to be the instead of the Fredrin jungle being one of the main. Who was it? Was
that's wild.
Ballman. Remember the Ballman?
I can let them know. See what we do.
Counter. It's got a lethal counter vibe to it.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of bugs.
Now it's kind of that
Ballman, Weezy. You actually cosplayed as Ballman one time, remember?
Right, oh my god, I do.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can
so they said they would be down for that.
What that was, but
like an interview. When would you want to do it?
All right, who do we got going on for the MVP of the series?
I'm
Nicolette. I don't know.
Nicolette? Has to be.
Or Zane, Nicolette or Zane, Nicolette with a clean one. Game number 1 was playing on the Ferries, which there it didn't feel
the MVPs
much.
Around this time, chat, are nice.
With a lot of those nether realms.
They're nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Nicolette, the utility that she provides for the team, right? She's not going in for the kills. She's going in for the opportunity, the initiations that BTK can capitalize on. A lot of times, diversion, teleporting to the right place for the team to make the most out of the situation.
I told him to be spicy.
Never fails to hit the mark.
Yeah, I think that
I told him to be spicy.
We really get to see some of Nicolette's ability to play.
Yo, Chad, this interview about to be goated.
It's really coming in clutch so many times, saving her teammates. Really,
the team said be spicy too.
And then
so
on the low E playing extremely aggressive and just really putting the damage down. But
that boy's popped the collar out
almost. I think I
almost.
got somebody waiting for me. Let's go talk to him. Basic.
There he is.
You feeling, brother?
Feeling good.
How does it feel? Kahari? Kahari the Brave has been a topic of conversation for so many people. You got to face him today. Any thoughts on him?
I think I don't know, man. Like, I think it's just a below average gold laner. Like, I don't see anything special.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
I don't know what's the all hype about him.
Below average.
I don't know. It was pretty easy going against him.
He said he was easy.
My heart right now, man. You're gonna bring me to tears. You better watch yourself. So I gotta know. So when the team starts spam recalling people, who's the one making that call? Who's like spam it? Who's saying that?
Like all of us because yesterday I heard Kohari was
that was an easy match.
BTK was gonna be easy since he beat A77.
Damn, you definitely made it look easy. I ain't gonna cap.
But
ain't gonna cap.
I don't know. Like it feels like it was easy for us, not to them.
That's
Damn.
Me. So I gotta know, in your own personal opinion, who do you think is the actual culprit on the team for your team seeing so much success and so much momentum recently? You guys started off the season just a little bit underwhelming, but very.
My boy said below average.
You know, brewed up an entire storm that all of NA is having to deal with right now. Who would you say is the one doing that?
Like for our team?
Yeah.
I feel like all of us, I guess.
All of you? What do you mean by that?
Basic just destroyed Kohari?
Shit, I don't. Wait, what's up? I'm sorry. What was it? I got a little distracted.
No, sorry, I'm cute.
I still haven't heard it all, so I'm waiting.
Giving credit to on your team for you guys being such an effective, you know, powerful being in building so much momentum.
Shout out from Indonesia. What up, fam?
I would say all. Like
what?
Every member. I would say Milo, Zane, Apple, Chris, but all of them. Like I feel like it's just team. You know, it's just us five basically. There's no one. Actually,
bro, it's tweaking.
Just us five.
That is a interesting.
Maybe Coach Midnight. He actually helps us a lot.
So I think
drink water,
are saying
bro.
That Cold World might be a better roam than Shark. You know,
Fiends the noobs.
Cold World versus Shark. I feel like they're toe to toe, but I would say Nicolette over Hoon. For sure.
Damn, Nicolette over Hoon.
I mean, if you're comparing about like mid gap, like two players.
Mid gap.
I feel like Cold World is toe to toe with Shark, but Hoon versus Apple. I don't know, man. I think Apple is better because I team up with both of them. So for me, I think Apple is just way better.
So
bro, starting wars.
Area 77, you face Fiends now, you face Night Horde, you face DA, some of these other top dogs in NACT right now. But who do you think is really the best out of all of them?
Of course, Gaimin, of course.
Outside of Gaimin, who do you got?
Outside of gaming, maybe Area 77 because we lost to them. But that was when we were kind of having a team problem. So I don't know. Maybe if we face them again, we'll see.
Yo, Chicken got a haircut?
Yeah, outside of that, everyone was easy.
All right, well, I'm not going to take up all of your time. Thank you so much for coming out and talking to me, man. Don't go winning too many games, okay?
We'll try. Thank you.
Got him, coach.
Jesus.
Oh, man. He's so funny. He said, I don't really get the hype. Oh, man.
100%. Who wouldn't?
Okay. I'm just trying to process this. That was a lot.
Yeah, he was giving some spiciness.
That was a lot.
In that interview, it was a lot.
Content.
But it was entertaining. I mean, definitely showcases his confidence. I feel like you should have asked him how many times does he think he recall spammed in that game? a lot of recall spamming.
Content.
Basic. Really good goal later.
That was good. That was good, chat. That was good.
That, position
what
America to make it to a grand
kind of back to the question though.
So I can't wait to see him.
Do you want to like do the interview afterwards or?
Yeah, I had so many
like right after
that matchup, and you know, BTK as a whole. I don't want to say they did in fact make it look easy, but they did make it look easier than I had initially anticipated.
I can ask.
Yeah, they made it. They made it look easy.
You see what
they're top two. For sure. And I think in this, and I mean, don't get me wrong, Fiends has done good this season. Done outstanding compared to
what did you say before I left?
But, and though Kohari is fun to watch.
For the interview? Okay,
let
me tell him.
Right? The AKA the Brave is you know, it's a double-edged sword that he needs to work on. And you start to see those cracks in teams when they go up against, you know, some of the top dogs. Do I think Fiends are completely out of this? Not at all. Do I think BTK, though, is definitely on the upswing right now? For sure.
Yeah, I feel like Kohari is just one of those marksmen. He likes to rush in for the adrenaline plays, right? The flashy plays is what he kind of lives for. But you can't always play flashy when your team's on the back, and he may be able to pick up a couple of kills, but also him being the gold lane, if he gets bursted down from the over-aggressive plays, then it's hard to come back in that late game. And I think that's kind of where Basic, even though Basic's a little bit more flashy, he likes to do a lot more recall spams. I wouldn't say flashy, but like recall spams a little bit more. He knows to kind of limit himself with how far he kind of pushes out. So I'm right there with Trex. I think through time, Kohari's definitely looking stronger than a lot of marksmen we've seen, and he's looking very promising. Fiends, a newer team on the scene, and they're just getting started, right? We're a couple of days before the playoffs, and I can't wait to see how they perform. But overall, a great victory over there for the BloodThirstyKings.
You guys hear that? Whoop, whoop. What is that? Whoop, whoop. I think that's a giveaway alarm. That's crazy, Steph.
Oh man, these pass offs, man! I didn't know where he was about to throw us.
I didn't know if we were going to break. Or...
Darting Star 1-1 out there, limited quantity 30. Make sure you guys claim it while it is available. It is first come, first serve. Go ahead and scan that QR code now. But if you can't scan it in, there's the code above it. Limited opportunity, so claim it while it's available.
First come, first serve. So if you're not there, it's already too late, probably. Probably. These things go fast. I don't feel like I've ever, even when I've actually tried in the past watching different NACTs, I don't think I've ever been fast enough to actually secure a skin. How about you, Trex? You ever got one?
I'd hate to toot my own horn, but I've always casted NACT, so I've never tried to get one from the other side of the camera.
Yeah, we're not allowed to do that, Zeke. This is crazy that you would even. This is no, I'm playing. I mean, hey, I wish I could, but there's 30 of them out there, so claim them while you guys can.
All right, so I'm not gonna hold you guys up any longer. Let's get to a break.
All right, chat. Sorry, I'm back. I am back. Sorry, I was prepping things with the teams. I was prepping content and stuff for BTK and getting them to. What are you talking about? Tell us. I was prepping stuff for content with BTK.
On the rise. Who's it gonna be? Only time will tell.
I was also, you know, congratulating them and then talking to Dave and gearing things up. We do a lot behind the scenes, and
I think DA was one of those teams coming into the tournament that was definitely, again, like BTK and GG.
I'll host something with BTK and we'll get like some exclusive information for you guys.
To see how this shows out.
It'll be for the NACT though, so
hope it's
probably won't be posted on my channel, but there'll still be good content.
But DA has had their rough days. They've also had their good days. We're able to get the win against
a lot of planning and a lot of getting together for it. We're trying to promote a lot of
last week they got the win against Area 77 2-1.
We did. W Ica, let's go Whoopee.
We're gonna take that. So DA still kind of showing that they are.
You asked Mello why he's so good at the game.
How they play today against GG is gonna give us some foresight.
You guys have any like questions you want me to ask them?
How they kind of position up against them. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators.
I can consider them.
I believe Gaimin Gladiators.
You guys have any questions?
I don't think they've lost a series yet, right? Have they lost a single series?
BTK.
Oh, it was BTK. That's right. BTK took them down.
That's their only loss. Even game-wise.
Yeah, exactly.
So good looking out.
That's going to be a hard one to kind of dive into, and I think this is going to be a good way for us to, like you said, tell where exactly DA is standing right before the playoffs. I mean, they did face BTK yesterday, and it was a pretty good matchup. They were able to draw them out to a 25-minute game and a 20-minute game. Which means they're able to take it
now,
to a late
also,
game,
by the way,
like
while the yappers are yapping,
that means the early game is okay.
Let's go ahead and
early game to drag it out to a
let me update you guys on the standings.
Top prospect, which is something that they can lean in on, especially against Gaimin Gladiators, which is known as one of those teams that knows how to kind of shut down these teams nice and early.
Well, speaking of DA, let's take a look at their roster, Trex.
So this is the updated standings right now.
Swap. Toru
just FYI, if you guys wanted to see. So currently, GG would have to get swept in order to not keep their first place slots. If they 2-1, then they earn 2 points, which still puts them over BTK. If they lose 1-2, they get 1 point. They tie with BTK. If they get swept today, BTK will be in first place. But right now, it is they're going against Devious Activity, so they have 8 points. That's what, 9, 10, 11. So then they would be tied with Fiends, NACT Horde.
In the grand finals before. I mean, he switched positions
for what is that, third place?
And I think he's been doing a great job. We've seen him run the supports, we've seen him run the frontline tanks. Anything in the
viewers always drop after BTK. What you mean?
He's been able to majority of the time be able to profit.
I'll tell you what, I'm actually really excited for this sub swap in. You know, seeing Melon work again, he did do very, very well and actually was able to secure an MVP, being the first sub in the NACT series to secure an MVP spot. So I'm really excited.
You're good at peer pressuring, that's for sure.
You know, find out a little bit more about him. But before we get to that, Steph, can you take us through the GG roster?
That's right. Now moving on to the Gaimin Gladiators. No roster sub here. They like to keep it the same, occasionally switching out their gold laner or their XP laner, but we are going to be seeing Zia, Shark, Hoon, best player in Fried Chicken, all of them with the international experience, all of them.
I can talk with her.
To the next level. Zia in the gold, Shark in the roam, Hoon in the mid, best player in the jungle, and Chicken for the XP.
So I've heard a little bit of controversy.
Yeah, I can give it a shot.
Kush versus, you know, best player as an actual jungle. So how do you guys feel these guys match up against each other?
Kush versus best player in jungle. I think honestly there's some similarities between the two. Kush is also known to be an assassin jungler back in the day. was known to be able to pick things like the lane.
Hoon Korean or Filipino? I think he's like,
it's two
he's definitely. The GOAT is back after a timeout by the owner. Wow, I didn't time you out.
Trying to really get their utility jungle down. I think best player has a bit more experience.
Who timed you out?
Whereas Kush is still kind of getting there.
Yeah, I mean, Kush doesn't have as much experience as best player, especially
as Zane's thoughts on Ico.
The international tournaments for North America last year, so he's played a lot more top teams in Mobile Legends in general than Kush has. So he definitely has a lot more insight on things to kind of expect.
I got a lot of
international aspect. But Kush,
like I
said, very similar with the assassin play styles. Kush
mods.
He actually didn't he
Who
play?
did it?
He played in Latam, right? Yeah. So he played
in Latam.
international as well. I wouldn't say
First
as
place.
much. Yeah, not as much as best player, but definitely has the experience. So I would say they're very similar in their play styles. Also, Kush, he's played on a lot of major teams, not on a main roster though. Most of the time he was like in the background, kind of that sub floating around. But this time, you know, he's been stepping in the scene of being more of a main player, and he's been performing. So I think this is going to be a really good one. That's a good call out there from you, Zeke, on seeing best player against Kush in the jungle.
Did someone do an interview with Nicolette?
Or for Kush or for best player, I gotta ask, what are your predictions? Which team do you think is gonna come out?
I'm about to send it to you.
Well, I think
I'll send it in our chat here. This is the first time I've seen it. It just popped up on my like For You.
On that, but I think it's pretty one-sided here. Everyone is going to take the vote.
I'm gonna send it to the league.
Like I said, I think there are possibilities of DA maybe getting something here, but if I just go by the numbers, GG is the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, I just go off the statistics.
I've never even seen this person.
Picking a team that we favor, I just pick off how they performed in the previous matches in the NACT regular season. And Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, how could you not vote for them when they beat majority of the teams? There was a time though, recently, like you said, BTK did beat them and everybody voted for GG. So there's always that upset factor that can come into play. But I don't know with this one, I just, it's hard. It's hard to say that you can't vote for Gaimin Gladiators.
What the hell?
They've been performing a little bit better than every single team.
So for me, whenever I'm putting in my votes, I typically look at the teams that I can see consistently.
Why that just coming out now?
Well. You know, how much experience do the teams have, and how well do we consistently see them doing? So for me, of course, I did also have to go with GG.
I was like, why is this on my For You page?
That's built up of some of the best, you know, arguably the best players in North America. So I think not voting for them is kind of
weird.
It's kind of tough.
I mean, honestly, I just look at Liz's votes and do the opposite. That's how I've gotten here.
Oh, you should say UA. If it was the other season.
It was really weird. I didn't understand why it was showing up.
But if it was the other season, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's very hard outside of the top two teams to really get an accurate prediction because there's a lot more upsets and surprises with the level of competition this season.
So I think going into this matchup, I think either one of these teams is really going to have to reach out and see if they can, you know, grab onto UA's head for good luck. And with that being said, it's time to get into the draft.
All right, draft number 1, GG. First pick on the blue side up against DA. Hopefully this match brings some hype. You know, last time we had some hopes for Fiends. In the end, BTK came out on top. I think this could be a slightly closer match, though.
You guys pulling all-nighter?
DA
Who?
definitely has some players. I mean, players on the side of DA have beaten players on the side of GG before. It's not unheard of. Can they beat this current roster, though?
Yeah, that's the question we're going to be asking today. I just got to give credit to Zeke. The man has the best pass-offs ever. I've never heard of a pass-off. Grabbing the back of UA's head, into the draft we go. But yeah, you did mention that, right? Let's take a look at Devious Activity. A couple of their members, right? They have T and Yato. Both of them been dominating. Mikasa, we've been hearing about his Freya. I haven't really got to see it too much. I feel like Freya's just not one of those high-value targets in the draft, and I don't expect us to see it today up against a team like Gaimin Gladiators, but it has been given a lot of credit. Somebody you have to watch out for inside of that off lane or the side lane. But Chicken, on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, the new addition, not outside of that core trio, which is Hoon, best player, and Shark. He's kind of that one everybody's been questioning. Is he that top prospect XP laner? And he's been performing really well. He's been showcasing a lot of hero pool. I feel like in the top 16, he was switching his hero every single game, showcasing his mastery. And that is going to be a little bit of a challenge over there for the side of Devious Activity. T, keeping up on his rotations against Shark in the wrong position.
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting. Now, the R lot is open right now. They go for the Novari instead, which has also been a lot of teams haven't been able to pull off this Novari like Hoon has been able to. Is it the valuable trade though? Because now I'm guessing DA picks up the Arlaw here. Barat's also still open. With the Nolan and the Joy gone, it pretty much comes down to more of a, you know, utility junglers here. DA need to kind of strike fast, and they have to think carefully about these drafts, because up against a team like GG, if you let too much slip through the cracks, they will take advantage of it.
Yeah, speaking of advantage, staple marksmans are still available. Neither has been banned out. The Claude, the carry, definitely can be slotted in for either side. There goes the Claude. Yep. We'll be up for Devious Activity. That was quick on that one. They definitely didn't want to let that go. We actually haven't even got to see too many Claude games today. A lot of teams haven't been prioritizing. We've been seeing the Irithyll picked up way more than the Claude. There goes the Fredrin, though. The jungler slotted in for Devious Activity. We'll have some great frontline presence to be able to get these neutral objectives, but he has to watch out for the CC. You already have an Navari you're going up against with the Astral Echo. Can't provide some slow and give him a slight challenge.
Yeah, this is. I mean, the Claude is good. I think
that's the real one right there, chat. I was making sure I had him modded so I knew who the real one was.
The Claude is kind of weird. Like,
thanks for stopping by, fam.
Get down and get your farm down early.
No, that's the real one.
Very, very well in your favor. He is not very good at all. Like, you really got to be able to play him correctly to capitalize on everything he brings to the table. And I think on a team like DA, Melon, he's going to be able to do that. Now, GG,
I had him stop by the stream so you guys could see who the real one was. And I wanted to make sure I modded him so you guys knew who the real one was.
The Arlaw, so best player free to kind of do what he wants to later on. But DA going to have open bans on him if they want.
Yeah,
who's real and who's fake?
Good for a team that has a dive composition. I mean, this still could be a dive composition in Devious Activity if they go in for some additional pickups. The Ruby.
I just DM'd him to stop by the stream so we can make sure that I had him actually modded so you guys knew which one the real one was.
Good CC from the Fredrin, and they can pick maybe a mage that can provide additional CC to work in their disposal. Maybe a Lu Yi. I don't know. I don't really expect it. I don't think I've really seen a Lu Yi and a Kaja combination. Would be kind of interesting to see, but I think the Kaja's good. Will be a problem though because they have a Brody, right? The Brody does have that stun, that corrosive strike. If he can catch it in time before that Divine Judgment goes out, he may be able to escape back to safety. So that's something.
This is the fake one. We got scared of his goatness.
They definitely have
the real goats in the chat.
Think about how he catches
the enemy.
He's got to surprise Zia, right? He can't just like walk up to Zia. It's got to be like a flicker, you know? It's got to really catch Zia off guard or make sure that second skill's already been used. But also Hoon is going to be another prime target for DA. I mean, yeah,
I make sure to mod the real pro players and the real people that I
deadly threats.
So you guys know.
Just really hone in onto some more, you know, some assassin picks.
Ooh, assassins would be interesting. I mean, there is best player up against Kush. Both of these junglers.
I was making sure he's modded. The real one was the modded one.
Some of these pickups. I mean, it is going to be that Fredrin though from the side of Devious Activity.
The real ones are 100% modded.
Fredrin may be able to bully. Maybe I mod other side of the jungle and
that's that way. We know who is who.
Is still on the table. Can be slotted over there.
That boy said, "Yo, I'm real."
I think that'd be a great pickup.
Chip will be available next week. I'm gonna use the restroom real fast. BRB.
Minotaur is an option for some great crowd control, some good knockup for the side of GG. I think right now it's really just gonna boil down to do they pick up the Valentina? I think it would be good. I don't know if I think they can wait, maybe pick it last and try and see what GG goes in for the roam position. But that is gonna force them to kind of pick something in that. Yeah, oh no, they're gonna go in for the Nana. Okay, I was gonna say Valentina or Nana's a good option too. It's good for damage. It's good for the Brody, maybe to get the stun on the Brody with the Melina, and then go in with the Kaja. But it's definitely an interesting composition.
All right, now, best player swapping in the Guinevere. Now, this is something we haven't really seen at all recently, but best player has been. I mean, best player picked it up, I think, when they went up against BloodHounds or LEGACi or whatever it was last week. I'm pretty sure they picked this up. Or it's been slotted in at some point. It's definitely not.
Area
it was
77.
super meta. Area 77. All right. So it's something that is possible. It can work against the Fredrin, at least in some of these objectives, but it can fall off towards the mid to late game. Once Melon comes online with the Claude, it's dangerous to go for that Violent Requiem because you are just standing still. You know, you're just standing still, and any kind of shred is going to melt you down.
And speaking of melting down, the Xborg picked up for the last option for Gaimin Gladiators. Xborg is going to be in the XP lane, won't be the jungler, as that is going to be Guinevere here. Wait, is that
Rome?
No.
It's gonna be Rome Arlot.
Okay, it is Rome Arlot. Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Or maybe Rome Gwenny. That's possible as well.
Yeah.
But
that's what I was about
probably
to say.
Rome Arlot. Probably.
I feel like both could work though. I mean, honestly, Gaimin Gladiators, they're known to kind of get creative. Last pick will be
your boy's back
over there for DA.
Back, I gotta go get some water.
So DA has some answers to Hoon. They have some answers to Zia here. They have some ways to close the distance. They also have burst damage to deal with the Fraga armor. Overall, they're pretty well rounded here, and also GG's gonna have to constantly be careful about these Molinas from the Nana, about getting stunned up, and then also watch out for Kaja. So I do think DA has some opportunity, but GG kind of has this level of
apparently Guinevere and Navaria is a wombo combo, chat.
They're also dangerous.
Just FYI.
Yeah, super
I think
dangerous.
The wombo combo with Gwen.
Is it going to be the Guinevere inside of the jungle?
Gwen and
is it going to be
the X-Borg?
I mean, there's so many options available for Gaimin
BTK versus Fiends. BTK won. They swept them.
Who do you want to go up against Paquito?
G was the one who allowed them.
Maybe the Arlot will be the option. Time will tell.
I did. But then it started getting wild. So
Gaimin Gladiators
with the fakes, they were funny, but then it started getting a little out of hand.
Claim victorious as we are getting closer to the playoffs. Who will be able to live to the occasion?
I mean, I think we got us a good game here. I think best player, it might be a little risky on this Guinevere. I think there's some confidence in GG right now. And I think if DA can kind of, because I think that Guinevere could be the crack here, could be the mess up here. If DA can kind of punish that pick right there, it could be the win.
GG's comp is a big, like a whole team wombo combo.
In favor with the spatial migration, you can close in and possibly get a quick retribution and get back to safety with little to no damage. We are seeing some of the emblems pop up on the board, though. Impure Rage is picked up from the Guinevere. Yato getting some damage already.
Gonna be okay, though. Yato taking some damage that has the Molina, so Shark can't be too aggressive. Mikasa looking for the rotation, decides to go back to EXP, though. This laning phase is going to be kind of crucial, just like what we saw to BTK to Fiends the last time.
I just think it's because the camera you're sending out is better than all of theirs.
If you hang out too long on our side of the river, we're going to get you. If they don't, then Shark is going to stay in their face at all times.
T barely dodging Hoon right there, trying to get that snipe to burst him down. 3 Impure Rages over there for Gaimin Gladiators. Best player, Fried Chicken, and Hoon. Fried Chicken running on this export on the bot side.
GG's.
Pick off onto Mikasa there. Best
wide check on.
There's that dive.
Push is Mexican.
Right, the X-Borg and also the Guinevere synergizing very well. A nice and early pick off before this turtle spawning in for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, which is going to put them at a slight advantage against Devious
Activity. I had to like pop in and like manage them a little bit because there was just like a manager that was out for the day, and boy, they were not happy with me.
Pick-off to give them the numbers.
Anything is
the chicken
possible.
Cut his hair. That's what it looks like.
At this
that's
level,
what it looks like.
The advantage over the turtle. Does have the Violent Requiem back in. The Violent Requiem is going to be super deadly, at least until the late game. And that's all they need. Yato and a lot of damage. Going to be able to
boy Shark's always comfortable, bro.
Down, Fried Chicken able to pick up the kill. And Devious Activity are on the run this time. Kush now trying to play for the turtle. Hoon able to take it, and Kush might go down for that.
Yeah, Kush very low. Fried Chicken chase. We'll be able to draw that kill.
Dude, it's already 4-0 at 2 minutes.
Activity, not only getting the kills, but getting the turtle now up by 2,000 gold and invading the purple buff from Devious Activity to delay them even more.
Apparently, Hoon's camera broke, chat.
Right? If they leave that there, it'll take longer for it to kind of spawn back in, and you're already seeing Kush falling behind in the jungle.
And because of that, at this point, in a couple seconds, we might see best player hit level 6 before Kush even hits level 5, which means now even more.
Chicken was going through that long hair phase.
Neutral objectives. If best player holds a strong level or 2 advantage, could be a problem.
Yeah, definitely have to watch
GG's
out for that.
comp is just so good.
Providing a lot of utility. 3-0-1 right now. Highest kills in the game, and he's going for that utility build, right? He should be, or possibly, he does have that Dreadnought armor, though, so he has a little bit of defense up against Devious Activity if they do decide to kind of fight it out. But he's opening up a lot of these engagements, having such a heavy impact so far. I mean, that's 3 kills in 3 minutes. That's a kill per minute so far.
Yeah, and the big problem is Yato's supposed to kind of be the answer to that, right? You need some burst damage. Hold on. Nice damage on a Shark there. Shark trying to dash through. Gets the final slash. Almost gets the outplay. T may eventually go down for this one. Zia able to collect. Able to get a double. Kush goes down, and now they're on the chase for Yato as well. Ooh. A lot of damage. Best player might just go for the dive here. Look for
best
the finish.
players on the honey retreat.
Doesn't have the passive. Taking out. Best player picks up the kill.
Able to draw yet another kill. 7-1 on the board. Melon trying to hold off, forced to use a BMI to safety, and Gaimin Gladiators will be able to take the gold plating off of this turret. Needs to get back.
That was crazy.
In position for possible divine judgment.
Why pick off Shark?
Close enough over there to Z. I mean, that's definitely what he's focusing on. But right now, speaking of focus, Gaimin Gladiators laser focused on these objectives, stampeding and starting to form a snowball up against DA as they're working their way toward this turtle.
Ooh, Mikasa does jump in. Best player unable to get the knockup, but the final slash connects. And now several members are getting low. Zia forced to flicker back. Best player still finds Mikasa. Best player still looking for the engage, looking for another hit to make. White Chicken coming in the orange jungle. Hits the last insanity. A lot of damage on a Kush, and Kush goes down.
Not letting their foot off the gas. Melon, 3v1.
Melon is in a little bit of trouble. Able to use the Blazing Duet. Get some nice pick damage on Zia there.
Best player.
Melon's gonna walk right into best player and a killing spree over to best player.
Whoa, that's a little unfortunate.
I think their whole comp's like a wombo combo.
Gladiators just better, hitting the mark way faster than Devious Activity.
Yeah.
Now at 5,000 gold at 5 minutes, looking like they're trying to close this out early. I mean, this is the team sitting in the #1 position so far.
Well, Brody's torn apart memories can target. Like if you hit your S1 can hit everybody, and then you can just literally AOE the whole time or the whole team. So like if you set them with Shark, you CC them with best player, you can then burst them with Chicken, Moon, and Zia. That's the only thing I can possibly think.
Ready to proxy this lane and take down this turret.
Yeah, this is a big problem. This is a huge problem. Wait a second. Nice Violent Requiem does land on Yato. Yato does have the passive, but best player should be able to chase him down. On the tower, Yato flickers. Best player still finds the kill. Nice final slash onto Kush there. Mikasa here trying to help out. Hoon does go down. They finally put a kill onto the board, or a second kill onto the board, that is. Hoon 0-1 in 10 right now, though, still.
Able to find a kill, but not able to find any real estate on the map. As you're looking at Gaimin Gladiators already taking down the turret on the top side. And soon enough,
who said that?
The advantage may be able to claim some more.
Casters?
Roar picked up from Zia. We'll be able to soak into the defense picked up from Devious Activity super early in this game. Turtle is going to spawn in. First 2 turtles have gone to Gaimin Gladiators. Devious Activity yet to find a way to properly contest it and make it work in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, there's a big problem here, right? Because GG, you got Zia, who's 2-0-2. I mean, and that's one of the most snowballing marksmen right there with the Brody, right? You have Chicken, who's 4-0-4. Nice final slash on a T there. T gonna go down. Z able to pick up another kill, make him 3-0-2. You have Chicken on this X-Borg, who normally is hard to kill in the late game. But when you're sitting at 4-0-2 on an X-Borg and you've just been free farming, he's already a menace to everybody on the map.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of paved the way in the early game for Gaimin Gladiators, and then best player started to snowball and got some kills of his own, 4-0-5, slightly ahead of him on the KDA. GG, off to a good start. Devious Activity needs to find a way to turn this around. They lost another turtle, which means 3 turtles and a turret in favor for Gaimin Gladiators. No objectives have gone to the side of Devious Activity outside of 2 kills. 1 going to Mikasa, 1 going to Melon.
My headphones like dying.
Which I guess if it goes to anybody, it should go to them. T needing to find a way to get a good setup with this Divine Judgment, trying to find an opening, but Gaimin Gladiators is not making it easy as another turret will fall on the bot side.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators got the scalpel out once again, just cutting away piece by piece. Kush gonna get knocked up, Violent Requiem, and an unstoppable kill over to best player. Yato under the tower, Mikasa there to try to help out, but DA unable to do anything right now.
Yeah, Kush gonna find his fourth death in the game.
GG's.
Final slash onto Yato. Yato goes down. Shark able to pick up the kill. Blazing Duet comes in. A little bit of damage. Zia finally does drop. Best player.
Best player falls.
DA finally finds the shutdown. Get a nice bit of gold. Shark in trouble. Melon.
Oh, the last insanity Chicken.
White Chicken with the flicker and the takeout. Mikasa unable to finish it, but now he's gonna walk right into T. But he is confident. He is comfortable. Sharks got his back. The final slash, and White Chicken's facing off against him.
Oh, they're treading in deep water right there. Very low on both sides, but still ready to take the fight if either side crosses that line. Gaimin Gladiators, though, overall, the team fight engagements has definitely worked in their favor.
Yeah, Hoon's had
Now
14
up
assists. Like, that's
2-4,
insane.
Still 5,000 gold lead. Big.
That's almost every.
Connecting all 4 members of Devious Activity.
Yeah, sure. I was like, it's almost every kill.
Now, Gaimin Gladiators has 2 turrets up against Devious Activity, who has had a hard time finding their momentum for game number 1, and now.
Yo, you just now noticed that Shark's comfortable in his bed?
Trying to go in for the aggression, but the
Yo, stop being toxic in the chat.
Lord does spawn in. Gaimin Gladiators has a position.
Spirit said, I got his ass.
Try and force Devious Activity to take this fight. And if they don't take the fight, it's a free Lord in their favor.
Don't harass my mods.
I mean, at this point, I don't know if DA even wants to try to contest this, but T and Yato are there. Kush taking a little bit of burn of the damage. Yato does show himself. Shark gonna go check out the bush, and best player able to take the Lord freely. White Chicken just zoning them away. He is unkillable right now.
Let me double it.
In a little bit of trouble. Will go down. Zay able to pick up the kill.
They lost a turret on the bot side, but in their favor, the minions by themselves were able to clear the mid turret for Gaimin Gladiators.
I don't even know if late game would actually do anything.
Also, though, trying to make up the difference, right? He took the tier 1 turret on the bot side, almost took the tier 2, didn't have the minions to work in his favor, but off to a good start to try and turn it around. They still need a little bit more, though, as you see in GG on the push.
Another pick off here. Should be able to finish this up. Nice final slash. Going to pull T away. T able to get the dash to safety. Torn apart memories does go off. Does not connect onto T. Kush now holding down the front side. Mikasa looking for an angle, looking for a way in. Best player able to get the knock up and pushed away. A lot of damage on a best player. Praises Wrath connects on no one. Kush got to go back to base before White Chicken comes in with the last insanity once again. Unable to clean up this time, but get some more damage. Melon chipping away at the Lord. And Gaimin Gladiators does not even break down to an inhibitor just yet.
Yeah, engage and disengage.
Mikasa gets some nice punches down, but the tower finally does drop. Will go down, tries to get the flicker, but unable to connect.
I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to take that fight. It's 8,000 gold for Gaimin Gladiators at the 10-minute mark. I mean, technically, if they fight it out,
also, Dave, they were kind of letting me know that I mean, it's not like anything that's big,
right there.
But the emotes in the tournament lobby reset.
They're able to go in and go
to the basic emotes,
no problem, especially with Zia running on this Brody up 9,000.
Like on the second series. I think like the first game it's good, but then like the second game it like it resets to the yeah, that's what BTK was saying.
Running on that Claude. Engage and disengage, though, is where Gaimin Gladiators is shining. They not only have the Guinevere to be able to rush him with the spatial migration, have the corrosive strike from Zia, they have Fried Chicken all the time jumping in with the last insanity.
Yeah, their emotes get swapped back to the default ones.
Able to get the Astral Echo, able
like
to
the
get
thumbs
snipe,
up and yeah. I mean, it's not like
damage,
a big problem, but
maybe going a bit too deep. Will get tossed and pulled back from T.
I don't know.
Able to get the kill. White Chicken comes in with the last insanity, putting a lot of damage on several members. Best player Mikasa in trouble, taken out, double kill over to Zia. Kush back to the base to get some health back.
Claude's the only thing that
GG still unable to crack an inhibitor.
Yeah, but immortality procced by Fried Chicken. Snipe goes out over there by Hoon. Best player. Spatial migration play out there, trying to get a knock-up on the Kush, showcasing their comfortability. They're forced Devious Activity
the
back
chat's
to the
more
base.
entertaining.
Lost all of their turrets minus their inhibitors.
Spirit.
And now Gaimin Gladiators
Spirit's the goat, bro.
Go in for Luminous Lord, as it does get enhanced right here.
He knows how to keep the peace.
Not really in a position to contest.
It was multiple, but it wasn't every player.
White Chicken's health bar real quick again, because that Fraga armor looked
somewhere okay.
I mean, it's literally 80% of his health bar right now, and this is going to be the big issue.
Yellow was saying that his emotes disappeared. I think Basic said his did as well. But I think Zane still had his.
Another 6 minutes maybe.
Because they wanted to spam the BTK emote, but they couldn't.
They do have some Shrek. They have wave clear with Yato. They have Melon to work on the Lords. If they can play very cleanly, maybe they can push it the long haul.
Yeah, I mean, they have to stay in this for the long game if they want to have a chance. And here goes the chance for GG.
T just keeps getting picked. The final slash over. T, though, still alive. Shark unable to connect. Mikasa looking for some engage. Will go down to save T.
The best player's going ham right now.
Worth it or not. Last insanity in the flicker. Fried Chicken once again. Yato in trouble. Will go down. Best player able to pick up the kill. Melon now trying to chase.
Zia
smashes him. That's 3 down for DA and an 11K gold lead for GG, and the Lord is still on his way.
Big torn apart memories as well from Zia. And now a possible game ender, early finish. Gaimin Gladiators looking to take the opportunity.
I don't think we have.
And the Lord is enhanced, is luminous, will get the crash.
I don't think so.
DAT gonna get knocked up once again, taken out. Immortality pops. Kush next on the list. They're gonna move on to the base, and that will be GG's for GG.
That's right. GG's for GG's. That's 4 G's right there.
GG's for GG's.
Able to take down Devious Activity in game number 1.
They ended that so fast, bro.
Able to make the most out of the early game, stacking up a lot of kills. Fried Chicken over there in the center. Great Xborg gameplay. Overall team stats 25, 5, and 56. Overall
GG well played. GG well played.
And just showcasing why they're sitting in that number 1 position.
Yeah, I mean, it was a clean game.
Could you imagine if Shark just fell asleep on stream?
We're able to get the early game snowball. We were able to translate that into towers, to turtles,
power to the players,
eventually ending the game.
Yeah, I feel like they're just one of those teams, like, they see a slight opportunity and they'll make the most out of it. Like, you'll see one minion in an inhibitor turret with 50% HP and they'll full send it. They'll get it too. They'll burst down the turret. There's a lot of teams they'll be like, oh, I'm not going to take that. That minion's about to fall. We'll just wait for another opportunity. But no, GG, they don't blink. They are hungry for that early finish, and it goes to show they're able to pull it off. I mean, look at the KDAs on the board. Zia, 7-1-7, 19 assists, leading the way over there for Hoon on the Navaria.
Look at Fried Chicken, man. 0 deaths, able to scale up. And, you know, in previous games, when we saw Yureshi get to play, we were talking about how Yureshi needs to be handled, needs to be dealt with, or he will be a problem.
I can't believe how better
Except Chicken, I feel like
the production is. It's crazy.
And if you don't try to punish him early game, if he's got a hero that can scale a certain way, he is going to be such a problem to deal with.
And that's the thing, that's the problem, right? Scaling. Able to scale early is Gaimin Gladiators' plan. They try and overpressure teams in the early game, take the objectives, and make the most out of them. And that's how they get these early finishes. The head-to-head matchup, Hoon up against Yato, the mid lane menaces. You are going to see Hoon, though, overwhelmingly strong with those assists on.
Everything's godly compared to IESF. What?
So, I don't know.
Why not ESF?
They kind of look alike, man. They almost look like they could be brothers.
Oh, that's
they have, like the same jawline.
That's the fake yellow.
Both mid laners. Who's I mean, probably Hoon physically, but like mentally, Hoon is a child at heart, obviously. So.
Well, we are
at the damage dealt, though.
Yeah, damage dealt 56k. Over there from Hoon on the Navaria, leading the way most in the entire game across the board. The highest, though, for the side of Devious Activity was Melon on this Claude. One of those marksmen who, even when we see
all they did, damn, 7 hours. Oh, God, don't bring PTSD back.
Melon did, and
yeah,
early on was getting pushed back from Zia. Was a problem. Zia was able to hit the power spike much earlier.
The real Mielo is modded, chat.
It's not even like their game plan exactly is always.
Every pro player that's in the NACT that steps in my chat is modded. Just FYI.
They could take a deficit and still pull things together. So
I make sure that you guys know who's who.
I think the Kaja pick is solid, but I think you might need something a bit.
The fake pro players were funny at first, but then it just got a little out of control.
You're really gonna match
Spirit's a pro player. Yeah.
You kind of got to think about your draft in overall sense.
Spirits you away.
You know, honestly, they could just take a page out of BTK's book, right? Run something that's a little bit more sustainable. Run a support. Run a beefy.
He said I paid and not get modded.
Bully on these neutral objectives. I mean, if you can get your turtles, if you can stop them from invading into the jungle,
where's my mod?
Early game momentum that they ride on. Majority of these
Brownies not included.
That's really what they kind of need to lean on.
Booga Booga is a mod.
If they can't get
I've been trying to mod everybody. You gotta tell me who you are if you're a pro player. Sometimes you guys don't have the same name.
Something like a Kai, something like a Boxia could be a possible game plan. But speaking of games, now jumping in to the draft, game number 2, Gaimin Gladiators currently sitting at match point.
Aren't you a movie tile?
You know,
you're Mobazane shit.
I know it's not a super popular pick, and Mobazane's the only one who's really been like.
Mobazane's alt account, huh?
The Akai pick, man. I think it's something that gives best player some trouble, right? I think best player does really well.
Yeah, I modded him today.
Space to play, and his team.
He said, "Start the giveaway
as a unit," and something like that heavy spin just disrupts the whole team so much that I think it kind of
brown up his aim.
A weakness to them. You know, even in the past when it was more meta, you know, people were banning it out against Zane. I think it could be one of the answers, at least to help deal with the overall grouped aggression of GG, because they play so well as a unit, and if you can find a way to split them up,
you don't have to be, but I've had some troubles in the past that like I'd post it and then people would create like fake YouTube accounts, and then I wouldn't know who's who and who's what, so then I'm like trying to see who's the real one. It gets hectic.
Best hero to do that. I kind of even called that out when we saw BTK up against GG. I felt like that was what was going to happen. And I think other teams need to kind of lean on this hero and realize just what utility he provides, right? He stops the early game from happening on the other side.
When I pick the players, or when I pick the subscribers through the bot, like it shows me who types in the chat, and if it's the real one. So, and it doesn't ever link me their profile. If it linked me their profile, I'd be able to do it with no problem. But it's really hard to tell who was the real winner because of all of the double accounts and the fake accounts.
We kind of stated this jumping into this game. Where do they sit compared
so
to
make it fair, I feel like that's the right way to go about it.
Kind of fairly assess the power level of their opponent, and right now for Devious Activity,
oh my
I think
god,
we're kind of both agreeing it's the early game that they kind of need to work on, and hopefully they have a game plan for game number 2.
Most definitely, and they got to come up with something here. They got to have some sort of answer, and I think it's just overall, because even last game, best player picks up the Guinevere.
I'm getting exhausted. I wanted to
meta and still able to pull things off, and that's one of the things about GG is they know exactly. Even if they have a kind of unconventional hero, they know how to use it when they need to pop off with it, like what their timing is, and they execute it very well. So DA needs to be able to do the same exact thing now. Bans not too different from last time. Angela, Joy, Nolan, Ruby, Vexana, literally a
I was lazy, talk too much.
Matilda.
Hey.
Matilda is open. Does GG let it through? Do they? What
was the slogan? What was the NACT slogan?
Ban Matilda, drink water.
That's right. Are they going to be able to do this? I mean, Matilda would be first pick for Devious Activity, and it is.
They got
and the Akai's available. They can get
we're multiple.
Right to be able to lock that in and take aggression in the early phase, but do they take this opportunity?
GG really testing. I mean, they're testing.
Hey, they're testing their BTK strat against another team, trying to find an answer for it.
I mean, and it's fair, right? But I think it could definitely be risky here. Matilda's I mean, in all terms, I feel like Matilda is
she went straight to the career board.
Right? At least in NACT, it's the most valued hero in NACT. It's one of the heroes that I think every time it has been let through has it won, at least in regular season. Regular season, I mean, it just feels like it is something you do. Every time it gets, someone's like, hey, I'm gonna let you have it. It goes downhill from there.
Yeah, it could definitely be a recipe for disaster, but we'll have to see. I mean, I definitely feel like you said they're testing the waters right now. I think they're testing a composition against the Matilda, not just for BTK, but just in general. I think they found that, hey, this is one of those heroes that we just don't have an answer for, and sometimes leaning into it is the best way to find an answer instead of leaning away from it, from banning it. They are not going to go in for the Akai, though. Devious Activity will go in for their both back lines. They're going to go in for the Irithel. A little interesting because the carry was an option on the table. The Claude was
M6 is in 8 to 9 months. Whenever NACT does get a spot in MSC, correct?
As a strategy.
Surname, bro. Oh, bro, he pulls out the fanny.
Oh man, that's interesting. I mean, it's gonna do great against Yato. It's gonna do great against Melon. But DA does have a lot of time to counter it now, right? Like, they do have some possibilities. They do have to think about it, though, because they already have their roam in, so it means, like, no Kufra, no Franco.
M6 will be next in ACT.
Lane. Ruby's gone, so that's out of mention. They could pick up the Akai still, but no, Akai just got banned, so no Akai.
That's what I
no
was about
Fred. Barats will probably be banned out next from the side of GG. Yeah, it's an interesting pick.
You know, funny enough, I actually like the Martis up against the Fanny, because when Fanny rushes in, you can chain Fanny up with the CC and burst her down.
Yeah.
It could be a possible answer. I mean, you're running the Fanny, so I don't really expect best player to harass the enemy jungle in terms of the orange buff, in terms of the purple buff. I think he's going to go more in for trying to go for those side laners, trying to get the early pickoffs. Should be his game plan. Maybe get a Blade of Heptases for that initial burst damage. Hoon is going to be really the one keeping the team together, though, right? He's running this Faramis.
You're a subscriber from Indonesia. What's
answer,
up?
I guess, to the Mathilda.
Trying to like stay focused here.
Having another hero that can still provide heals to the team that may be able to kind of match up equally against it, but can
they got Matilda
match up equally against it? I think that's the question that's going to be answered today.
Matilda.
They gotta find an answer.
Is what took out GG before.
Whether you like it or not, like, yes, the Matilda's deadly, but the Fanny looks comfy right now. It looks very comfortable right now. And we saw last game, even with a kind of unconventional pick, GG was able to pull it off. They've already taken the Faramis too. And there goes the what do they pick here? Do they just go assassin? Like, does Kush just say, all right, let's do this, and maybe pick up something like the Ling or the Haya? Something that can also
CC, though.
Yeah, they can't because the Faramis just counters any kind of assassin that DA wants to bring, so it's not really an option.
Terizla, they could pick up the Terizla in the XP lane. A good penalty zone could be a possible option, especially when they're going to group up on the Faramis. Now, I think the Natan picked up. I think best player picked up this Fanny because he realized they picked up that
cancel it all,
and they had the Navarra. Both these heroes that kind of need a little bit of protection. I feel like Brody would have been slotted here for Devious Activity had they had known.
You need to make a tutorial on how Shark gets so comfortable before his games.
A draft against their own selves by picking up super early in the draft, and this is just what kind of happens with this. Something interesting though is seeing the Natan. We haven't got to really see him today. Actually, I think this is the first Natan we've seen today.
Yeah.
And this is going to go for Gaimin Gladiators, and we got to see how it kind of scales. My first time actually seeing a matchup in Natan versus an Irith, though.
Yeah. And that would be great.
We've had a lot of first matchups today, I feel like. We've had a lot of... we had the Roger up against a few things. Now we're getting the Natan up against a few things. There goes your Martis pick, which I think is definitely solid for Kush. It is definitely an answer. A good way to catch off.
That's golden right there.
And, okay, Mikasa gonna bring in the Freya, which...
Yeah, you could just literally just
some CC, right? Supplies a little bit of knockup. I don't think Freya's like an easy target for Fanny. But was there better? Are we like we're risking here?
Yeah, I was kind of looking at that. I was like, what? Because normally that's how you.
So I guess today.
That's how I see people do it, you know.
That is the final pick for Gaimin Gladiators. A lot of bold statements, a lot of signature picks.
I like it. I like
here
it.
Right now, right? You have Mikasa on the Freya, who Mikasa is known for, and you also have best player on the Fanny, who best player is known for. We have to see how these kind of go head to head. But Fried Chicken, keeping things interesting.
The Freya chat
that we've seen slotted in today. A lot of firsts on the board for these matches.
Mikasa Freya, huh?
The final series, but keep in mind, guys, this is not only the final
series. Is he gonna do good?
Match point for Gaimin Gladiators is if they win this one, it is a clean sweep up against Devious Activity. They need this victory.
I'm just saying, man. Like, he was looking comfy.
We got Edith on the EXP, Shark on the R lot. Maybe we'll see a last-second swap, but it doesn't look like it. Edith will be EXP. I'm excited to... So, we know Mikasa is supposed to have a really good Fanny, right? I'm excited to see it paired up with a Matilda. And the Matilda also will add some layers of being able to escape from this Fanny, being able to help players. I think Matilda really needs to kind of hug down on gold lane in certain phases of this, and Yato and T need to kind of stick together. Because Fanny is... Those are the targets, right? It's pretty much...
EA need to change EXP.
Those are the main targets for best player, and they got to try to keep them safe. But here we go.
We're going to be rolling in.
For GG. Up against Devious Activity. Can they take us the long haul, or will this be the last game of the night?
That's right. And the debut from Mikasa on the Freya, who a lot of teams, pro players have been given praise for. We get to see it live in action today. Will it be able to hit the mark? Will it be the difference that Devious Activity needs to turn this around? Or will we see best player with the signature pick Fanny make the difference?
No, it's definitely gonna... It's up in the air right now.
We're watching all the one tricks.
Like a Mikasa
got the best player one trick Fanny.
I think maybe way back when Mikasa was on like a different team and they used to run like it was like a season or two ago. I forget who they were with. But this season I have not gotten to see it. I think Mikasa has Mikasa picked it once so far, maybe in an earlier season.
Yeah, he's picked it. He's picked it this season once, and I don't know if it really. I don't think they won that game. But you are going to go ahead and see best player though on this Fanny. I'm expecting him to be very aggressive early, trying to get to the side lane, but they are going up against a Martis, which we kind of said was a good counter against him. Can chain him up with the Mortal Coils. Azura's Wrath, possibly get a pick off with the Decimation. if best player is not careful. But I mean, he's kind of known for his mastery over this this Fanny. But it's definitely an early game pick. But it has the split push potential.
And here comes Hoon with the Shadow Stampede, able to pull back. Best player looking for the angle. This is what I was talking about. Melon going to play around the tower very cleanly there. It's kind of the safe
Wasn't able to
right
get it.
there.
My headphones died. God damn it.
But depending on the angle best player tries to come in, you're okay on that side of the tower.
Yeah, you can tell Melon knows they're up to some treachery and has a plan for it. I mean,
they can't ever last the whole stream, man. I can't ever find headphones that last the whole stream. Jesus Christ, what happened here?
And this is why.
Is there a massive ass spam going on?
Have to hang out up there. T is gonna need to chill up in the gold lane. They're gonna have to go for a little more of like a 1-2-2 comp.
That boy Spirit. I might have to buy Spirit a drink in Vegas.
He's looking like free food.
The pizza party's real for the mods.
It's gonna be some easy kills for best player to make the difference. You are seeing Kush though, and Devious Activity trying to claim this turtle shark there for
Jesus Christ, Stella, you coming to Vegas?
Devious Activity.
Well, that's why I said pizza party. We'll get you some pizza.
Go for a cheeky purple buff steal. Purple buff's actually already gone. That is the answer, right? That's the answer to deal with a Fanny. You invade. You get aggressive.
Get the Zane's famous Logitech.
This is the opportunity. Now Hoon's level 4.
Yeah,
but they could still kind of go for some aggression here.
Yeah, could definitely go in for aggression. Best player. We'll find T though.
I'm
we'll be able to take
you.
that orange buff as well, trying to deny the invasion over there from Devious Activity. A little overly aggressive.
That's crazy.
When I said aggression, I mean like the whole team. You know? Not just
said,
T on his lonesome walking up to best player's already got a kill under his belt and a purple buff. But hey, you know, I
literally
know.
have to have like 2 sets of headphones.
Holding a 100 gold lead right here though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if best player is going to try and take these turtle fights. I think he's just going to go in for the gold lane. I mean, he smells the vulnerability, but Kush
is going to get pulled back in. Should be okay.
Jesus Christ, $200.
So best player won't be able to engage Kush like that, and it's going to have to be careful.
You broke going to Vegas.
Close to Kush like that, from what we just saw there.
You know, it's funny too, because I mean, best player is a great Fanny player, but so is Kush. He understands the limitations that a Fanny has at his disposal.
I need Moontime to pay me more, so then I can.
This is the play they need to do.
Right, then I can get all my mods to come to Vegas.
Give them as much of a hassle as possible, and it could be their opening.
He used his Valkyrie Descent though, a little questionable.
Top side?
Right there, top side though.
Dark looks for the play on a Melon. Melon will be able to capitalize and get the kill. Nice meteor down onto Zia there.
T there to help out.
Melon here to help out as well. Nice guiding eagle. Zia gonna go down. T picking up the kill.
I was just gonna blow my ear out.
Distance, and that just showcases how strong Matilda is.
Looking for a sponsor.
Get there in time. But very mobile, using that guiding wind, using that circling eagle at its finest. Devious Activity now evening out the score.
I know that. I know. Spirit's got the connection.
Is it happening? The Matilda effect is here. Hoon able to pick up Melon though. Shark looking for T there.
Got to get all the mods on the NACT team.
Gold still at a standstill.
Yeah, T having a hard time keeping Melon alive though. That's 2
Spirit's on-site mod with me.
Mikasa locks on.
On-site manager.
Able to take it. Best player forced to run away. Mikasa popping off right now. Fight Chicken in a little bit of trouble. Mikasa will get hit by the final slash and pushed away. Best player in enemy territory right now. Doesn't have that much energy. Melon on the chase. Able to get the hit. Revenge is bittersweet. Best player goes down.
Devious Activity, they were able to claim that turtle.
I can get the pizza party.
Top side, so GG was able to find a trade-off.
I'm gonna probably get the.
Yeah, a little something there, definitely.
The sweet, we'll see.
Now I will say, looking at best player, I feel like he's being very aggressive and it's working in their favor. He just needs to kind of do more damage to the side lane. They're able to take the
child of Stella and Aiko.
Yeah, taking a lot of damage, forced away. See how now T is
I don't got no kids yet.
Starting to go a bit better. I wish they would have started with that, but now they're finally kind of finding out the picks that they need to do, finding out the things they need to do, and they're starting to come out on top.
We haven't even seen much presence from Kush on this Martis, right? Martis is supposed to be one of those bridge gappers in the early game, just like the Fanny, able to get those early kills. But I mean, best player doesn't really take these turtle plays.
Yo, DA is definitely securing the towers.
Profit as much with the decimation.
I'm not ready for child support. I can get pizza though, pizza and drinks.
T just keeps bush checking. He had to know they were there.
God damn it!
Right
not this again, Mark.
Going to capitalize on this. Move into the
not this again.
Just trying to help out. Maybe in a dangerous spot, honestly. But GG not going to force anything.
Bot side though.
White Chicken versus Mikasa. Mikasa just not even looking at Chicken. He's like, I'm just taking this tower, bro. Leave me alone. And he is untouchable. White Chicken unable to do anything about it.
Yeah, he did run that Edith. He picked Edith after the Freya as well. So
Oh
it's interesting
God.
to still see Mikasa winning on the 1v1 matchup. But I mean, this is Mikasa.
That sounds like child support. Yeah.
His hero.
I'm not Nick Cannon yet.
Too unexpected. It's definitely interesting to see. But best player now, able to.
I'm not even wearing the chain today. The chain's right here.
On this turtle play.
I got the chain right here.
On to Zia. Maybe get pulled a little.
It was so heavy that well, it's not super heavy, but you can literally feel it. Like I feel like it kind of weighs me down sometimes.
In trouble, Melon in the enemy territory, just causing havoc, chasing down Hoon with the rest of the
Sometimes
team.
wearing a gold chain is rough.
Ready to go? Is he gonna be able to land it? Just misses.
She a little thick.
Onto the tower, Mikasa gonna flicker back. Maybe move on to best players purple here. Kush there as well.
Ooh, for the defense though, GG trying to stop him circling. Eagle goes out.
Stop it, G.
A little something there, nothing too major. Devious Activity.
Last night I was like, bro, this chain, I'm tired of it.
Still secured purple there, right?
Get a nice wash over chains. I got
around and get a possible pick off.
I got like two $500 watches.
Most definitely. But now GG on the back foot.
They're so damn heavy too.
Ban Matilda, drink water, man.
I don't got like $1,000 watches, but
I will say though, I mean, it's 4-4. This is definitely a closer game against Gaimin Gladiators compared to game number 1. I do think the Matilda is definitely having a heavy impact on this. Best players rotating around though. He's creating the opportunity for GG's. Devious Activity is doing really well though. Able to claim some turrets.
Does DA take this?
Is now 2-2 in terms of turrets and 4-4 in terms of kills. Best player. I mean, look at the damage from Melon over there on this Aerith though. Every time he catches the best player, he's chunking him down to about 50% HP. You
definitely got a Lambo.
Side will be able to claim that turret.
It's a Cuban chain, yeah.
Best player getting the
it's
kill.
It's an 8mm Cuban chain.
We'll be able to get that kill at that 8-minute mark. Best player now up to 4 kills so far. On
I think it was like somewhere around.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised, man. Like, even though Fanny,
like 60, 64. I think they said 64 grams of gold.
2 items locked in, it becomes even more treacherous. There's even more possibilities. So this could be the point that we start to see best player really pop off. Entropy does come out, but it's more for an escape route. Zia just ready to flicker back, ends up doing it. Mikasa now looking for the connection. The nice knock up on several members, and Mikasa shredding them down. Kush able to find it. This could be the moment. Best player now in the midst of chaos. Zia and Shark backing off as well as Mikasa and the rest of the team shred down on this Lord. Best player looking for an angle in, unable to get it, unable to hit the drive-by. Kush finds the Lord.
Oh, close call though. He was almost able to get there for a last-minute
have Shark's bed, yeah.
Mobility on the Fanny, but now best player caught by Mikasa.
Oh my God, we're going on a ride, baby. Back to the base. We went a long way there, but it's okay. T's okay. Kush now going to take down that tower. T with him. Nice meteor does land onto Fried Chicken. GG onto the tower trying to defend. They do get the knock up. The toss up. T in a little bit of trouble. Able to just get away. Ooh, best player on the backside. Able to find Mikasa though. Going to move on to the Lord now is Melon. Hanging out, just unloading with the heavy crossbow, but they want to chase him down. Nice final slash. Melon pulled back in. Doesn't get away. Shark chases him down and finds the kill.
If anybody's getting an MVP, at least for the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
The Lord now is Melon.
What
hanging
the fuck?
out, just unloading with the heavy
that?
crossbow, but they want to chase him down. Nice final slash. Melon pulled back in. Doesn't get away. Shark chases him down and finds a kill.
If anybody's getting MVP, at least for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, it has to be best player. For the side of Devious Activity, Melon dealing a lot of damage over there on his Aerith. Needs to be checked as he's definitely opening up the gates, keeping Devious Activity in this game. Mikasa, we got to see a little bit of that Freya, definitely dominating on the 1v1 matchup up against Chicken, running that Edith. But the later this game goes, we're starting to see the Edith kind of profit more. Speaking of profiting though.
A little bit of damage there on T. T's okay though. T's definitely had a few issues. I feel like maybe being a little too aggressive or not saving certain skills to be able to get away. Needs to find a slightly better rhythm with this Matilda because as the game creeps on more, if T goes down, it spells trouble for the rest of the team.
This is a very close game too. I mean, it's only not even a 2,000 gold difference at the 10-minute mark and only 1 kill ahead for Gaimin Gladiators. Both sides able to claim a lot of turrets. Best player trying to find an opportunity for a split push for a pick off. Goes in.
A lot of damage on a best player. Best player going to be able to get away once again, but now the rest of the team, it's 4v5 if DA wants to force a fight.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be looking here. I mean, best players going in with this Fanny. The later this game gets, though, the harder it is for him to get these kills. If you notice, he's starting to get bursted down. As soon as he spots somebody out, he has to kind of be careful. But I'm keeping my eyes on Zia, right? He has 2 deaths so far on this Natan. Hasn't really had the highest.
Yeah, Fried Chicken got a haircut.
But the later this goes, that's when the Natan's going to start hitting harder. Melon's been pretty much on point with the damage. I feel like he's been showcasing his power throughout today's entire match, even with best player kind of giving him a little bit of a problem in the early invades. But you have to watch out. I feel like Zia can creep up on Devious Activity, especially if they can kind of build this advantage. They are down in gold, though. Devious Activity up by 700, allowing this Mathilda to walk.
The slaughter.
Like Gaimin Gladiators
you said it.
Find a way to work with it than having to ban it out.
Oh, that's a good one.
Strengthen their overall drafting.
A fanny feast.
They're doing an okay job. I mean, it's pretty much 50-50 right now from both sides.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could turn around at any point. DA has the small advantage here, but you got to be careful. Zia's going to be able to shred more and more.
Did he cut away his power?
Hoon's going to start outputting some decent damage as well. It's surprising how much damage a Fairman's
The chat's asking if Chicken cut away his power when he cut away his hair.
On Yato. That's one member down for the side of DA. Lord now up. Does GG take advantage of this?
That's huge, too. Taking down the mage. That's
I've been drinking too much water, chat.
Yato. Kush on the hunt now, 6-1-1. He has every single kill that's happened for Devious Activity has been in Kush's hands so far.
God damn! Look at the speed.
Pick it up finally. There goes the cables, and now that the map is more open, now that more towers are gone, we're gonna be. Oh, wait a second, more damage. Mikasa goes down next. GG. Finally finding some moments to strike and striking at multiple points of DA.
Yeah, that's 7 kills for best player so far. And climbing, Kush.
Oh, nice. Oh, damn. That was a good double hit right there.
For the Lord,
I think they got the Lord, though.
They're going to try and take this objective. This is a Luminous Lord, which will open up the opportunity for
I don't know. Door.
Devious Activity.
Best player one's carrying. The dude's so fast with his fanny.
GG pushing forward even more. Kush just dodging the knockup.
I'm going to use the restroom real quick while this is going. I'm going to turn off my cam.
Oh, into the backside on a Melon. Best player will be able to get away safely, but still, now the kill pressure is there. Nice final slash onto T. T gonna go down. Zia picking up the kill. Zia is low, forcing Entropy away. Fried Chicken able to take the tower. Mikasa, Kush, along with the rest of the team, trying to do some damage, but the Nether Realm comes out. Kush in a bad spot, but Mikasa chipping away. Fried Chicken able to just get away safely. The best player looks for the play, but goes down. Melon finds the kill.
Wow, okay, that was a little greedy over there from best player, but now the push play.
Oh, Melon, what were you doing, man?
I don't know. He was on whatever best player was on right there. Just sitting by himself and taking a lot of damage. Yeah, it's all in the water. 2-for-1 trade. Best player Wolf Ball still working in Gaimin Gladiators' favor. Overall, they've just been doing a pretty solid job of controlling this game. You are seeing that pressure, though, that Astro Echo going down. Zia finding T, creating the advantage in terms of numbers. Fried Chicken claiming that tier 2 turret in the mid lane. The big knockup. The Nether Realm forced out by Hoon to keep the team alive. Best player with a crazy play, though, did get bursted down there. And now Kush in a situation.
Pull, Stampede on to Kush there. Is in a little bit of trouble. Mikasa's going to get tossed up, flicked up, taken out. Killing spree for Zia, sitting at 3-2-1 right now. And those are going to start stacking up more if he can have his way.
Yeah, we got to see the items over there for Zia. We were talking about him being a ticking time bomb on the Natan. And now looking at the items, you are going to be seeing him pick up the Wind of Nature, so he has a little bit of that defense. He's going to have the Divine Glaive, the Silent Requiem to be able to deal additional damage. Speaking of damage, Siege into the base.
Yeah, he was maxed out. Zia, I think, was maxed out in items. Zia, though, he's taking a couple shots to the face there. Ooh, Kush looking for the entrance with the decimation, but the Nether Realm going to be able to help out here. Devious Activity unable to do anything big there. Losing an inhibitor on the top side, and the next two are going to go down with a blow of wind. Best player gets one quick little blade onto the tower and backs off.
Yeah, it's like that fly you can't swat away right there. Man, it's a super fly in the land of Dawn today. Now,
super fly.
Gaimin Gladiators just has been on point. I mean, a lot of this has been in best player's hands, though. I feel like it's been a lot of focus on his Fanny creating this opportunity. But the later this game goes, this is where you're going to start to see some of the other members shine. This is where Zia's damage is going to be picking up. This is where Hoon's heals are going to be kind of showcased a little bit more often as Devious Activity starts to get the items they need. You're going to see the utility to go up against it, right? The Nether Realm keeping them alive is what we're going to kind of see showcased a lot more. Maybe some setups from Shark. So far, it's just been like flybys over there from best player, getting some pickoffs and then flying away to safety. But now 10 seconds into this next Lord spawns in at the 16-minute mark. This is where both teams start getting to that late game. I mean, it's already over the 45,000 gold threshold. And credits to Devious Activity, not too far behind in gold for how far behind they've been in terms of these objectives, right? They're only down by 1,000. They may be able to contest this Lord. Will be a little bit of a tough fight, and definitely have to watch out for best player flying into the back line.
And I think the real hidden gem here too for GG is Hoon on this Fermi. Like the Ghost Bursters, his damage skill outside of the Stampede is also going to start doing a lot of damage, man. Fermi's, that spread damage just kind of works even better when everyone's grouped up. And we're starting to see that hurt more and more and more. And you don't always notice it until it's too late. So Devious Activity now having more problems, and they're all starting to kind of stack up against them.
How's it been going? Did it get crazy?
Shredding more. Hoon with sustainability and damage. And Fly Chicken with the CCT. Gonna get
7 to 13. Holy, that's not too bad.
But now he's in a bad spot.
Oh, Melon! Yo, what did I come back to? The back door?
DA should be able to get
Freya back door?
Look at Mikasa up at the top.
Oh, no. Zia was able to come back.
Push. He wasn't even in there for the entire fight. Able to take the tier 2 turret. Will have the map advantage in their favor. It's a trade that I would say works for them. I mean, they're able to take down best player.
Came back to some craziness here, chat.
On the top side, increase their map pressure. You're still looking at 7 turrets in favor for GG though, but maybe some more for Devious Activity as they're now seizing the opportunity.
Ooh, big final slash.
Shit, what is going on? What a throw! What just happened? What just happened?
It's a 3-for-1 trade.
What? You had the Lord!
And they don't care. Yato.
Why?
Now in trouble. In the wall, trying to get away. Shark not gonna let it happen. It's the final slash, and all that's left is Mikasa.
Bruh.
Even Gladiators might just ignore the Lord and push down mid.
Wow.
We got 20 seconds till T, 23 till Melon. Can they end this here? It's nothing but Mikasa on the field. Mikasa pops the ult. Gonna try to. Oh my God! Look at the damage to Mikasa. But he's immediately taken out. GG will close the night out early.
Closing the night out early. Curtains have been closed. Mikasa's Freya. One last stand up against Gaimin Gladiators.
Wow.
Yo, I was about to say, we're about to see what Mikasa's about. I thought he was about to hit Ultra Instinct right there, but he was Ultra deleted by the Gladiators.
How do you?
Through 2-0 sweep.
Damn.
No question there as they're.
You gotta be on like your super A game when you're dealing with a team like this.
They decided to lean into going against the Mathilda, not banning it out, and
Damn.
they were able to pull out the victory.
Damn, bro.
It's one small step for man, you know, maybe one.
That
big
final
step for
slash
GG.
did it, bro.
We'll see. I don't
Shark,
know if they
man.
build diff on every team, but definitely a step in a direction.
Diff.
Try some things out. Best player got to play the Fanny. Zia on the Natan, you know, and they were able to pull the win out. Yes, it was a little rickety for times there, but they came back from the deficit and came out on top.
Yeah, I mean, credit's the best player on the Fanny, right? He led the way in the entire first like 10 minutes of that game. Just going everywhere, zipping around with those steel cables to be able to get those pickoffs. He was shutting down Melon, having him have a hard time in that gold lane. And then Zia, even though Zia 4-2 and 4 KDA, Melon was dealing a lot more damage than he was in the early phase, even with that deficit. But then Zia got online with that Natan, the later the game win. As you are seeing the rich guy, speaking of Zia, will be him, 804 gold per minute, damage dealt, the carry.
I mean, based on the standings right now, chat. Let's see if they update it. Oh yeah, they're updated.
With the forgotten.
I mean, right now it just seems like.
I mean, well played by everybody, but GG.
It's BTK and GG for the finals.
Let's look at the matchup between Hoon and
I guess anything could definitely happen.
Than last time, but still 0-2 and 5. And Hoon, you know, it just goes to show maybe he wasn't the major damage dealer on his team, but he was there in the nick of time all the time.
I'm surprised that head-to-head wasn't the junglers. I mean, normally, like most of the match we've been seeing like junglers, but this
LEGACi or BloodHounds in the final.
Head-to-head right there.
Yeah, I mean, like this is
both sides damage dealt. Most damage over there for Gaimin Gladiators goes to Zia, getting online.
Our standings are right here.
64k, but on the opposite side, most damage on the table. Yato over that 80k mark with the Navaria.
Yeah.
We already know what happened.
Damage was still not enough.
I'm gonna do these standings real quick for you guys, and then we're gonna be doing the giveaway.
Everyone involved, right? And they did kind of.
So here's the standings, an updated standings. The only time GG's lost is to BTK.
Everyone kind of pulled up when they needed to.
And you can see GG at the top.
Yeah, definitely pulling up.
BTK, Fiends,
they are the top team.
Night Horde, Area 77, and Devious Activity.
No problem.
I actually suspected Area 77 and Devious Activity to be at the top, which was wild.
Man,
I mean, it could be anybody's game at this point. They're only a couple points off, but it goes to show that anything can happen. Now, if we take a little bit of a review and take a look at what's going to be happening next week, we got LEGACi versus Area 77. So could put them up on top. GG versus Fiends, BloodHound versus Devious Activity, and BTK versus Night Horde.
Exactly what we thought GG was gonna do.
So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, BTK versus Night Horde could be something.
It's worth putting into the statement that they
GG versus Fiends.
Exceptional job. A couple mistakes here and there, but overall. Great.
So we'll have to see how those go.
Great gameplay. GG
LEGACi did lose. BloodHounds took the win.
And with that sweep,
BTK is going against the Night Horde
in this #1 slot. After taking a look at the scorecards, I don't think there's anyone that can catch up. They are pretty much first seed for regular season.
So GG's.
Definitely gonna have a little bit of an easier time in the beginning.
So that is the standings. We do. Nice. Jesus Christ. You have so many best player clips. Oh my god. A one-shot video. Oh. I like it. Sheesh. All right, let me turn this off real quick so I can get logged into my Streamlabs. And then we'll pull the winners. We'll pull the winners, guys. All right, chat. We be here. Like I was saying, we currently have the 4,000 diamonds. At first it was 8 epic skins, but I kind of upped it just because the views have been amazing. You guys have been amazing. I appreciate you guys tuning into the NACT, tuning into me, you know, dealing with me and my content. Let's get it. We're going crazy, that's for sure. I wouldn't be able to do what I do without you guys, so let's get it going here. I need to let me pull up an Excel sheet so I can actually write down some of the information. All right, let me get this going. All right, I got this. We'll be doing. So we're gonna do the 15 giveaways for the epic skins. So 15 epic skin winners. I'm gonna need IGN. I'm gonna need your Discord. Your IGN, your server ID, what is it? Server ID and
you need to unlock your iPhone first.
Shut up, Siri. Server ID. No, we'll just do server ID and ID number. Server ID. Server ID and then ID number. I'll just do ID and then server ID on the Discord. And then YouTube name. Okay. We got 15. We'll do 1, 2, 3. We'll get that to 15. And then we'll go down here and then we'll do the 4,000 diamonds. And we're going to be giving away 4 of those, but it'll be a 1,000 diamonds each. 1,000 diamonds each. Oh shit. There's a chicken interview happening right now.
Do you think the meta is currently favoring some of these combo hero pickups, or do you think it's a little bit more geared towards some of these single hero pickups?
I think this meta is just very geared towards what you're comfortable on and like synergy between certain heroes. I don't think it's
all right. I got the Excel sheet made.
Strategy. It's just like whatever comp you can pull off the best.
That's fair. That's fair. So I think, you know, I think a lot of people are looking at some of these different teams in the NACT right now, and they're
my chat's saying he pulled off the Hoon haircut.
GG and BTK are going to have to face again.
It looks just like Hoon.
Have you guys been talking about, you know, or even creating plans to, you know, deal with them coming up?
Oh yeah, of course. Just
you got the white man Hoon.
Oh yeah, it's just like a don't lose strategy, right? I got you.
Definitely, you know,
Perfect.
saving things for when everything's on the line.
Yeah, I'm honestly extremely excited for it. With that being said, I think it would be safe to assume that BTK might be your guys' rival at the moment. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
03.
Would you guys have anything to say to those rivals?
Oh, we're good.
I mean, just good luck. Let's make NACT
okay.
this thing, you know?
That's valid. That's a good response. So I asked Hoon, you know, you're the last interview of the night. You got any advice to these Mobile Legends players? I know EXP is a very difficult role to play, and there's a lot of people still struggling to pick up on it. Do you got any good advice to those people?
I mean, if you really want to get better at the game, just watch pro play. MPL Indonesia, MPL Philippines, you know, all those kind of other regions across, you know, just really try to analyze that kind of stuff if you really want to get better at the game.
Well said. You know, it's late. I'm not going to hold you up, man. Thank you.
A lot of people say chicken is kind of monotone and boring.
All right. Thank you for having me. Have a good night.
Like he's a goat, but he just...
Cool, dude. Honestly, man, I really wanted to get a little bit more insight on Shark being tucked into bed. It does, and I do want to emphasize being.
He's got like no emotion.
Because, like for me, I would have just been.
Why, chick? Why?
Me. But instead, like, I'm pretty sure I saw like the.
You just don't give a fuck. Yeah.
Like.
I feel that.
Side tucks.
He definitely seemed like fuck this shit.
Was comfortable. Do you think he tucked himself in before the match just for?
That's
like,
over. I just wanted to show that real fast. All right, let's we're gonna do our first 15 giveaways. I'm gonna be closing this here. This is live. Giveaway is closed. Like I said, we got. I guess I don't really have to post this here. So 15 skins. We're gonna be giving away epic skins. So first winner. Wow, fucking Andy. So I just need what I need from everybody is just this information so I can have it down correct. Why the fuck is that? Why is it like why the hell is that combining everything? All right, I need that information. I need IGN ID, ID, server ID, Discord, YouTube. I can get the YouTube name. I don't need the YouTube name. If you win, that's what I need you to say. I need you to type that in the chat if you win, and then it'll pop up here. So, all right. So number 1 winner is Tasasari. Yes. Yes. That way I know. That way I know. I don't know how to fucking say your name. I'm gonna just call you Tat. Goddamn. Tatso. Alright. Kaloodle. Let's go. Alright, number 2. Oh, let me write this down. YouTube name. Paste. 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 Third winner is Solo G. Solo G. That's number 3. Number 4. We got Karas. My boy Karas. You guys get picked here. Drop your information like I have pinned. Solo G, drop your information like it's pinned. Your in-game name, your ID, server ID, and then your Discord if you have one. I want this to be wrapped. All right. I'm also doing I'm also in a meeting right now too, so I just want to make sure I have it just for things here. All right. I'll turn down these damn casters. All right. No one get DQ'd. I don't think I'm gonna DQ anybody. I'll end up posting this just to go. Well, I'll have to see. I'll have to see. We'll see. We'll see. All right, we got 4. This is the 5th winner. George. These are epic skins, by the way. So that's number 5. Number 6 is Champ. Why the hell is your name like that, bro? I'm gonna actually just take what the Streamlabs chat. Perfect. Solo G. All right. Perfect. All right, so we're currently at 6. Number 7. I mean that function's not fucking available. Eh? All right. That's number 7. Number 8. If you guys win, make sure to check the pin comment. 9. Got 9. 10. Oh, can I only do 10 at a time? I'm gonna have to end up okay. I already have solo G. Yeah, don't worry about the weird name in the game. So I got solo. Solo, you're taken care of. I'm gonna get you off this. You won, so it's good. Okay, perfect. I was just making sure you guys stayed in here. That, I'm gonna get you out of here as well. Let me see. All right, nice. Nice. We got another one. If you have no Discord, just let me know. Oh, this is Ka. Azur. All right. And I'm gonna follow all you guys if I don't have you followed. And just let me know. Okay. Kaz, I already got you down, so you're good. Oh. He said, give me some time. You got some time. Jan, you have to give me IGN, your ID, and then your server ID, and then your Discord if you have one. He said, what do I gotta do? And then like I said, I'll add everybody. Lightborn doesn't count. I'd like epic skins, but to be honest, like, I mean, at most, that's only like 15,000 diamonds. I could probably do Lightborn skins. We could say, fuck it, like any skin I can gift. As long as it's not an event skin. You sent the request? Are we already at it? Give the skin already. /no. Or did you add me? Well, let me load up my blue stacks. Andy, if you want to request the skin too, I can gift at least 3 today already. Or Tatsuri, my bad. The giveaway is still going on. I have to take time because I have to get the information, so I'm sorry. It won't let me do, it only lets me do 10 giveaways at once, so. All right, Jane, I'm going to take you off as well. I got you taken care of. All right, so we need, now we're on to number 11. Brian. All right. All right. I just sent Kaz. I just sent you yours. He's already got like 700 skins. We got the Brian. So we got 11. We're on number 12. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Number 13. He said, I thought we were buddies. All right, Ace. This is number 14. Let's see if I can remove anybody else. We'll see, we'll see. All right, chat. Meeting's over, so we'll see, we'll see. Anybody here? Anybody here? I know Enrique had to, like, he was like trying to stay up because it was like literally was just like he was like, can you do the giveaway early? He knew he was gonna win. That's hella funny. Reroll, they ain't here. I'm gonna try I'm gonna be doing this giveaway monthly. So if you guys are tuning in, just be in mind that this is gonna be happening every month at the end of the month. There'll be epic skins every month. There'll be diamonds given away every month. So if you don't win here, you will win at some point. Just keep tuning in, keep getting the loyalty currencies and stuff like that. So I'm gonna try it without being here the first time to see if I'm able to verify these things, because I want to post this on YouTube. Because I have all of the winners, so we'll see. I know Champ. I already know Champ, so we're good here. I already know Champ. I know George as well. He's always in the chat. Ace is kind of a wild one. All right, so this is the 15th epic skin winner. So that is all the epic skins for the night, but I'm going to be giving away the 4,000 diamonds, which would be 1,000 diamonds each. We'll be doing 4 giveaways. So in total, 4,000 diamonds. All right, so I'm hoping that some of these show up, but if not, we'll see. My boy Monkey T. Luffy. Can I not just do an @ function? That's crazy that I just can't do an @. Oh, no, I don't know. It's your time to shine. These are the actual diamonds that will be sent to your account. The diamonds will take, I think, about a week. These diamonds are they'll come directly from Moonton. So just FYI, I'll keep you, whoever wins, I'll keep you up to date. So this is like a little bit of a separate. And I think at some point we'll see. I get a certain amount of diamonds every year for streaming Mobile Legends in my contract and stuff. So maybe I'll be able to increase that at some point and be able to give back to the community at a higher level. We just got to keep sharing the stream, liking the stream, and coming to see me, you know, during the weekends and enjoy a good time. I like to do giveaways for you guys, but it does take you guys showing up, and I love it. So I try to give back as much as I possibly can. I already sent off one skin, and I'm waiting to see if any others come through. Of course, I'm not whitelisted, so I have to wait 7 days. I'll end up adding all of you guys and all of that, but I haven't seen any of these guys show up, but I do have all of their names down, so no problem. Let me update these with the @ symbols. I also know Karas, actually. Would you feel like I can't just re-roll them? What if it was you guys that got re-rolled? We'll see. We'll roll it out one time. We got a lot of people from around the world, so I was thinking about re-rolling, but I just don't know if that'd be fair, because, you know, like, there's so many different people around the world, and I want to be fair as much as I possibly can, you know? They're not worthy. So we're gonna be doing the diamond giveaways now. So the first winner is gonna be Spirit Away. Look at you, Spirit. Spirit Away wins the first one. I don't want to take because a lot of these people put a lot of time into the stream in the early side of things, and it's like 5 a.m. where they're at. I do need to Spirit. You still here? I know he is. He's probably just doing it. Give it to Stella. Give it to Stella. Give it to Stella. All right, we're gonna. Stella, you got to give me your end game name. Blood Pressure 1. Blood Pressure 1's the next giveaway winner. Give away to Stella. Stella, I need your information. No, I have to. I need your. I need at least your IGN and your ID and server ID. This is coming a little bit different. Give away the skin to Stella. I thought I seen Blood Pressure 1 in here. I still need that info because it's being sent a little bit different than a normal like gifting way. He was like here 10 minutes ago. Fucker. I just subscribed. Please pay me. I appreciate the subscribe. Much love, much love. I know Jorgen. We know him as well. TQ. When did he say TQ? When the fuck did he say TQ though? Oh, it means thank you? Oh. When did he say it? Oh, there we go. Perfect, perfect. So, I guess Dark Legend is your in-game name, huh? Alright, Dark Legend. Do you... What to do? You don't have to do anything. You give me this information right here, and then I'm able to send it off. Do you have a Discord channel at all? Where did Stella post her information? Or are you just gonna DM me it? We still have two more 1,000 diamonds to give away. So you DM'd me? Okay. Oh yeah, I see it. All right, so Spirit's already out of there. Blood pressure 1-1. No name. That's a great name. All right, no name. All right. No Discord. All right, perfect. No problem. All right, I got you on there. Blood pressure. We'll end up once I'll have to contact Moonson and everything, my support, to be able to get you your diamonds, but it'd take I want to say that it'd be sometime Friday at most, maybe next Friday, because I think it's Sunday here, but I'll keep you up to date. You'll just understand that the diamonds take about a week to go, and they send them at about a same time, so the diamonds do take a second to come in, but they will get here. My IGN is G the Ico. I think you can do also exclamation point ID and get it. GG versus BTK will probably be in that is a crazy ass YouTube name. How the fuck did you even get those like weird letters in there? All right, that is the last winner here. That is all of them today. So that was a total of 19 giveaways here. And I can kind of show you guys here in a second. 19 winners. I'm just making sure any of these guys have not showed up. All right, so we'll hide this real fast, just so you guys can see who won. We'll bold this like a 16-point font. Now I'll make sure to keep that up to date. So here is yo, I can't. Is XL not on this bitch? That's crazy. All right, so here's the current winners. So this is the 1,000, or not the 1,000. This is the 15 epic skins. The 15 epic skins. For some reason I couldn't put an ad symbol at some of these. I have the IDs and everything. I just hit them for you guys. So if you guys see your name here, hit me up, especially if you guys come back and see this. If you guys want to hit me up on Discord, you can find me at G the Ico right here. That is my Discord. It's a courtesy, but I also try to take into the fact that some of the people are in different time zones and stuff like this. I'm gonna post this on my YouTube community page to see if I can get in contact with the people. If it's not as easy to get in contact with the people, then I will just do I will just do live. I will just do a live giveaway. You guys seeing my personal information? There you go. There you go. Perfect. Perfect. Makes it a little bit easier to see. Those are the people that won. And I can this would be the 4,000 diamonds, 1,000 each. And then this was 15 epic skins. Urgent Center. Formats. Whew. Yeah, all my information's on Liquipedia. Yep. Yep. Alright, so if you guys see your name here and you guys are re-watching the video, you know how to get a hold of me. Hit me up on there. You love Excel spreadsheets? Same. I'm a huge Excel spreadsheet person. So this is how I keep track of everything. I also have the IDs and everything, but just in case, so you guys can see the actual winners, and stuff like that. And I'll post this on the community page. Yes, yeah. I'll post this on my community page. That way, the people that didn't tune in or weren't able, I'm gonna double check and see if any of the people contacted. Nope. So nobody's contacted at all just yet. All right. So these are the winners, like I said. Until next time, next weekend we'll be live again. We'll be doing the same exact giveaways for the next month starting. So just because you didn't win this, there'll still be the ability to get it next week or next month. And I might even incorporate like a monthly starlight or something like that as well, so I can give away some of the starlights. So maybe we'll add the starlight monthly giveaways in here or something like that. I don't know. A lot of my mods have been requesting the starlights, so we'll see. I thank you guys for tuning in to the show. Much love, and thank you guys for all the views tuning into the NACT, all your love and support for the NACT, and for me as well. So until next weekend, I might be live at some other time throughout the week, but definitely the weekends I will be here, and I look forward to seeing you guys. GG's, G the Ico out.